The timer said 36 minutes and 1 second remained. The hero noticed this man and realized that he was already dead, and there were only a little more than 35 minutes left. He told himself that he should be calm, because he still had enough time. As soon as the battle was over, he would wander around this place. There will be a lot of corpses there, and he will be looking for the living, and it all started as it usually does in any fantasy novel. This is a story about being reborn in a world full of magic balls, as well as different races and adventures. The boy's first life in South Korea was full of injustice. In the end, it turned out that she ended up in a painful death. The problem is that the world he now belongs to is very different from the one depicted in the comics. And from the novels, it is also very different. The hero wandered around the area and thought, how could such a person possibly not be able to find a single survivor for several days? It turns out that with such a speed of time, everything will quickly end. Suddenly he heard a voice, and there sat a still living man who was screaming that he was in pain and asking for help. The hero paid attention to him and understood what he would do next. So I immediately went up to this old man and finished him off. The timer immediately added time, and he had 20 hours, 58 minutes, and 32 seconds. The boy soon realized that this man was an ordinary farmer, and that they had only given him 20 hours. It was not worth a whole day, which meant it was not enough. Suddenly, a stranger came up and said that it was true, because lately it seemed that fewer and fewer people were close to death. Then he asked if all this was happening because of him. The man began to come closer and said that he enjoyed searching for fallen soldiers who were glad that they had survived just fine. It is joyful to see how their hopes and dreams develop. And once a person has tried it, he will no longer be able to avoid it. The hero looked at him and thought, who else is this? There was some huge madman standing there who asked if he didn't know him. He must be new. His name was Stefan, and he was greeting the soul collector. The man said that it turned out that this kid had just killed his toy. After that, he prepared to attack and asked if he was now ready to die for this. The blow was quite strong, but the hero still managed to react to it. After that, he gritted his teeth and asked himself if he had still had enough strength. The opponent suddenly ran closer in order to continue his attack. Then he smiled again and said that it was actually not bad since he blocked his sword. The man soon said that he should wait at least a second and looked ahead carefully. He said that now, when the guy looks at him, he looks good and is still young. But then what kind of rare toy did he just find? Stefan smiled and said that he was truly delighted because he couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he tore him apart and destroyed him. The man could no longer wait and said that now this man would die, but before he could say this, his body was cut into pieces. The main character, of course, did not expect this and was shocked by what happened. There were several men standing to the side, and one of them said that this was a scoundrel, and he should have guessed that this man would do something again. The old man remarked on how impudent this was for a wanted criminal, and the man with the bandage on his face remarked that this would not stop him, and he should know it. Whoever killed Stefan asked the kid if he was okay. He almost got into trouble just now, so he should be grateful to them. The main character, in turn, did not stop for a second and immediately grabbed his weapon. And then he plunged the blade straight into the man he was holding on the ground in order to finish him off. The youth shouted into the camp, "He wants to be with you. This man died by his hand." The man in the mask noticed that he got angry at the same time. But the interlocutor noticed that he meant at first glance he does not look angry. Rather, this man is simply in despair. And it should be understood that after the murder, the hero had 127 hours and 15 minutes. In the end, the guy thanked God that Stefan was still alive when he finished him off. Then I wondered if this man really said that killing was fun. But did he really think that the hero thought the same thing? One should not confuse all this, because he certainly cannot be the only one who is obsessed with murder, as this man was. It simply turns out that he is obliged to do this only because of the timer that appeared after his reincarnation in this world. As soon as the time, which is visible, runs out, he will die. It turns out that there is only one way to increase it, and that is to take the lives of others. Even now, killing people makes the guy's hands shake, and his heart beats wildly after that. Thoughts in his head were, was he really supposed to live like this until the end of his days? The old man who was nearby continued to look at the guy. He then approached him and offered to join their group of mercenaries. The man with the bandage on his face asked the captain if he was sure about this, but his interlocutor noted that he had already stood up to Stefan, so he had potential. The hero wondered if he did become a mercenary, would it be easier to kill people? The captain was surprised by this and asked what kind of strange things he was asking him. Still, he can definitely say that there is no way to get used to it, of course. Killing is not normal unless you take into account someone like a pervert. So there is no need to get used to this. The guy thought that these were the right words. The old man continued to say that in the end, the most important thing is one's own life. And isn't that why they all work as mercenaries? Then he declared that he, in turn, should also continue to become stronger because not only people, but all creatures do this. All this is not because they want to do so, but in order to simply survive in this world. The captain added that if he understood everything, then he should rise immediately. The man with the scar on his face noted that although he was not thrilled with the idea, it was the leader's decision, so he would not object. He said that it was good and asked the guy his name, and he thought that he didn't want to live at the expense of other people's lives. But he has no choice but to live thanks to someone's death. He said that his name is Louis, but asked to just call him Louis. As a result, the guy must kill others to live. It was pouring rain outside, and the old man was asked if he had heard of the Soul Collector. Without a second's hesitation, he said that, of course, he remembers him. Even if he wanted to forget, he couldn't. It happened about a month ago. And then the man met him in a battle for territory. At that time, he was a fortress soldier under the command of Viscount Barra. At the same time, he knows perfectly well that this sounds obvious. But this man was a knight, an old man. He heard that the power they use is different from magic. He forgot what it was called, but after a few seconds he said that they were the chosen ones who could use the ether. As everyone can well know and understand, the very presence of a knight on the front line is a huge fear for soldiers. Still, ordinary warriors cannot even think about keeping up with the movements of a person who uses ether. With his ball, this man cut through ordinary soldiers as if they were butter, but he never retreated. And all this was because they knew that they were not the only ones who should run. So it happened that with them was the best knightly detachment of Viscount Beer, consisting of Lord Jackson and 8 knights. These were the Knights of the Ash Mist, and she had the only ones who could kill this monster, the strongest warriors. Knight Nell, Knight Jackson's assistant, stands out in particular. The soldiers were well aware of his great achievements in the territorial wars, so everyone had no doubt that the notorious Soul Collector would die on this battlefield. But all this happened only until the moment when they saw how the Knight Nell was cut in half. No one could have imagined or expected all this, even in their worst nightmares. So the battlefield was enveloped in silence. And at that very moment, the old man clearly heard what that man said. The knight said that he had accumulated enough life force, so he asked to borrow power from the god of war realm. As a result, sometime after this, something incredible happened. Because Viscount Burr was completely defeated by his soldiers, not holding out for even 30 seconds. After what the ordinary soldiers saw, they immediately avoided. But when they returned, they saw that the knight was looking at them all red from the blood. That same look from Louis seemed to say that this was not enough for him. And if the old man thought about it, it seemed like something strange. Suddenly his interlocutor interrupted him. The stranger wondered if it was correct to understand that all he had done was call out the name of the god before the battle began. And if there was anything else that was possible, he had eaten something. The man said he wasn't sure about it, and the man in the cloak asked again if it was true. Then he gave him some gold coins and said that he was grateful for the story. The old man smiled and thanked the gentleman for it. When they didn't get acquainted, the interlocutor was about to leave and said that he hadn't told him the name of this mercenary, but the man replied that he already knew everything. After all, this knight's name is Louis, but he is better known as a soul collector. It is only recently that he has gained wide popularity. The stranger thinks that right now he is celebrating, fully dressed, with his allies. Indeed, in one of these places, glasses were raised to victory. But while everyone was celebrating the victory, the main character sat alone at the table. He looked closely at the timer and thought that it was not enough, although there were already over 1,000 hours on it. But Louis, in turn, continued to insist that this was not enough and that he did not have enough life. It turns out that from now on, he will have enough for about a month and a half. That's how much he has left. But of course, there is a chance that this is better than living like he did in his previous life. And so it turns out that in the real world, the guy was destined to die in bed without the ability to do anything. Indeed, in South Korea, he would like to be born with a healthy body. And this scoundrel who calls himself God said that he would fulfill his wish. But after that, it so happened that he transferred him here to this damned medieval fantasy world. Louis thought God was just a scoundrel, and hadn't he read any other novels since he hadn't even given him a special advantage, but had given him a time limit? If a simple serf can give him a day of life, then in order to live for 6 months, the guy must kill about 180 people. Considering the time he would spend sleeping and traveling, you could add another 9 to that number, and it all sounds simply incredible. After all, this doesn't mean that he is the most brutal killer in this world. Suddenly the guy's thoughts were interrupted by some man who was sitting in front. He asked what kind of strange face this man had, and the hero asked if he was already drunk. The interlocutor responded that, of course, he doesn't know when he might die, so he should drink as much as he can. Lewis noted that this was true, but he thought that he knew. Suddenly, another man came up to them and shouted that it was true. Let him enjoy it while he could. The old man turned his attention to him and saw that it was the vice captain, the latter saying that a sad best fighter would destroy the atmosphere here. Someone from the outside noticed that he immediately raised this topic. Then he should tell them about the murder of those guys. His comrades supported him and asked how he did it. The vice captain became more serious and remarked to Lewis that he, too, had been wondering how he had killed them. After all, the scoundrels that these people were usually did not show up in such battles, especially Nell, who quickly reached the level of a master. The hero sadly noticed that they were probably talking about this and thought that they were talking about this battle again. Then he smiled and said that he was just lucky, because the rumors exaggerated their capabilities. He thought that they would not believe him in any case, even if he told them the truth. The interlocutor asked who else was lucky and noted that they were not fools here. Well, it turns out that 4 of their squad were killed by that scoundrel Nell, so he's definitely not someone who can be defeated by luck alone. And so the man asked what this man was hiding from them. The hero did not answer, and after that he began to think what to tell next. After that, he forcefully raised his hand and said that he was just joking, because they knew it was a joke. Now he would tell them the whole truth, so let them listen carefully. In general, it turns out that he risked his entire life, which he had. Everyone immediately became wary and asked if he was serious. Then they started throwing food and alcohol at the guy, and noticed that, of course, he was fighting, risking his life, because that's what they all do. But still, does he really have several lives or what? Suddenly a man came up and told the guys to leave him, because nothing would change if they found out about this. His name is Dave, and he is the captain of a squad called the Crusher. The man asked Lewis if he could steal him for a few seconds. The guy agreed and said that he was already on his way, but the others noticed that he should try to return before they finished all the beer. Lewis remarked that this was too mean, and where did the love for this man's ally go? The vice captain said what other love for an ally there was not such. The hero then turned around and immediately left the room. Then, Steve told one of the men to stop drinking and gather these kids from the knight's company. The interlocutor asked what else this meant and why. The man with the bandage on his face noticed that they had to work. The subordinates asked what they meant by work. The vice captain stated that this was so, as he was a little worried. And then the front door of one of the rooms opened and Lewis asked why the captain had called him. The old man smiled and said that he had done a great job, because he was the best fighter in the last battle. The man didn't know that such a newbie would be so amazing. It seems to him that he saw something in him then, grabbing him by the shoulder, heard him to sit down and these should not drink. The guy said that he can go himself and asked to let go. Dave started to say something about whether he remembered how he first came here. Lewis asked not to keep him waiting and just say it all. And I asked him if he had ever given up his job. The interlocutor poured alcohol and said that this was not so, but still they should celebrate first and then get down to business. After all, the old man thinks that at least he won't be able to do this. Then he handed over one of the glasses and said that they had received it recently, so it was quite good. The guy took it in his hands and began to drink it immediately, thanking him for it. The captain told Louis that he was grateful for what he had done, since Burr had actually given up on the battle. But despite all this, it does not mean that he is officially finished. Usually the battle should be properly ended when the Viscount pays compensation. Well, recently this man said that he wanted to meet their customer. The hero said that he wanted to take one more round before giving up. The captain said that he did, and he was sure that he did not want to pay the mercenaries as soldiers. Those he hired will not be paid, and he plans to kill them. Dave knows it is a beastly act, but it is what aristocrats always do. So he wants the guy to accompany Viscount Barra on a secret mission. Louis said that if he only needs an escort, it should be him. Dale said it was just for his part, and the man thought the boy's fame was enough to keep him proud, even if he was caught wandering around. Then the captain held out a package and told the hero to take it, because this was the address of the meeting place. He is sure that it will cost the guy nothing, but he will give him a decent reward, and he can also take his time, but the hero interrupted him and said that he will go right now. Finally, he smiled and said that he would think about the reward later, because the vice captain must be looking for him. Dave smiled and said that was good and that he should take care of himself. At night, the hero walked and thought that he was fighting in the field to live another day, but these scoundrels aristocrats send people to fight to save some money. After all, more than 10 years have passed since the guy came into this world, but he still hasn't gotten used to being careless about people's lives. Now I came to the place where the meeting was supposed to be, and thought that it was none of his business. Suddenly I saw a man behind one of the trees and asked if he was Viscount Burr. But behind me I saw another silhouette and asked what it was. It was interesting. Was it a trap? Because a large number of people were selected from different sides, so he said that he had bad memories. Judging by the clothes her boyfriend is holding in front of him, it must be a knight and Bera. Then, are they here to avenge their dead allies? Lewis began to take out his weapon and said that then it was fine, because knights gave him more time than ordinary people. Using his power, he wanted to say that now he would kill them all. But suddenly something happened to his body. Blood gushed from his mouth. The hero fell to the ground and began to spit out clots of blood, but did not understand what had suddenly happened to his body. This had never happened before, and it was definitely very strange. While wondering what it could be, the boy wanted no one to tell him that there was poison in the glass. The knights, after seeing the man fall to the ground, immediately rushed to attack. Louis thought that this was bad, because if there really was grass in the drinks, then he was not the only one in danger. His allies were too. That is why, despite everything, he immediately tried to rush into attack, but he was hit with a weapon. The protagonist felt that his opponents had pierced him with blades from both sides. After this, even more blood gushed out of the mouth and came out. Then the knights pulled their weapons out of Lewis's body, thinking that he had to hurry. The man, on the other hand, said that even if the guy was a great soul collector, he believed he had no immunity to the poison that neutralized the ether. Of course, this is good, because it is definitely worth it. The hero saw a familiar face and realized that it was the vice captain. There was another male acquaintance next to him who told the guy not to blame too much, because they are not doing this because they want to. The hero asked if the Viscount had really paid them to do this, and if they really needed to kill him and get money for his head. It was probably because of this that these scoundrels poisoned his drink, and if Captain Dave found out about it, it would be very bad for them. One of the men said he was a little embarrassed to say this, but the one who poisoned him was the captain. It was he who planned all of this and also ordered this murder. The main character was simply stunned by this and wondered why Dave had gotten this job at all. After all, they had been good allies all this time, and they also drank together and spent time. Soon Louis smiled and said that now he understood everything, because he was the one who thought so. Still, this is a damn medieval fantasy world, and the guy couldn't like it in any way. The opponent got closer and swung his weapon. The protagonist, in turn, put out his hand to reflect this sword, then turned to the system and said that he would pay 1,000 hours. He was informed that an automatic purchase had been made, and that only one realm blessing option was available for 1,000. The vice captain saw some kind of terrible force and asked what it was, what kind of power it was. It wasn't clear what was going on at all, because the guy was confident and handled the weapon calmly. He shouldn't be able to use ether. The system reported that realm's blessings were used as a battlefield power, reducing the person's pain. The hero wondered if it was true what the person had asked him recently. Then the skill was ready to be used in battle at 10 times the strength and 5 times the endurance. Louis said that this man thought he was kidding, but he was telling the truth. The system reported that accelerating the healing of wounds does not heal completely. Also, all the ether is replaced by the divine power of the god of war. At last time was written off entirely, and the hero crushed the sword in his hands and then said that he was risking his life. The computer reported that there was a warning that the hero had 15 seconds left to live. After the mercenaries saw the guy's serious face, they immediately said to attack together, because Louis didn't even have a weapon. The hero only smiled because of this and asked how there was no weapon. Was he sure about that? Now the system, in turn, informed the guys that he had entered into the will of the god of war. While Realm's blessing is activated, he can use his weapon. It was said that the guy chose the Realm combat dagger, and the price for it was 4 lives per second. The count continued, and the guy literally had a few seconds left to live, but he grabbed the weapon. Steve was amazed and asked what kind of incredible sword this was. It was completely unclear how a person could do all this. The main character cut all the people in a split second, and he only had a second left, then asked to be allowed to ask only one thing. It was interesting to see what kind of person he was for the mercenaries. The man was already cut and noticed that he was asking such emotional questions. But did he really expect them to become one family with him? At the last moment, Louis finished them off, and his time count increased to 507 hours and 57 minutes. The system then reported what was happening with the restoration of Ram's combat dagger, and it was soon deactivated. Also, physical overload temporarily limits the guy's abilities. Due to using this skill, blood gushed from his mouth after deactivating. After a while, Louis said that it was a stupid thing he got from the god of war, but it helped him enough that he wouldn't die. Now there were only thoughts. Could it be that all the mercenaries before him had betrayed him? Although this was probably impossible. Still, it turns out that they have been allies for so long and at least one of them should be on his side. Louis, After some time, went to the place where the mercenaries lived and was amazed by what he saw there. A bright fire was burning in that place, and the hero asked who created it. The man who was nearby was still alive, and he asked what the guy was doing there. Now he should immediately run away from here because before him, he actually betrayed all his subordinates. On top of all this, he made a deal with beer, and before the man could finish speaking, someone cut him into pieces. It was Dave, and he said, who would have thought that the guy drank the poison neutralizing ether and was still able to defeat his subordinates and come back unharmed? It turns out that the captain underestimated Lewis, or overestimated those weaklings. The hero said that this man was a crazy scoundrel. It was completely unclear why he killed all his allies and whether his goal was not to kill the guy. The interlocutor asked what other allies. What was he even talking about, since today he had not killed a single one of his subordinates? And so, it turns out that he simply got rid of the obstacles, moving towards his goal. Lewis asked what other interference. What was he talking about since they had been fighting side by side for so long? Dave said that since it was just the two of them, he would reveal all these secrets to him. It turns out that not long before that he made a deal with Viscount Bear. The aristocrat, in turn, promised to grant him a title if he abandoned the army of these wretched mercenaries. But if the man let them go, they were destined to meet in the next territorial battle. The hero asked if that was why he decided to kill them. The interlocutor looked at the corpses and said that the guy quickly grasps all this. Since he also comes from the street, he should not trust anyone. In the end, the old man actually thought that the guy would probably do something stupid. The hero was stunned by this and asked if this was the whole reason. Then he got angry and immediately rushed to attack his so-called former captain. Dave then thrust his weapon forward and defended himself from the attack. Then the forces of both opponents began to use ether, and they attacked each other. Lewis rushed forward again and was ready to deliver the decisive blow with his sword. But the old man blocked it with the weapon in his hands. Then he rather sharply threw his opponent back several meters. The commander said he was going to give the guy a painless end, but apparently that wouldn't work. Using the airwaves, the old man said that Louis should not forget that he was one of the heroes who made a name for himself during the war that had happened 50 years ago. It is because of this that, based on experience and also skills, he is on a completely different level compared to this guy. So one should look closely at how this ability, which helped him earn the nickname Lumberjack. She has the ability to carry absolutely everything within a radius of 20 meters around, like trees, and as soon as he wanted to say her name, he was cut in half by the main character. The old man was shocked a few moments later when he realized that he had been cut open and blood was pouring out of his mouth. Afterwards, he asked how this guy even managed to use ether, although it was expected, because he was right about her potential when he first saw her. After a short fight, the hero remained in place and looked at the building in which the mercenaries were, as well as at the bodies of his comrades who had doused him. He recalled that he spent 2 whole years with Dave's team of mercenaries. It took the same amount of time as before, when he spent this time in the hospital waiting for his death. In his previous life, for 2 whole years he simply waited alone for death. But after several years in this world, he is the only one left alive. Of course, nothing lasts forever, and the boy knew that one day would come when he would leave this group of mercenaries. The guy buried all your comrades and began to leave, and at the same time he realized that this moment had come earlier than expected. And now the average life expectancy is about 80 years. This will happen if all conditions are met, but 3 minutes is the time a person can live without air. Next, we have 3 whole days when the body of a healthy person can go without water. And 3 weeks is the time you can live without food at all. And the last one is a counter that exists only for the hero. And this is the time he can live without killing people. In order to survive, in the end, he must kill. For such a life, all he needs is eternal war. The bald man said that this is not so, because all he needs to live is money. And this is because he now has a long-term debt of 8,600 gold coins hanging on him. The guy did not understand what was happening and got angry, so he shouted that he had never borrowed money in his life. It was unclear what he was talking about since no one had ever lent him money. The interlocutor asked him how he had never borrowed money, whether he really thought so. The very building that was rented by a group of mercenaries just yesterday burned down in the evening. Louis said he understood what the man was getting at, but why should he pay for it? The man held out a piece of paper and said he looked at it. This is where those who join the mercenaries sign a joint guarantee liability, meaning the guy is responsible for paying for damages. The hero shouted at him to stop trying to cheat him, because he had never signed anything like that, the man asked. What kind of cheating? Couldn't he see his signature? Then he handed over the document, but the fox saw his signature and asked how that was possible. After that, he remembered how one day Dave approached him and asked him to sign this. The hero then began to sign and asked what it was. The captain replied that it was an application to join the mercenaries. I remember all this. The guy was angry and said he didn't know that was in the contract. The man noted that he should have read it more carefully before signing. Lewis said that it was bad because it was a scam and he didn't even have any money, so what were they going to do if he didn't pay? After these words, several swords appeared right next to his neck and men approached. The interlocutor asked whether he had just asked what would happen if he did not pay the debt. If so, the first thing he will do is lose his status as a mercenary, and he will not have the opportunity to obtain this status in their country or anywhere else. Secondly, a reward will be put on his head, and so mercenaries from all over the world will hunt him. The man noted that he, of course, was not sure whether he was a guy or not, but wizards paid a tidy sum for the organs of knights who used ether, so the decision in this situation remains. With Louis Delos, the interlocutor gives him 1 minute to think it over. The hero noted that if we are talking about a minute, then that would be quite enough. He stated that if he decided to fight them, he was ready to bet that he would definitely kill at least half of them, after which he asked them to stop demonstrating their strength and put away their swords. You shouldn't make him angry so that he doesn't kill everyone here, the interlocutor told him to behave calmly. He just explained what could happen in the worst case. But doesn't the guy think that they could solve this more in the style of a mercenary? Namely, by earning money while fighting for their own lives? This morning they received a request from Viscount Bear, and he promised a huge reward. It is about fighting illegal armed forces in the Black Forest. They belong to the Viscount. The man sent 2 squads, but they were all defeated. Lewis said that recently he was his enemy, and now he will become his employer. I thought about what was said about the armed forces, and this implies a fight with a group. The amount is exorbitant, and one can take into account the recent losses in the territorial war. Also, the compensation paid, probably the Viscount should not have much money left. The man said that if he cannot fulfill this, he will return it. Lewis asked who said that because he just needed a second to think. He left, and the man shouted that he warned him to come and report every 3 days. If this is not done, they will report his death and a reward will be assigned. I thought that I was able to solve this problem, but why does it feel like I forgot something? Then I remembered what I had recently forgotten. Isn't the Black Forest the place where demonic beasts appear? The hero began to fight these monsters and said that this bald bastard should have warned him about this. Of course, Lewis knew very well that there were various monsters in this fantasy world, but this was the first time he saw them with his own eyes. If they are considered living beings, then does it increase his time? And decided that I should try it with the system. And then he saw that each of them gave him 60 hours. But wasn't that better than even killing people then? Louis still remembers the first time he killed. It still sticks in his mind as if it happened yesterday. This is precisely the figure of this man, who was absurdly easily cut through by the ether. It's just that he was no longer a guy named Min Hyuk and a citizen of South Korea, but now Louis, who lives in a fantasy world. Eventually, he came to the realization that in order to live, he was forced to constantly kill living beings. He had constant thoughts about this, and it was quite difficult and also scary, thinking that he should continue doing this and thinking that he had become like a common thief. There were also concerns that he, too, had begun to think of human life as a resource, yet being alive gave him an exciting sense of relief. Moreover, it is not even surprising that this feeling does not last more than 2 weeks. For a person with such a cursed fate, a feeling of guilt would not help at all. And right now, while he is fighting these demons, he remembered what he had almost forgotten. After all, it turns out that this is not at all how he wanted to live, but this is only happening because he does not want to die. Lewis wondered if demonic creatures were always like this, because they didn't give him much time, and there were many of them in this world too. So now, there is a good chance that maybe he too can live without killing people. But once he's done that job, should he just become a monster hunter? Suddenly, a stranger came up and said that a monster hunter is something else, because he doesn't even understand what he's talking about. It turns out that this mercenary, after all, barely made it to the forest, really thinks that anyone can become a monster hunter. The hero replied that he wouldn't know until he tried it and asked who he was anyway. The man smiled and said that if it was him, he was a monster hunter who lived in this forest. Speaking of demonic creatures, it can be said that 50 years ago they appeared all over the continent, and no one knew where it all came from. There was also a question that there are many different types of demonic creatures, but most of them show aggressive behavior towards humans. Among them are high-ranking monsters, comparable to knights or even able to surpass their efforts. Some of them have special abilities, and those who hunt these creatures are called monster hunters. The stranger then came down and remarked that the boy should know that there were several rules among them. But the first thing is that you shouldn't hunt on someone else's territory. no matter how low level the demon is. Today this guy is generous, so he asks him, but if it were another hunter, then everything would be difficult. Lewis interrupted him and said that he could take them. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise, and the hero said that he was definitely interested in hunting demonic creatures. But besides all this, he doesn't even need the loot after them. He also has questions, and does this man know anything about the illegal armed forces in this forest? The interlocutor said that if we are talking about illegal armed people there, we are talking about monster hunters. It turns out that it is the Viscount who continues to call them that. Louis said that everything was clear to him now, and it seemed he should take his words back. The stranger asked what he was talking about. Let him say it in such a way that he could also understand. The guy didn't say anything in response to this, and immediately rushed to attack his opponent. At the same time, he stated that he had no other feelings, and he was doing this only because he had to. As strange as it may seem, the opponent easily stopped Louis' sword. He then smiled brightly and said that this man looked like a mercenary. But he was all alone. Hadn't he heard of other groups that tried and failed? Still, this kid needs to gain strength first. The hero didn't understand how this scoundrel was holding his sword despite the ether. The interlocutor smiled and said that he liked the spirit of this guy. But during the Holy War, there were many talents like him. Lewis realized that the conversation was about your war again, and he didn't even know what it was like. But it is still extremely clear that there is nothing that a person cannot cope with. After that, the guy made his lunge, and suddenly, looking at his sword, he thought, "What the hell is this?" Because his weapon, reinforced with ether, was broken. He immediately turned his head towards his opponent because he realized that he was about to be attacked. Indeed, the man immediately rushed towards him and hit him quite hard. Because of this, the guy I wanted flew away a very long distance. When he landed, his body hit a rock that was there and broke it. And because of the injury he received afterwards, blood gushed from his mouth. But the stranger had no intention of stopping and immediately rushed after him. Lewis realized that the situation looked pretty bad and immediately pulled out his weapon. But before he could do this, the demon hunter immediately hit him in the stomach again. Due to the blast wave that flew off the guy's bodies, the stones on the other side split into pieces. The main character himself continued to stand on his feet, and it was clear that he had filmed it. It was flowing near the collision of their bodies. The stranger said that it was really funny, and he thought that the guy would show his spirit until the end, so he was really starting to like it. Although if you think about it, he really didn't want to go that far, because he was too excited. Louis's body fell to the ground, and the man wondered what he should do. If he just left him here, he would definitely be eaten by these demonic creatures. Suddenly, I noticed my hand and saw that there was blood flowing there. So he smiled and remarked, "Is it too early?" And he probably got it while fighting this guy. Then he smiled again and said that he seemed to have found a rather interesting person. It turns out that the main character hated this world with all his heart, because it is a place where he is forced to kill in order to survive. And so, after the end of the territorial war, he wandered around this entire place in search of survivors in order to prolong his life a little. But if it is possible, then he certainly would not want to kill the innocent. Suddenly, the hero heard a voice that said that he is no longer so funny when he lies. The guy asked if it was Dave, and the guy said that even if they were half dead, a fallen soldier wasn't still a living person. The end result of this whole situation is that Louis Delassie is simply lying to himself, and he should take a look at himself. After all, does he really have the face of a person who truly hates all this? A few moments later, the guy woke up and realized that it was just a dream. In front of him, he saw people who were looking at him and saying that he had woken up. Louis immediately stood up and asked what was going on and where he was. The interlocutor shouted at him to stop shouting because he was too loud. Earlier, the guy grabbed his chest, and then the interlocutor said that his wound had opened. The hero remembered that this man hit him, and after that he lost consciousness. The subordinate asked the boss how badly he beat him. Louis said, "The investigation of this man is called the chief, which means he must be in charge." The man asked, "Didn't he tell him this before?" He introduced himself and stated that his name was Jason, and that he was responsible for all the monster hunters here. Next, he said welcome to the city of monster hunters, and it had already been 3 days since he arrived here. He didn't think the guy would pass out. She had been gone for so long. Louis asked if it had really been 3 days. Then he remembered the words of his employer, who said that he was warning him that he had to come here every 3 days, otherwise a reward would be assigned for his death. Realizing what had happened, the hero realized that he was deep in a bad place. Then he introduced himself and said that his name was Louis Delassie, and that he was a mercenary, and his interlocutor asked him in what sense he was a mercenary. Then a man came up and asked the leader if this guy was one of them. Jason said that it was, and he almost forgot. It turns out that this man didn't even know about their existence until he tried to complete this task alone. The crowd of onlookers immediately broke into smiles and said, Has this guy really plucked up his courage? The hero thought it was really bad because he had nothing to say because he was beaten by a single man. Looking at the amount of time, Lewis thought that if he focused on killing the weakest and recharged himself enough to gain the power of the god of war, he would do something. He will be able to kill Jason, but it is unclear how to do this, since the hero does not even know whether the task can be extended forward. If he tries to take revenge, he will be branded a traitor in the mercenary guild and forced to leave. The interlocutor at the same time noted that it seems he has problems in life. Before, he said that he wanted to become a monster hunter when his job was done, so about that, does he want to become like them now? Lewis noted that it had only been a few days since he had beaten him up and knocked him out, and now he wanted him to join them. It was unclear what the sudden act of kindness was about. Jason asked who was going to let him live for free. In order to live here, he had to pay back somehow, so let him hunt demonic creatures. These monsters are in high demand. Their meat can be used to prepare various dishes. Other parts are useful for decoration. Well, or material for magical research, Lewis thought that these creatures give him a lot of life force, so he can kill two birds with one stone. The boss noticed the guy's confidence and said that he seemed interested, which was great. They should give him an entrance test. In the western part of the forest lived the stone monkey demons. Even though Louis lost to him during the battle, he should still be able to learn at least one of them. The hero noticed the leaflet and thought that it should be easy. The man said that their skin is used to make various things, so don't let it hurt her. Lewis said he understood everything and thought it would be a great morning exercise. He would go and catch one of them. After some time when he arrived there, he was stunned and asked why they didn't tell him. It turns out that these creatures are 4 meters tall and also live in groups. One of the monsters became very interested in the new opponent and was preparing to eat him. Louis compared his portrait with what was drawn and thought, "What kind of idiot did this?" Soon, a battle began between the demonic creatures and man. The hero strengthened his sword with ether and tried to fight them, but they pushed him away. I immediately wondered if this is what those people meant when they said it was difficult. The giant monkeys he fights can apparently regenerate. The guy looked at one of them and thought it was a monkey or something, although he didn't care anymore. The demonic creature immediately rushed to attack, and Louis said that in games like this, in order to catch such a monster with an unusual ability, you need to do something. Then he rushed rather sharply towards this creature and cut it into several pieces. The secret to winning this fight was to get rid of it in one blow so that the body would not regenerate. But after this, it was necessary to deal with the others in the same way, and they would be more submissive than the guy thought. Still, at this rate, making money and increasing life expectancy will be as easy as pie. After a while, Lewis returned to the base and the chief took him into account, saying that's why he can't make money. The guy said that he caught 3, so it's not clear what the problem is. Jason told him to think about how he was going to sell their skins if they were all covered in marks and no one would buy such skins. Stone monkeys lose their ability to regenerate, and when their heads are cut off, if their body is damaged, they must wait until it is restored. And then aim at the face and knock the monkey out? Lewis said it wasn't just about hunting, it was about the hunter's approach and mindset. He thought it would take him some time to get used to it. The leader said that tomorrow the boy would learn from David how to hunt monsters, and if he was not good at it, he would be thrown out. After 2 weeks, several heads of large monkeys flew off their shoulders. Jason was amazed and said that this was great because the hero caught 2. Eventually, Lewis slowly but surely adapted to the place. The butcher said that the guy was pretty good at cutting up, but the man from the outside asked if he had ever done this, whether he was the same or not. The cook brought over a plate of some food and noticed that it was a stew made from the monster the boy had caught. Lewis looked there uncertainly at first because there was something strange there, and then he started drinking it anyway, and the man told him not to be too surprised. The protagonist felt that it was simply disgusting and thought that she would now come back. So there were still things that were impossible to get used to. The man said that it must have been delicious, and then there would be stew on today's menu. Even so, it turned out that Lewis adapted to what happens every day. The cook looked at the people who ate his food and said, "How could this happen?" But the guy thought that he couldn't die alone. On top of all this, he no longer checks the timer with the time. The leader of the group asked his subordinates what they thought of him. David said he thought he was okay, but despite that, he still doesn't talk about his past. Jason asked if the other man remembered when the man first came, since he hadn't eaten anything they offered him. The subordinates noticed that this was true, because Nicholas's food was comparable to poison. But the guy just thought that he couldn't trust them, and they remember it very well. The leader then asked the new guy if he really thought there was poison here. Then he asked, "When he wounded yours, what made him so suspicious?" Let him look at him after all. He eats everything, so there is no need to worry about it. But even if you remember all this, it was not all. After all, at the same time when all the Merlot hunters were sleeping, the guy was watching them. That bastard Luis actually slept with his ball in his hands at first. To tell the truth, this made David very nervous, but with the exception of these countries, Nastia, the newcomer behaved normally. Still, he is believed to have had trust issues, and no one thinks he is a spy. The subordinate told the chief that something strange was going on because they were losing contact with the steel posts in the forest. The chief said that he thought they needed someone to check on them. So he turned to Louis and said that instead of hunting, he should go to Jones's base today. The guy asked if this was another hunter settlement besides this place. Jason said of course that was true. Did he really think they could patrol the entire forest themselves if he went east right now? That would be their base. So he said, let him go check if the people there are alive. The hero went and thought that this was the first day since he came to this world when he felt calm. Besides, he no longer has nightmares and has nothing to worry about either. Lewis also made sure that this peace lasted like this forever. But in reality, the world turns out to be not as simple as one might think at first glance. Soon the guy saw the corpses of people and realized that, judging by their clothes, they were monster hunters. There were knife marks visible on the bodies, meaning there was no monster attack. Most likely, it was done by a person, and in particular, someone who is skilled in fencing. While Lewis was thinking about this, he suddenly heard some strange noise from the side and immediately turned his attention there. There was a girl there who was in tears and out of breath, so I asked who she was. In front of her, she saw an ominous silhouette holding a weapon in his hands and immediately fell to the ground. Lewis looked at her and noticed that this outfit looked like the one she was wearing at Jones's base. If so, then that's just great, because he was looking for a way there. The little girl immediately started crying even more and asked to stop all this, because it was not clear what they had done wrong. Probably it wasn't enough to disturb them, and they even brought knights, as well as mercenaries, so why do it then? At that very moment, several men approached from the side and noticed where this girl had disappeared to. It turns out that her little legs must have been pretty tired of running, one of the crowd asked. Who is this person next to her? His face looks pretty familiar, and another guy came up and asked if this was the guy with the bounty on him. As the leaflet said, this is the soul collector Lewis. He is quite famous for his bathing of dead bodies after battles. The man heard that after eliminating the members of this guy's mercenary group, he stole money from the guild and ran away. But who would have thought that this man would meet him right here? Then the hero asked if he had said everything. The interlocutor noted that he actually wanted to ask something else. Then he extended his weapon towards the guy and asked him if he wanted to write a will. The comrade laughed and said, with you I just killed them. And another one noted that taking on the request for cleanup and finding the fugitive is just a lucky day. Louis asked these guys if they had never intimidated anyone. There was something they had to do before trying to intimidate anyone. After that, he rushed into the attack and immediately killed those mercenaries who stood in his way, then said that they should have assessed the enemy's capabilities first of all. When these people fell to the ground, he immediately headed in the other direction. One of the mercenaries, who was standing to the side, grabbed the girl and, threatening her with a weapon, told the guy not to move. After all, if he comes closer, he will cut the neck of this scoundrel. Does he think he will dare to do this? The main character, in turn, said nothing, and simply threw his weapon one towards his opponent and knocked him out. At the same time, I asked him if he hadn't just said a few seconds ago that these threats looked funny. To the rest of those who were still alive, he noted that if they wanted to live, they should run away right now. The little girl then ran up to him and asked if she was right in thinking that he was not on the side of these people. If Odaptana, with tears in her eyes, begs for help, these mercenaries, as well as Bera's army, attacked their city. Lewis agreed to help, and after some time they arrived at the city. But there was only a mountain of corpses, and so the girl said that everything was bad because it was too late. Then she fell to the ground and said that they were all really very good people. The main character, in turn, was truly amazed because he thought that he was seeing in front of him. Let's say that quite a large number of bodies were chopped up, as well as traces of strong ether. The entire area around this place was simply destroyed. This was definitely the ability he almost saw recently. When the hero fought with David, he told him that the guy should not forget, because he is one of the heroes who made a name for himself in the Holy War. Based on experience and also skills, he is on a completely different level compared to this guy. He then asked to watch this ability closely. The machine helped him earn the nickname Lumberjack. She is capable of demolishing absolutely everything within a radius of 20 meters around, like trees, and this ability is called a typhoon. In the eastern lands of Viscount Bear, in the Black Forest, screams were heard at a hunting post. There were quite a large number of corpses, as well as people who were trying to escape. A man saw a man and said that crawling like a worm suited him very well, and the other man asked him if he thought he could escape with it. If Jason found out, it would be very bad for them. But before the man could finish speaking, he was cut into pieces. The knight stated that he didn't care if it was Jason or anyone else because he didn't even want to hear about it, because they just kill everyone who goes against the Viscount. The subordinates turned to Captain Marco and said that they had a report from scouts in the west. They said that a city was located inside the forest. There was a battle with someone who calls himself a soul collector. The captain asked if Lewis was there and laughed. Then he stood up proudly and declared that things would be much better then. After all, if we talk about this person, then he must see him at least once. Lewis returned to the city and told everything, the leader asked. It turns out that Burr sent another army to get rid of them. The hero said that he thought the number of opponents was different this time, since the Viscount himself had recently hired many mercenaries for the battle. They had already lost, but since the battle was over, they used everything they had left for one last attack. Jason said that they had been attacked by large armies before, but none had been large enough to take over the base. This gives an input on how they are going to play. The man thinks that he should capture them all alive and then kick Viscount Baru's ass. Louis asked if they weren't going to kill them, and the leader looked at him in surprise. At the same time, he asked why this monster hunter would kill people. It could happen by accident, but it certainly wouldn't be a murder. The guy said that it was true, but in any case they should be careful, because there are really strong mercenaries among them. And if this is the same person you think it is, then it will be quite a difficult battle. Jason said he understood everything, and then asked if it was true that it was his girlfriend and they were going to split up to prepare for battle. The girl noticed that she had never fought while she was in Mr. Jones's position. The leader smiled and noted that the role did not always have to be about fighting and there was no need to worry. They do, however, have one suitable place for her. A crowd of mercenaries, as well as knights, sacked the city, and the main character and the girl sat by the fire. I still wonder if being a decoy to attract attention outside the city is the ideal role for her. Captain Marco asked his subordinates if they were trying to lure them with bait by starting a fire at the post, as it was obvious that they would immediately get closer. One of the mercenaries walked up to Louis and kicked him, asking where the others were. Just a moment later, his leg was cut off and he asked what it was. Immediately after that, he fell to the ground and screamed very loudly in pain. The hero told Jessica that she had done her job well and that she should now go and hide inside the base. And he, in turn, will remove these scoundrels who came here. The mercenaries were amazed and shouted that he was all alone, so they should take him. Lewis wondered if they still didn't understand, since they had been trapped for a long time. After this, the opponents immediately began to fall down, because the ground was sinking. Those who had not yet fallen into the pit were shouting that they should watch where they were standing, that there couldn't just be one pit here. The man who did not fall down turned his attention to the side, and there were terrible sounds. A huge tree pole was tied to ropes, and they were pushed down. A group of several people ran to the side, and the leader said that they should go this way, because everything is fine here. But it turned out that this was not the best path for them, because there was another trap there. Jason walked up there and asked if the soldiers in their day were really that stupid. He thought it would be a lot harder, but they were walking right into their traps. Suddenly, the leader of the hunters noticed a knight standing on the other side, ready to attack. The man said he had a two-handed axe, which meant he was probably the strongest knight Louis had warned about. The captain shouted to his subordinates not to cut the ropes and to get out. But the man beat them and said that he was warning them not to listen to him. Just because they do all this, they will immediately fall straight into the pit. Jason yelled at Lewis to come here, because this was the man he was talking to. Marco asked if the soul collector was really here. The hero, in turn, was already flying from above and was ready to finish off this man. He then rushed into the attack, but his opponent was still able to defend himself with his weapon. After what happened, Louis thought he was really different. The opponents continued their battles, and each of them used ether. The guy thought that his opponent also uses it, and his fighting style also uses an axe. It was all really quite similar to how he had fought Dave just recently. Although all this in truth is not true, because this person is a little faster. Louis asked if he was right in thinking it wasn't Dave. Marco was surprised by this and asked what he was saying. He couldn't understand how this man dared to pronounce this name right in front of him. The guy still didn't understand whether it was him or not. While they were not fighting on the other side, a demonic creature of enormous size approached. It started screaming quite loudly, and then turned its attention to the people below. They asked what this was and why the demonic creature suddenly appeared here. The hero thought that the path to the soldier who was preparing the trap was blocked by monsters. It's amazing, of course, but they don't use not only ambushes but also the environment. Is this how monster hunters fight? Jason shouted at his subordinates to stop because they had to catch them alive and the monsters were here, so they had to fight them first. Lewis was shocked because he realized that his guesses were definitely wrong. The hunters immediately began to shout that the animals were being attacked, and they really were attacking their houses. First, they were ordered to return to base and then line up, because they just had to calmly fight back. The battle between the knight and the main character continued, and they were attacked by a huge gorilla. The leader said that the monsters from that side were also attacking and shouted at Lewis to dodge. Still, now is not the best time for them to fight together. The demonic monster continued to scream louder and louder and attacked them. The opponents, in turn, shouted at him to shut up and got angry at him. And then, using a joint attack, they hit the monster from several directions. One of the demonic monkeys took a pretty strong hit, so she immediately fell powerlessly to the ground, and Jason attacked her. Soon he went down to see what was happening next. He asked if even the stone monkeys had come here to fight, since they usually didn't come out of the forest. The rest of the hunters immediately shouted that the walls were collapsing and they had to prevent the monsters from approaching. Wolves began to break through to them, intending to kill absolutely everyone here. The hunters shouted that these were wolf-like animals, but it was completely unclear what the Highland monsters were doing in such a place. The people were shouting that they should retreat because this was not something they could handle. The leader saw what was happening and said it was bad. It is not clear why, but all this happened right in the center of the forest. The knights were also amazed by this and said that they were worried because it was not clear what was going on. A huge demonic gorilla was about to attack Marco and he noticed it. But suddenly the main character appeared who, with the help of his weapon, easily defeated this creature. When he landed on the ground, he said that he thought they should team up and then the guy would tell him something. It turns out that the stone monkeys continue to train until their heads are cut off, so stop doing pointless things and aiming for faces. The knight in armor said that even if the guy hadn't told him this, he would have done it. Lewis responded by noting that he believed it. He then stated that the animals were advancing and it was clear that there were more and more of them. Then the hero told his opponent not to die because he still had business with him. After that, he rushed to attack the evil monsters and his interlocutor asked what he meant by don't die. Then he used divine power and said that, of course, he would not die. Still, if someone dies here, it will definitely be the guy and not him. The hero noticed how the knight he had just spoken to used his power in large quantities. After this, he suddenly rushed into the attack and began to cut off the heads of the huge monsters in front of him. They immediately fell to the ground, and Marco said that his opponent was right. It turns out that demonic creatures really don't regenerate if he cuts off their heads in principle, just like the guy. The hero, in turn, rather abruptly rushed into an attack on his opponent. Because of this attack, the helmet of the knight in front of him flew off. Louis then said that this would be his first and last warning, because if this man attacked him from behind, he would definitely be a corpse. The helmet fell down, but the man said that it was unexpected because the famous soul collector was threatening him. The main characters looked at the man who was hiding under the mask and realized that it was not Dave. And he knew it too. The interlocutor asked to allow him to ask something. He asked whether his father had told him anything about him or not. The hero asked what father. The man stated that he had heard correctly because he was Marco, the son of Dave, the same man that this guy had killed not long ago. Lewis was amazed and wondered if this old man really had a son, and then asked if he wanted to avenge his dad. Marco smiled and said, "What other revenge? Of course not." He was just very grateful that the soul collector took care of such scum as him. It seemed that the man hadn't mentioned it even to the group of mercenaries he treated like family. One of the mercenaries was standing to the side and suddenly some strange noise was heard from underground. He asked what it was because the sound was coming from right below. Suddenly, at quite a large distance, the ground began to rise up, and people flew apart. Right from below, some rather strange monster appeared, similar to a snake or a huge worm. People asked what kind of monster appeared this time. One of the mercenaries was in a critical situation and tried to ask at least someone to help him. Jason immediately rushed to help and struck the creature with his power. The old man looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked who else this was. He noticed that this hunter asked why he saved him, because he was an enemy. Jason said that if he had a lucky break, then let him help save his comrades. It turns out that in this place there really is nowhere to retreat and now is not the time to choose sides, but it is better to let them save whoever they can. Louis screamed. Has the leader gone crazy because they are their enemies, and they won't even be of any use to them if they save them? The man yelled at the boy not to judge them by their usefulness, because they don't need a reason to save someone. The heroes did not expect to hear such an answer, and because of it, he was truly shocked. After that, I calmly exhaled and thought that, of course, this makes sense. If the hunter says that they must save these people, then perhaps this is called morality in his homeworld. But now, in this world he found himself in, it calls itself the honor of a knight. Although the main character, in turn, has never seen this actually being observed in this life or the past. Jason, in truth, is the first real knight the boy has ever seen in this world. While Louis was thinking about this, his opponent came up and said that all this was just nonsense. This guy's boss really doesn't know how to use people. It's unclear why the strong should sacrifice themselves to save the weak. Let him look at those people who are now fighting monsters. If they actually do the favor and pull them out, they won't be able to stand up to even one or two monsters. And it is precisely at such moments that the strong must take care of solving the problem in order to reduce losses. The main character shouted with you? He waited. Because if he uses this skill here, then everything will be bad. In addition to all this, the comrades with whom he came would also suffer and die. The interlocutor smiled slyly at this and said that he knew this. I noticed that he had told him before that this was definitely the solution that would save the majority. When the man was already taking off to use his famous skill, the hero began to stop him. Their power, which was enhanced by the ether, began to fight with each other. The hero turned to him and remarked that this scoundrel really didn't care whether his comrades died or not. The knight asked what Louis was talking about now, since he had never tried to kill his comrades. They are still just tools and should be good for at least that. There is no need to worry because it is not worth their lives. The man wondered why Louis suddenly began to empathize with them after he cut people down like grass on the battlefield. On top of all this, he even killed his comrades, and then asked if the guy was a master at killing people. The protagonist then looked down and said that his interlocutor was indeed right. If it's about saving the people who came here to kill him, then he doesn't know about Jason. But he won't do it. In the end, it turns out that, as Marco said, Louis is a master at killing people. Then he thanked him and said that now he figured out what he had to do. His job remained that he had to kill such scoundrels as his interlocutor. The hero cut his opponent, and after he felt it, you immediately shouted that he was a scoundrel. The guy noticed the timer and saw that it said 940 hours. Compared to Dave, this man is complete trash, but he's still a knight, so the guy will get at least 60 hours from him. Louis said that there was nothing personal about it, because the opponent's life would serve a good purpose. And immediately after that, he took his blade into his chest with his head and blood gushed out from there. After the guy pulled him out, he immediately thought, is he still not dead? Because of this, he felt like he needed to deliver another critical blow. But suddenly, some strange noise began to be heard in the area again, and the earth began to shake. After this, a huge monster appeared, which looked like a wolf and was also red in color. The monster began to roar quite loudly, and it deafened everyone around. Compared to this demonic monster, people simply seemed like small bugs. The protagonist looked at him and immediately asked what this absurdly giant monster was right in front of them. Jason noticed and shouted that it was a monster called the owner of the mountain, the Red Bear. It turns out that he just got out of the mountain, and it's unclear what's going on. Louis heard some noise nearby and immediately paid attention. But I was literally shocked when I saw what happened, because it was a blow. And it was Marco who hit him, who was still alive but for some reason had a very large hand. The hero noticed him and thought that this was simply impossible. After all, this man's hand was cut off and his chest was pierced through, so it is not clear who he is, how he can still be alive. But even more incredible and creepy was what happened to his hand, because it looks exactly like the paw of a stone monkey. The man had some kind of flask in his teeth, which contained liquid. He drank it immediately and then threw it in the other direction. Then he had some kind of enormous power and he said like an ordinary mercenary, how dare this guy call him trash? The man's mind immediately flashed back to memories of being cut as a child. It was the father who struck with his axe and the boy fell. The old man said that he couldn't even block such a simple blow and what a fool he was. It turns out that he would have died long ago if this were a real fight. Marco grabbed his head and asked the man if he couldn't see that it was possible that he was about to smash his own son's head in. Dave stated that it was perfectly normal to get injured during training, so he shouldn't be a coward and get off his ass. Otherwise, he will simply die on the battlefield like some kind of pile of trash. After a while, Marco grew up and heard people whispering behind him that this must be the guy they called trash. If it is a knight from the Seven Hunters, then there is no need to rush because someone suspects that he is damn weak. Do people know that the reason the Viscount accepted him was because his father sold out all his fellow soldiers in exchange for patronage? But if this is really so, then the son must not have gone far from his own father. Soon the man was kneeling before Viscount Beer, who was scolding him. He asked Marco if it was true that all the senior knights looked like that because of him. The subordinates shouted that Bacon had asked him a question and that this vile scoundrel should be answered immediately. He asked what other scoundrel. Since most likely these were not just idiots, the knights asked what he was talking about. The man raised his head and asked what they, noble knights, had been doing all this time. Had they really been fighting and dying on the fields in the name of the Viscount? It was completely unclear how such weaklings could even judge him. The aristocrat said that the man spoke as if something would have changed if he had been there. Marco shouted that, of course this is all true, because he is many times more valuable than these guys. Because he really is strong and hasn't he proven how capable he is? The interlocutor asked if he really came here to confirm this and looked rather stupid. In the end, Dave's son really is a good warrior. So the aristocrat ordered that from now on, he would be responsible for this group. A little later, Bear said that he knew it was a little wrong to say such a thing after this man was appointed leader. But still, this place should have belonged to his father. Marco asked why he chose him then, and his interlocutor stated that there was more than one reason for this. But has he even heard the recent news because Dave is dead? The man was taken aback by this news and asked if he had been killed. The Viscount said that this was of course not confirmed yet, but the entire group was destroyed except for a soul collector named Louis. Marco immediately broke into a smile after that, and thought that he really made their task easier, because he killed not only the annoying mercenaries but also Dave. The aristocrat noticed that his subordinate was not at all saddened by the news of his father's death. The interlocutor noted that his dad said that if a person is not strong enough, he will disappear like trash, and in the end he turned out to be right, because this simply means that he is trash, and they in turn have no time at all to insult the death of the scum. Burr smiled and said that this was true. He then stated that, in that case, he should get straight to the point, and whether he saw that huge rock ahead of him. After all, it is she who is the symbol of the dark forest where demonic monsters appear, and lately he had to spend a lot of money. So he needs a reliable source of income, but there are annoying bandits living in the forest. Marco said that he understood everything and asked if he needed to eliminate everyone. The aristocrat declared that this was true, and then extended his hand with the flask in his hands and declared that he would grant him one thing as a blessing for success. The subordinate took it, and then, after examining it a little, asked what it was. The Viscount smiled and said that it was nothing special, just let him use it when he faced a strong opponent. This thing would certainly help him, and now the flask was completely empty. After Marco drank it, he acquired some strange power and rushed to attack. The main character saw that this was no longer the same person with whom he had fought before, but in any case, he blocked his blow from a rather strong hand. Because of this, a blast wave spread throughout the area, and the light from the use of power illuminated everything. Now the man was wondering where all the soul-collecting fervor he had before had gone. It turns out that he is only now blocking his blows and not attacking. Let him gather his courage and try to cut off his hand again. The opponent's blows became more and more powerful, and therefore the weapon could not withstand it. After one of these rather powerful blows, the hero even flew back some distance. Then he turned his attention forward because he didn't want to lose sight of his dangerous opponent. And he, in turn, jumped up quite high and was preparing to strike. The limb, which had been emitting a blue color all this time, turned red. Marco broke into a smile and told his opponent that he would not leave a single living spot on him. After this man landed on the ground, it flew into different pieces. Someone stopped the man's attack with their power, and he asked what the hell that was. There was a leader of a group of hunters there who used his power and remarked that he was sorry to interrupt them, but they had an emergency situation here too. So we hit our opponent pretty hard and he flew back very far. Lewis was breathing quite heavily and thanked the old man for his help, but noted that he could have handled him himself. The head said that this is not so, because there is definitely no need there. Then she turned around quite abruptly and hit the guy. The hero did not expect this and missed the blow. But the interlocutor immediately apologized to him. He also stated that he had simply crossed the line where a monster hunter could tolerate anything. The hunters were interested in where exactly the knights of Viscount Bear were now. It was said that they were just now on their way to the exit, and that Nicholas was carrying Louis. The subordinate asked the captain if the guy would be angry later when he found out what had happened, because perhaps he would be outraged. Jason said that may be true, but it was not something they could let outsiders decide, but rather a fate they had to face. Just imagine what will happen when this monster comes out. A terrible catastrophe will happen. People in the surrounding area asked where the rock disappeared and what was happening. The leader of the groups and hunters said that even if they died at this moment, it would buy enough time for the townspeople to escape. Half a century ago, the demon god Chaos invaded the continent with his army. When all the nations joined forces to oppose them, a war began which later became known as the Holy War. During the battles, they formed an alliance many times, and after that, they still managed to win. But due to the consequences of the Holy War, most species, with the exception of humans, began to die out. So it was from that moment on that unknown demonic creatures began to appear all over the continent. Emperor Troyson is the person who contributed the most to the Holy War. He ordered the aristocrats to take responsibility for the problems caused by the monsters. After this, many knights volunteered to take charge of the places where demonic monsters most often appeared. To be more precise, in this whole situation, they were forced to volunteer for this. One of the men, when this happened, asked to wait a little. It was Jason who noticed that they were saying the aristocrats would take responsibility, so why sacrifice the young knights then? Is this really what His Excellency the Emperor desires? After all, the man never answered the question Jason asked him. But the assistant who was standing nearby shouted, "How dare he address His Majesty like that? Is he then ready to take on this instead of them, if he speaks like that?" He remained silent at the high priest's cry, and from that day on he lived in that forest as a hunter. But in any case, he never regretted it for a day. And even if he dies today, he will still take the largest one with him. Moments after their leader's inspiring speech, the hunters immediately rushed to the attack. They were in no way inferior to the monsters in strength, although there were quite a large number of them. Jason saw it all perfectly and said that although he had expected this before, there were certainly too many of them to count. Of course, the man's main opponent was a huge bear that was in the distance. The leader thought that he actually felt a previously unknown powerful energy. It, in turn, shakes the entire forest and comes from the giant owner of the mountain. The wolves continued to break through, and there were more and more of them. Jason charged and felt the same energy from these monsters, although not as much as from the huge beast. Soon the opponents faced each other in a hellish duel. But for the demonic creatures, this turned out to be a rather bad idea, because most of them died after one blow. But the head did not stop for a second and immediately rushed further to the huge ones, saying that they were ahead. He used his energy, and after that his fist turned blue. The huge demonic creatures were mostly killed after this attack as well. Then Jason rushed up and realized that he was sure that there was a reason why all the animals were going crazy. And this is exactly the huge monster that he is now about to attack. Once again, the chief hunter charged his hand with energy and noticed that he had no idea what kind of energy was coming from this creature. But despite this, he is going to find out personally and then understand what it is. Immediately after these words, Jason delivered his deadly blow straight to the chest of a rather large creature. Because of this, the ribs that were sticking out in front were destroyed, and only the crystal remained there. The hunter noticed that he had it inside him, and then it was great, because he would break another one. But when the old man tried to do something that surprised him very much, and it all happened because a bright flash of light began to spread around the perimeter. And then, a few moments later, there was a huge explosion and a bright flash of light shot upward. Nicholas was amazed and asked what kind of explosion that was. Literally right away, he started asking if Captain Jason was okay. And that's when it happened. The main character finally opened his eyes. So he asked where he was and where this man was taking him anyway. The interlocutor put him down, and the guy grabbed his stomach and said that this old man was a scoundrel. It was unclear what this was all about. Nicholas asked Lewis if he was really awake already. The guy answered, why was he asking that? Did he really think that he would pass out again for 3 days? The interlocutor said that they did not have time to explain, so let him listen carefully. The huge monster that they saw earlier is called a red bear. The creature collects ether in a holy stone located right in its chest. But with such a size, it could be just a disaster. The captain said that they could not drag him into trouble and ordered them to get out of the forest. The hero was outraged and asked what the hell this man was talking about, because if it was dangerous, then he should fight him. They, in turn, are allies, so he asked Nicholas to listen, because he knows that it is difficult to believe. But even despite this, if the guy kills a few more demonic creatures, he will be able to do something. The old man looked down and asked Lewis to just evacuate the people outside the forest and warn the entire empire. In fact, it turns out that they have already prepared for this kind of situation. And at that moment, when he said this, part of his arm was cut off and blood splattered the guy's face. Lewis realized that the man was dead and immediately looked at who did it. And it was Marco, who was turning into a demonic beast? He laughed and said that from the guy's face it was clear that it was close. If it weren't for this man, he would have pierced him too. Although, of course, this is simply the fate of the weak, the value of their lives lies in being expendable material for the strong. Lewis was very angry about this and tried to reach out to Nicholas, who was coughing up blood. After that, he asked the guy to run away from here, because it turns out that at least he should survive here. The hero put his comrade on the ground and told his opponent that he had just said that the lives of the weak were expendable for the strong. Then he pulled out his weapon and said that he had indeed taken it before. In order to ease Nicholas's suffering, he immediately plunged the blade into him and thought that he would never forget his sacrifice. Marco laughed at this and said that he had just killed his comrade, but wouldn't it be better to worry about himself instead of giving peace to an ally? Lewis, in turn, asked to be allowed to clarify two things to this man. Then he took out the sword of the god of war and carried this creature noticed firstly that what he did to Nicholas was not so that he would rest in peace. And secondly, the guy definitely has no reason to worry about himself because he is a little different from his opponent. Marco realized that he had to be cut into pieces in a split second and at the last moment asked what it was. The guy said that your rival hated himself too much because he would use his fate better than he did. After a fairly strong blow, the opponent's body was cut into pieces, and there was a huge crater from the blast wave in front of him. Lewis said that it seems like Marco won't be able to recover after he cut off his head, of course. Not only his regeneration ability, but also the time gained is good. Still, in many aspects he is very similar to the stone monkeys, but can a person have the abilities of demonic monsters? Although this is absolutely not what the hero should be thinking about now, because the most important thing is to deal with that giant monster. After that, he looked again at his fallen comrade and thought about Nicholas, noting that it seemed he would have to be kept here for a little while longer. Then, continuing to use the sword of the god of war, he immediately rushed forward. It turns out that he got here only thanks to the sacrifice and life of his comrade, so it will never be established. The leader of the demonic beast hunter squad was fighting at the same time and was thrown back a short distance. Then he took a deep breath and said that now it was really close. But if you look at this huge red bear's hoe, then is this even possible? Even after the attacks on this creature, it was still alive and growling quite loudly. The captain shouted to his subordinates to all gather together, and then they would attack. The monster continued its forward movement, and then the people also rushed to attack its limbs. One of the men used the power of the ether and tried to hit quite hard. But when it was done, I didn't understand what it was, because for some reason the monster became so soft. Suddenly, when his hand was inside, a mouth appeared on the other side and tried to attack him. In addition to the heads that emerged from its body, spikes also appeared that could easily pierce people. Jason noticed all this and immediately shouted to his comrades to watch carefully, because this thing was turning into something. A few moments after he looked forward, you were simply stunned. The demonic creature's body began to swell, and some limbs that looked like worms crawled out of its limbs. The man wondered what the hell this was. The same strange creatures that appeared below began their attack on people in large numbers. The hunters were unable to deal with them, and so they were either sucked in or killed by the demons. Jason was amazed, because he remembered that this was the same phenomenon that he had seen during the Holy War. Then there is a high probability that it is the eerie aura that emanates from the center of this monster that is the reason for its unimaginable power. The captain rushed to attack and thought that there was no way they would be able to defeat this monster until this thing was definitely destroyed. The creatures that appeared below immediately attacked the man, but he tried to heal him from them. One of them even managed to scratch him a little, but the old man still killed her. Then even more of these monsters appeared, and they blocked the way further in large numbers. Jason was very angry about what was happening and immediately used his power to yell at him to leave him alone. Then, using his enormous strength which was concentrated in his hand, he easily cut off all these heads. The attack had such a strong destructive effect that it even damaged a large part of the red bear's body. After this, the captain prepared to attack the crystal, because he understood that there would be many more victims if he continued to hesitate. And when he attacked him, he intended to strike and kill him with this very blow. With his fist and his enormous strength, the man hit the target exactly. But literally a few moments later, he was shocked and said that this simply could not be. It turns out that the man put in all the power of the ether that he had in reserve. But even despite this, not a single cut occurred. Then Jason raised his head and saw that the creature had begun to regenerate. In order to continue to have access to this cross matter, he immediately grabbed the walls that came from different sides. Of course, he managed to do this with difficulty, but he thought that all this was really bad, because he could not put it off any longer. And so, having hit my head there quite hard, I decided that I had to make a decision immediately. Immediately, the man continued to hammer his target with his head, and because of this, he was bleeding. But in any case, the old man was not convinced by this, and he continued his furious attacks against his opponent. He did all this because he absolutely had to destroy this thing before the creature killed everyone here. At the same time, only headbutts remained due to the fact that the hands were busy maintaining regeneration. Jason kept trying to destroy it, but after several attempts he stopped and wondered if this was the end. Of course, the leader understood perfectly well that he was not at all afraid of death, even if he had to die here. But if it happens that they fall, then one cannot even imagine how many people this attack could affect. And then the old man's thoughts were interrupted by the main character, who appeared from the side and said that he heard a loud shot coming from here. The guy had a huge sword of the god of war in his hands, and he was preparing to attack. Then he said that it was thanks to this loud noise that he found the captain here. The man was amazed and asked Louis if it was really so unclear to him how this could happen. The main character, in turn, asked his interlocutor to hold on tight, because he was going to blow everything up here at once. After that, he took a fighting stance in the air, grabbed his weapon and said that he would change weapons, Rama. The system reported that a decision had been made to borrow Ram's two-handed sword, and that 12 hours of that man's life would be taken away every second. Jason looked at what was happening and was amazed and immediately thought, is there something wrong with his eyes? Because this force is definitely not ether. If we remember the Holy War, everything that happened there, we can say that this is the power of the god of war Raum. The hero continued to use this, and the hours of his life were taken away from him quite quickly. Literally, moments after what happened, the crystal that Jason could not destroy for quite a long time shattered into several pieces. But at the same time, not only was the crystal destroyed, but the entire demonic creature was cut into several pieces. After this attack, only a huge blast wave flew to the side and demolished everything that was in its path. After all, the trades in the air appeared only a part of the warmth from the monster that was ahead all this time. The hunters below were amazed and said that the body of the transformed monster was destroyed. But was it really Captain Jason who did all this? Then people started shouting with joy and saying that everything had ended this way, that they were saved. Louis was standing to the side with his interlocutor and was talking. He said that he wanted to ask only one thing, because the captain could have died if he had not come to save him at that time. At the same time, Louis cannot understand at all why he did something so reckless now. The correct judgment would probably be that he simply couldn't leave it to Viscount Beer. Jason smiled and said that he thought he was going to say something else. As a demonic monster hunter, he had to hunt them anyway, so why would he give something so big to another person? The main character also smiled in response to this and noted that it was true, yes. The man then asked why the boy had come here now, since he had told him that it was none of his business. The hero asked why it wasn't his business, because he didn't want to leave such a big monster to someone else. The timer added more than 1,000 hours, so it was definitely worth it. After he said that he couldn't just ignore it, being a demonic beast hunter, the other person was shocked and asked what he was saying. Then he broke into a bright smile and asked if he was really a hunter of demonic monsters because, with the skills he had, it was strange. After all, he destroyed a huge platform, left no pieces, and still calls himself a hunter. The guy noted that you then taught him so that this would not happen in the future. Jason said with a smile that this was good, and starting tomorrow he would give him the appropriate training. In addition to all this, he will count on him. But suddenly, he looked at the guy and saw that he began to fall. Louis immediately lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. The chief asked him if he was okay at all. The guy, in turn, spoke rather heavily and noted that he was not okay at all. I thought it was really bad, because that's what happens when the God of War buff wears off. But it was completely unclear why it was still beeping. So he looked at the system notification, and the system said that he could no longer use Raum's protection. Several people were driving along one of the nearby roads, and there was a guy sitting sadly and saying that he didn't want to work. He said that he thought the dark forest was safely sealed according to their previous report. So did he really need to drag himself all the way here for that? Gina, in turn, told him to keep his composure because the seal of the dark forest was imposed by the rocky mountain that surrounded it. And all this will not really be a minor problem if it breaks. Besides, they will definitely be involved in all this. Richard said that he knew this very well. But could she at least sometimes agree with him? The interlocutor noted that this was simply impossible. The guy asked her not to be too strict, because in the end he was doing this just to escape from stress. She knows what will happen if it is sadly destroyed, because as soon as it breaks, it will release all the magical power that is stored inside. After this, the surrounding area will be completely infected with magic and only dead land will remain where nothing grows. Richard asked the girl not to mention this terrible smell because he wanted to vomit just from the thought of it. The girl turned to the other side and said that she could say that she would do without nausea. The interlocutor asked what she meant by that. Gina noticed that she still felt like the situation had already been resolved, and the guy asked if she was serious about it. In that case, he completely did not understand why it was so quiet here, Then he turned to the girl and asked if she was sure that they had come to the right place. The interlocutor said that this was definitely the case, and they were in the dark forest of the northern part of Trossen. Richard asked, if so, why was he in such a state? It looks quite strange, and for some reason it seems like they are in an interesting situation. The main characters, in turn, sat on the carcass of a huge monster and said that he had been prowling the forest all day, but even so had only caught one beast. But it turns out that recently there have been significant changes here, and the number of magical creatures has sharply decreased. The reason for this is clearly that Yang monster that was recently killed, so it turns out that even old Jason is thinking about it too. On top of all this, they also have another problem that is much more serious than that. The hero looked at the system notification that said he could no longer use Ram's defense, but it was unclear why it had changed out of the blue. At least someone said the reason for all this. The old man came up and said, "Louis, why is he sitting there? What kind of student is making his teacher wait so long?" This kid himself asked to be taught, and he definitely lacks determination, so he should understand all this perfectly well. Louis turned to him and said that the old man still seemed agitated, and whether it was true, he thought that without Ram's powers he would need to get used to using ether during battle. Although, of course, the hunters did finish off the owner of the mountain, as well as the other monsters, but this was only possible due to the large number of victims that followed. The people held a simple ceremony for their fallen comrades and buried them near the village, following the leader's wishes, and they did the same for Bera's soldiers. Jason then said he wasn't sure they would like it, but David said they would rather be glad they could sleep forever, and isn't that right? The interlocutor asked if this was really the case and let them have a good rest, and he would contact them later. In the end, Nicholas was also buried with the others. The hero looked at his grave and hoped that he would be able to cook normal food in the next life. The following time, as now, the protagonist trained under Jason's guidance. The man attacked him and said that instead of randomly spreading the ether throughout his body, he should focus only on the points of impact on his opponent. It must look like being hit with the full force of the ether, asked if it hurt, because it was all because he was only concentrating on the places he was hitting. Then he asked Louis if he really wouldn't tell him the whole truth because the old man was still interested, but it was completely unclear how he was able to use the power of a god. On the very day they crushed the giant monster, he saw the power, and it was definitely the war god Raum. Louis, in turn, noticed that it seemed he had made a mistake after all, and then shouted that he had opened up. The opponent hit him quite hard and said, "What kind of a sly guy is this?" And the guy flew back a short distance. Jason said it was okay if he didn't want to tell him, but he was sure he had a reason. The hero thought that this guy had already beaten everything out of him, and yet it was unclear how the guy could tell this person that he was not from this world while using the system window, as if in some fantasy novel. Then he pointed his finger at the girl and remarked that in any case it was now her turn. The chief noticed that this was indeed the case and asked her to come closer, and also called her their bait. The girl was indignant, and noticed that she had said that her name was Jessica. Louis said that he should be more careful with her because she had been in a bad mood all week. The interlocutor noted that earlier, it was his mistake that he accepted her as his student. But she is definitely not a simple girl, and the man was sure that Jessica was more than capable of becoming a knight. When he saw her return, he was amazed. It was a crazy battle, and he even thought that she was some kind of ghost. The little girl bowed down and thanked the elder. He asked in surprise what else was that. Then the analog bowed and said that they would see each other later. Louis said that he was very uncomfortable like that, so he asked not to do it again, especially with her hands. It was unclear why she was saying all this now, but her interlocutor smiled sweetly and noted that this was called respect. Jason said we should start broadcasting again. Jessica wondered if that was when they would start using swords. You asked why she thought it would be so easy for knights because she needed to start at least with the basics. The little girl said that she wanted to fight with a sword. The main character immediately smiled and lowered his results down. He then wondered what this little girl's whims actually reminded him of last time. Suddenly, the training was interrupted by a guy who came up and asked Uncle Jason if he was doing well all this time. The old man looked at him in surprise and asked the state something else. He did not understand what exactly had happened to him. It turns out that he only comes to this place once a year. Richard said that he just wanted to see him on the way somewhere. Jason said that sounded like some kind of lie and asked to say hello to Louis, the guy did. He introduced the man as the main bargaining chip for their hunters. The hero wondered what other merchants there were, since none of them had weapons. Was it possible that they had made the whole journey here unarmed and even without security? The captain asked what the real reason for his visit here was, and his interlocutor noted that he didn't trust people at all, but that didn't promise anything special. There's simply a high probability that someone is using divine power here. The hero and the man were both amazed in return, and the old man asked, "If so, so what?" I wondered what he meant when he said all these words. Richard snapped his fingers and then asked if he was really here already. When he did this, some strange magical bonds appeared that completely enveloped the man's body. On top of all this, Jessica, who was nearby, also came under the influence of this action, as was the main character in turn, who was surprised by what was happening. He looked at this technique in surprise and wondered what this was. Was it some kind of limiting magic? It turns out that this person they are talking to is a wizard who is able to defeat everyone in one moment. Richard apologized for behaving rather rudely. It simply turns out that this is a really important matter. Jason was shouting whether he would let him go at all. Then the interlocutor asked to listen carefully to what he was going to tell him. Then he asked, "Is it correct that they recently encountered a large stone in the form of a crystal?" He does not know what should happen, but this crystal is called a sealing crystal. As a result, it turns out that this stone could only be destroyed by using sacred power, but someone destroyed it. It was because of this that they just came here to check if there was this holy power. Jason was very angry when he listened to all this. Richard said that if it was not a divine ability, but a pagan one, they would deal with him immediately. The man remarked that if he could only be destroyed by divine power, and he knew too much about it, it seemed that this was not the first such incident. The guy thought for a few moments and then stated that there were a couple of the same, but the captain wondered why he hadn't notified them about it. After all, if he knew that he could only be destroyed with the help of divine power, the hunters would not have suffered so many losses in this battle. And all this can only mean that this person could have prevented all this before it happened. Richard smiled and said that it was indeed so, because he knew that this was how it would be. So it was because of this situation that he did not say anything. Because then he would lose the location of the demonic monster's offal. Jason laughed at this and said that if he was the location, then it was true. The wizard also laughed and said that this was true, because there were not many places where you could get them, and his interlocutor really did have a job to do so. In the end, it would be beneficial for both of them, but when he said this, he felt something strange and looked forward when he was stunned. Jason was already rushing at him with his fist and was very angry, saying that he was a scoundrel. Richard tried to ask him to wait because he refused to use violence. But the man did not stop and continued his furious attack on his opponent, although it so happened that his blow was blocked by a dagger, which for some reason was transparent. This was done by a girl who remarked to Richard that she had told him this many times to think before he spoke. Jason's fist stopped and didn't move after that attack. The hero saw this and wondered if she had really been able to block this man's blow. After this, the commander jumped a short distance and then said that as he could see, he was being reflected with the help of a sword formed from ether. As the old man can clearly remember, only one family on the continent uses such a technique. It turns out that she is one of the frozen chilies of the laziest swordsman family in the world. She said that he can call her the third best sword of the emperor. Her nickname sounds like a ball to him, but she doesn't really like it when people call her that. The old man laughed very loudly and asked if he really didn't love her, if her youngest really felt completely uncomfortable. After that, he rather abruptly rushed into the attack and asked if he should look at what she had in her pockets. On the continent where the main character lives, there are 8 major swordsman families, and among this large number there are only 3 who are trusted by the emperor himself. The first sword, named Croyd Electricity, is known as the sharpest ball in the empire. The second sword is Kempfen, which is famous for its darkness and is known as the heaviest sword. There is also a very famous third sword. Jason rushed into the attack and smashed the opponent's weapon with his bare fist. She belongs to a famous family that uses etheric affirmation to create temporary weapons. But when this happens, in exchange for this they lose freedom for their actions. It's called the Lazy Sword and the Frozen Chilies. Gina summoned her weapon and rushed to attack her opponent. He also used ether, and it was because of this that he shattered this weapon. The look of this old man was actually quite crazy, and he asked the girl to show everything she had. After that, he charged again and said that after all, there was a limit to the number of weapons she could form at once. No matter how much she did, he would still defeat them easily, but suddenly he saw that the girl had summoned a very large number of blades. So I was very shocked by what happened and asked what else it was. Then a skirmish broke out between them, which only caused a wall of dust to rise up. Gina said it was a good attempt to attack her, known as the weakest of the T family, but that didn't mean they were resting all this time. As Jason continued to stay here for a long time, their swords became sharper and sharper. Now that she had him in her grasp, she asked him to tell her about the man who had used the divine power of the children. The man tried to get out and said that his interlocutor was talking too much to herself, and that he would just tell her about it like that. The opponent grabbed her weapon and said that then she simply had no other choice. After all, she didn't particularly like aggressive methods. She then pointed the blade towards the old man's body and noticed that it seemed she would have to take off one of his hands. At that very second, she was interrupted by the main character, who turned to her and asked her to wait. After that, he looked at the girl and noticed that he was the person who used her. So he asks to let the old man go and not touch him. Jason didn't say anything about this, because he understood what consequences this could have. Then, having collected his thoughts, he said that this guy was coming, because if he had really kept silent, they could have simply gotten by with his hand. Richard immediately turned to the guy and asked if he understood correctly that his name was Louis. First of all, he needed to check the veracity of his words. So he used his magic and the guy's body began to move in the air on its own. When this happened, Louis, although interested in what he was going to do with it, the interlocutor noted that he had no need to worry because it was simple magic. After that, a magic circle appeared in the air through which a hand was reaching. Richard himself said that he would simply pass through the body of this person and nothing more. He went on to say that depending on what kind of energy a person uses in a matter, traces of it always remain. He is not a hero. Literally, after a few seconds, he felt something strange in his mind, and also as if someone had penetrated his body. I immediately thought that he had such a feeling, as the energy of discomfort traveled through his vessels. So could this really be that very magical power? Besides, it was interesting to see if all wizards really lived like this in their bodies. After a while, Richard said that it was really amazing. Soon, the magic that had been holding the guy back all along began to fade, little by little, and the wizard declared that it worked. He had finished the test. On top of all this, right now he can remove the restrictions and let them go. So he turned to Gina and told her to let them all go right now. The girl bowed down and apologized to her for her rudeness that she had done earlier. The old man noticed that her words did not at all correspond to her actions. Richard then turned to Louis and asked if they could chat a little, and the hero asked if he still had anything to discuss. Even if so, why don't they just do it here? The interlocutor came up and said that it would be problematic. If his assumption is correct, then he is from another world. The main character was simply taken aback by what he had just heard, because he did not expect anyone to know about it. And so they walked away, and the wizard said that the sealing crystal was created after the Holy War in order to keep the demonic forces from spreading. As a result, there are several such stones in this entire world, and one of them is, or rather was, in a dark forest. But despite this, it turned out that somehow the Rocky Mountain was destroyed, and the sealing stone evaporated without leaving a trace, and everything happened at the same time. Louis asked if he had followed him just to tell him all this, but the other man only wanted to emphasize that it took strength to destroy the sealing crystal. After all, divine power is required, but why doesn't Louis use it? Since he is a knight who can use ether, the hero asked if there are any problems with this. Richard looked, and said that this was indeed a big problem because usually the power of God cannot coexist with the ether. It is because of this that most people do not even know about the use of divine power, like ether. After this, the hero understood what the matter was. Then I thought that I had begun to suspect this a little earlier, because the notification said that the ether is transformed into holy power every time time is consumed. Many people, when the guy used this power, asked what was going on. After all, he was not supposed to use ether. So it turned out that people did not even suspect or understand what kind of power he uses. As this man said, it is the type of which practically nothing is known. Perhaps in the recent battle, Jason was the one asking if he had ever seen the God of War realm. But the main character had absolutely no idea how the hell this man figured out that he was not from this world. Richard stood for a long time, turning around, talking, and then turned to the guy and asked if he wanted to pray. The interlocutor asked about prayer with surprise. The wizard said that he did not condemn his powers. He just wanted to see his connection with God. Louis asked if it was true that he could contact Raum if he prayed. The interlocutor then said that it was becoming more and more interesting. Because is he really saying that he does not communicate with God through prayer? The hero was in a difficult situation and wondered whether this man knew anything at all or definitely not. He said that this was not so. He would recently receive a notification from God. It was said that he wanted to terminate their agreements. Richard asked if it was really an agreement, since it is usually made between two people of equal level. And he, in turn, sees for the first time a man who agreed to a deal with God himself. Louis wondered what kind of smart guy he was. Perhaps he should act crazy and say he knows what he's thinking. Richard said it seemed like his questions would never end, and perhaps he should pray first. In the end, if the guy sincerely thinks about what he really wants, then God will immediately answer. The hero thought that he would just pretend, turning to the god of war. Although he thought that it was not even a god but a pig, who was constantly taking away his time, he then thought to him to come out. A few moments later, the hero saw that he was in some other dimension where there were planets, as well as something similar to space. On top of all this, there was something huge there that said that the mortal's prayer had reached him. Lewis wondered what kind of huge thing it was. Suddenly, the goddess was illuminated, and she noticed that she was the god of life and wealth. So they responded to his call. Round before, and not her. The interlocutor immediately replied that the one he was addressing would never be able to hear his call. This happened after he reached the lower world and acted unilaterally without listening to their requests. It also turns out that he even refused their deal. The heroine continued to be confused and looked at his interlocutor with surprise. Then he became more confident in himself and asked what all this meant in the end. It was unclear what she meant by requests. The goddess noticed that she actually had to come here to reprimand this man for his laziness. But now she could see something else. The guy's system was vague and said that it was impossible to use the interface here, so the interlocutor said that he arrived in this world in an unstable state. She then said that this was precisely why he should be punished. But she extended her hand and asked him to allow her to help him a little. And then the technology that accompanied the guy reported that the system had begun to restore to 11%. The store function had also been restored. They then reported that the statistics function had also been restored and that quests were being restored by 7%. As a result, the activation of the final reward for completing the main quest was started, which meant that it was necessary to destroy the life limitation system. The hero thought and was amazed when he saw all this. Richard, who was next to the guy, looked at him carefully and thought that it was incredible. The guy used his power, and it was clear that the energy that enveloped this man was the divine power of the goddess Mercila. If we remember and understand, then the first force in this world is the power of ether. Also, in addition to this, there is mana, which is used by various wizards. There is also holy power from the deities, and unique energies like this cannot exist in one body. Even remembering all this, it is also difficult to restrain the holy power yourself if the human body is not at the right level. But it turns out that the fear is like the guy who is right in front of him, easily accepting energy from different gods. If it is him, then it is really interesting. While the guys were talking on the side, the leader of the hunting group was sitting near a tree with the girls. Soon he grabbed his shoulder and began to say indignantly that his whole body hurt. Gina saw this and asked if he was okay at all. But the interlocutor noticed that he was not and called her a scoundrel for this. Then he asked why the unpredictable guy she came with was so actively looking for those who possess holy power. The girl noted that she was simply following his orders and did not doubt them under any circumstances. Jason said that she could still talk about ignorance for a long time, and the interlocutor added that in any case she heard that this was done to prevent a potential threat. The man did not respond to this, and after that she said that she should not worry too much because surely nothing bad would happen. The old man in turn immediately stood up and said that, of course, this should not happen. Then he looked rather angrily at his interlocutor and said that if something happened to Louis, then by that time it would no longer be Sir Jason, the former Imperial Knight. And as a monster hunter, he will make sure they pay for what they did to his village. The girl felt the enormous pressure that was on her, and thought that, as expected, he went through the previous fight without sparing his strength. Jason walked away and said that now he could only hope that this would not happen again. That guy couldn't be that stupid. Jessica called her interlocutor's sister and asked if she could ask her about the bypass things. She would like to know about this ball that had sparkled in hers before. It was quite interesting to know how she did it. Gina created a weapon in her hands and asked if she was really talking about this. The old man said that this wretch should wake up, because her sword formation techniques are top secret. The girl came closer to the baby and said, "This is how it is done." The man was amazed and asked why she was telling her all this. But the sorceress showed her hands, said that this happens through magical symbols carved on the hands. It turns out that they allow the formation of a sword from the ether. Jason indignantly said, "What other symbols, because this is a rather majestic name, and all for the sake of a simple diagram?" The little girl asked what other diagram is. Gina said that the interlocutor could understand during training that there is a positive ether. While it dissipates, the negative one gathers. This is how knights who spread ether throughout their bodies possess both formidable destructive power and endurance depending on their skill level. Jason said that they can also tattoo their bodies with energy paths made of ether or mana. When the ether flows through these channels, it allows one to demonstrate extraordinary abilities that are impossible for others. Gina said that for the information of the abilities of the balls and chilies related to materialization, the old man asked to stop feeding the child this nonsense. The little girl asked if they have such a thing. Jason said no, and then asked what that look of disappointment on her face was. Jessica said it wasn't just that she was disappointed in her expectations of herself. The old man asked not to be greedy, because you need talent to have such a tattoo. Real strength is not built on tattoos. It is erected through your own efforts and attitude. The little girl noticed that he was getting a little carried away with his little sister, and the interlocutor was amazed and asked where she was getting such words from. Soon the main character returned with the wizard and asked what all the fuss was about. The captain asked Louis if he had really returned. Jessica was in the arms of this man and said that welcome back. But the captain was interested in what they did to this boy. Nothing strange with him. The hero noted that it seemed that everything had really been settled. Jason noted that if everyone was finished, that meant they were finished. And what else could be said? Gina asked her interlocutor if this guy was able to use the power of the gods. The guy said that he really can do it. He can use the power of the gods as well as ether. And he is someone who can handle various energies. The girl asked if this was the second time he saw this. Richard asked if she wanted to hear a rather surprising fact. It turns out that Louis is connected to more than just one god, as they had assumed. But what is more surprising in this situation is that he has no trace of connection with the god of humanity. So in reality, he is definitely special. Jason approached the wizards and said that they could join them for food if they didn't mind. The guy was surprised and said that he cared about them so much. The captain asked what kind of nonsense he was telling him now, and inquired whether he had learned from Louis everything that interested him. The wizard stated that if that was the case, then everything was indeed fine. He was not a heretic, but just a nice guy who had safely destroyed the sealing stone. And if they are talking about this, then does Uncle plan to leave this place now? Because it turns out that the sealing stone has disappeared and will not reduce the number of monsters. Jason said that if it decreases, it is unclear by how much, and in general, he would say that in 10 years they could almost completely disappear. Despite all this, the name still has a lot of work to do, so they can stay right here. Richard said that his uncle was acting rather stupid if he said so. After all, this could be an opportunity to restore knighthood. The hero listened to all this attentively, but did not speak. The captain asked why he shouldn't do these things, since they were supposed to make money by selling monster products. After that, he wanted to say something else, but he saw a crowd of uninvited guests in front of him, who were knights. He immediately rushed to attack them without thinking. He said that these were the Knights of Bara, and had they really come here to attack them again? They raised their hands and said that this was not so, since they had come here today without the knowledge of the Viscount. Suddenly, David appeared from behind the crowd and asked the boss if he was also there with a drink in his hands. He hugged the knight and said that these scoundrels said that they brought alcohol and meat as gratitude for saving them last time. Got a bit bored while waiting for the boss, so I drank first. One of the men who came to them remarked that everything was fine, and then maybe they would like to have a drink together. After a while, you had a large crowd of people sitting around a huge fire and drinking together. Jason sat happily with this knight and laughed, telling various stories and drinking. Jessica also ate quite a lot of food and asked her sister why she didn't drink. The interlocutor said that she doesn't drink when she works as an escort on missions. The main character, in turn, was also sitting dressed on the other side. Richard came up to him after a while and said that it looked as if he was enjoying being alone. Louis noticed him. After that, he asked why this man came to him again. The wizard said, "Aren't they friends who share secrets, and okay, it's an interesting gift for him." Then he handed over a leaflet, and the hero asked what it was. The interlocutor said that the villagers had one, so he took one for him. The leaflet had a photograph of the guy, and it said that Louis de Lacy was wanted. 6,000 gold pieces were offered for the dead man, but 20,000 for the living one. The guy was simply taken aback by this. I thought that his debt was only 8,000 gold. But for his head they give 6. There is also a reward depending on the results of the check. After his capture there will be as much as 20,000. Jason came up and asked if this even made sense. After all 20,000, did he really offend someone that much? Jessica said that this amount was life-changing. The captain added that it was unclear how he managed to express such a high reward. The hero noted that everything would soon be over. Still, first he should pay off this debt. The interlocutor said that if we are talking about a debt, then even so it is a rather unrealistic amount. After that, Richard came up and said that he was surprised too, and then asked if he was going to stay there. Jason asked him not to ask the same question again. And the thought of looking at this is that not only Bara's warriors, but also a couple of locals from nearby territories also came here to celebrate this. Still, if it weren't for the demon hunters, they would have died anyway. And the worst thing is that they wouldn't even know the reason. Jason said that, to tell the truth, in that palace, If the long nights even without him, however, in one the only ones who can help them. The wizard stood there indignantly after this, and said that he still did not fully understand the whole situation. In any case, despite this, if he is already doing well, then he thinks it still matters. The hero listened attentively to what the two were talking about, and when everything was resolved, he smiled. A few moments later, the system informed him that the recovery quest was completed, and then the process of the main quest itself was launched. And then, after a short period of time, the very first one was issued. The hero looked at this information in surprise and asked himself what it was. Lewis looked at what information was there and immediately turned to the captain, as well as Richard, noting that he had a small question for them. The interlocutors immediately turned their attention to him, and he asked if they knew what Bumhara was. Not a moment had passed after he had said the last word when he felt the captain seize him and immediately cover his mouth. It was clear that everyone was very wary, and Jason told him to watch his words right now. Louis didn't understand what was actually happening and why the atmosphere immediately became very tense. The main quest that the system gave him was to find Bombcar. The captain of the hunters turned his attention to the others and asked if anyone else had heard it or if someone had. Richard said that it was probably okay. Luckily, it seems like everyone else is too busy drinking and chatting right now, as it's quite loud and noisy there. The old man continued to hold the boy's mouth closed, and then turned to Richard and said that it would be better if he didn't blab. He said that you weren't worried, because he wouldn't tell anyone. In any case, he really didn't expect to hear that name right now. The captain let the hero go after a short period of time. He began to breathe heavily due to lack of air, and then turned his attention to the people who were in front of him. They all looked at each other attentively with a sad and uncomprehending look, and the guy asked what had happened to them. He was taken aback and asked if he had really said that it was not that, or why they were looking at him so strangely. Jason got angry at his words and shouted, "Is he really serious now?" Richard tried to calm him down and said that it didn't seem like he knew about it, and he would explain it to him. Then, pointing with his hand, he said that he would start with dreams. Before that, it turns out that Louis had heard about 3 gods that protect humanity, probably. The guy looked at him and said that he didn't hear them, and then the interlocutor said that in that case he assumed it. The wizard then began to say that there is indeed an alarm that protects humanity, and the first of these is the god of war Raum. Next after her comes the goddess of life and wealth, whose name is Mercila. The main one among these 3 is the god of order, and his name is Charlotte. It turns out that for the sake of people they fought against the god whose name the guy had spoken before, and during the war, both sides suffered huge losses. The enemies of humanity, in turn, are called demons. The hero was stunned by this information and thought, does he really need to find the enemy of humanity? Then he asked his interlocutor if he understood correctly that this was why he could not pronounce his name out loud. Richard pointed and said that this was true, because many scientists had been executed just for mentioning his name. Lewis again noted that he had literally just said his name, but nothing had happened. The guy said that he had misunderstood, because this was not an instant punishment from heaven. But in any case, if Louis commits blasphemy by saying his name, he will immediately face the judges. Ultimately, if the fact of blasphemy is proven by these judges, then all those involved will be subjected to a horrific execution. The guy was really lucky that they were there with him, and the captain, Jason, joined the conversation and said that otherwise he would have been reported to the church. Besides, now he was really wondering why he was interested in this devil. The main character immediately hesitated, and noted that of course he couldn't tell everything, but there was definitely a reason why he had to find him. When the captain of the hunters heard all this, he immediately became very angry and immediately hit the table with his fist. Then he asked the street dweller if this was by chance his doing, and if it was perhaps a prank. The interlocutor literally swore that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. After a few moments, Lewis noticed that this definitely had nothing to do with him, since the guy himself decided so and told them about it. After this, he turned to the captain again and noted that he had indeed lived for a long time without any purpose. All the years he had spent there, he had simply done everything in order to survive. But in the end, when he met the gods, using Richard's help, he found out that until now, they had been pulling the strings of his destiny. Jason asked if that was why he could use their powers like that, and the guy noted that it might be because of that. After this, the hero declared that from this moment on, he would seek an answer to the question of what each of these gods needed from him. And there remains the rather interesting question of what he should do next when she finds out about all this. The captain looked at the confident face of this guy and immediately wondered what Louis was thinking in his head at all. I wondered if he really meant to say that he was going to fight against the gods, if there really was such a need for it. Richard stood to the side, silently watching what was happening and the plans they were making together. Lewis went on to say that the conclusion to this was quite simple, and he thought that it was probably time for him to leave this place. The captain sighed sadly and noted that this fool wasn't he the one who asked for permission to stay here, and then asked if he really was an incredibly stubborn guy. At the same time, he stated that he was offering him to go straight to the kingdom of Cetria. The hero was surprised and asked what kind of Cetria this was. Jason said that the guy heard everything correctly, and this is the same country that was founded by dragons and people. He is sure that the guy will be able to find mentions of this devil there. Louis said that if this country was founded by dragons and its people, then what does that have to do with the devil? Richard said that it was nothing more than a myth now. But despite this, it is said that the devil looked like a dragon. Unlike their empire, the kingdom of Cetria has relatively little faith in the three gods of people. Therefore, the guy is sure that it will be easier to ask the devil there. Besides, this kingdom is far from here, and the best pair is not to go to bed early today. The next day, when it was early morning, that Jessica came out of the camp and stood near one of the trees. At the same time, she used a combat stance and accumulated her own ether, which was supposed to pass through her veins. After that, Gina approached her and asked if she had been training hard since the morning, and the little girl noticed that it was her sister who had approached her. Then I noticed that before this they had said that this was the fastest way to become stronger, and my interlocutor said that she was really very honest. Then she asked if there was any reason why she wanted to become better. The girl remembered the moment when the main character folded for her, shrank, and said that it was because others would not be able to use her if she was strong. On top of all this, she wants to swing a sword just like that girl with Louis. But in the end, it turns out that she can only use her fists. Gina then took out her knee and said that she wanted to give this sword as a gift to her. It turns out that it no longer matches her ability. Jessica was inspired when she took it and asked if she really could take it. The other person said that of course it was and she would be happier. If the little girl can use it properly, how cool that would be. The interlocutor thanked her and said that now she has a sword. The moment the girl bit into it with a small amount of ether, it immediately became covered with cracks and almost fell apart. That's why she immediately became wary and shouted that it happened. It was unclear why it just cracked. The leader of the hunters, as well as the main character, stood aside. The latter said that they should take a look since they had already managed to get so close. The old man said that the guy must already know about it, but when using weapons one must be extremely careful with the ether. The guy said. Again, he started this barrel organ. Indeed, he was already sick of this. Jason said that he was repeating it because it was important. He would break the weapon if he used the ether before it had time to touch the enemy. The main character told him to wait a second. Did that mean the girl had just done the same thing? It turns out that only a little time has passed since the old man taught her. Jason looked at her and declared that she was incredibly talented, and one could even say that she was a genius. Louis said that it was great, because it was probably more interesting to teach her than himself. The interlocutor was indignant and said that naturally it was so. Then the guy turned to Richard and asked if they were leaving too. The wizard said that they were, because they had to leave because the food and housing here sucked. This is a disgusting place and does not suit such an elegant man as he. The old man said that he was a scoundrel. What did he yelp there? Because until now he liked everything here. Then Richard held out something and told the guy that it was a gift for him, who in turn held out his hand and asked what it was. The wizard noticed if the guy remembered that he said he owned a weed company. So here is this plaque of the honorary client of the horn company. In the future, she might still be useful to him. And let him take this too, Jason said, and at the same time handed him some kind of bag. He stated that he put here, of course, simple, but quite very valuable and parts of monsters, so with you he considers that this is his severance pay. The guy looked there carefully, and then, arching his back, he sweetly thanked the captain for this kindness. The main character began to remember that he had been with these people for literally 2 months. It was at this very time that he began to fight alone and trusted no one. But after all this time, a lot happened. The old man and he shook hands, and the girl came up and asked if he would really return. The hero at that moment thought that they were no longer one. Jason turned to him and asked if all this meant that they would not see each other forever. After all, let her come back here to them whenever she wanted. After that, Louis set out on his journey and thought that it was true, because nothing lasts forever and he knows it. The guy assumed that it would be the day when he would have to leave this place. Simply, as it had happened to him last time, this moment came earlier than he expected, and he only looked at his comrades and smiled. Immediately after this, he set out on his journey, and when he was walking in the distance, some creature looked at him. It said that the darkness would return, because they would always exist everywhere. The demons simply cannot believe that the sealing stone of the dark forest has disappeared, and recently there have been no results for them. A woman approached the creature and said that it was really loud, so she wondered what was going on. Adam asked for forgiveness from Kazakh. Something unexpected happened. The interlocutor asked if it was true that a person could use divine power. If so, then he should be kept an eye on, and he could prove to be a huge hindrance to their plan. Then she asked where he was going. The demon replied that he was going to the kingdom of Cetria. The woman then licked her lips and asked if this was really true. Still, this is just great, because she is already starting to get tired of the people of this kingdom. She was sitting on the lap of the king, who was already under control. Continuing to enjoy this moment, we declared that let this person come anyway. Sometime after the journey, the main character was already in the kingdom of Cetria, namely in the holy city. Several men ran after him and one of them shouted to investigate this scoundrel, and he had to be caught in any case. Lewis continued to run away and said that he simply had enough of chasing him. Because they were crazy scoundrels, there should be gates to guard. So why the hell did they leave the castle behind? It turns out that this same damn wanted poster appeared then, although the guy expected something like this. But just think that this kingdom also knows about his existence. Moreover, it was completely unclear why these guards left their post. All this was done only in order to catch one wanted person. Lewis was really starting to get annoyed by this whole situation, so he wondered if maybe he should just kill them. But he remembered the captain, who would have forbidden him to do that. He would have told the best guy not to do it, so the hero decided there was no need. Because after all, it wasn't something that could only be solved by killing. The guards kept running and telling her to stand still, because there was a reward for him. Louis thought that you were very lucky for them, that you decided not to touch them for now. When the main character was running along one of the mountains, in a gorge, he saw demonic creatures that attacked people. The guy heard screams and turned his attention there, because he understood that it must be a trade caravan that was attacked by creatures. One of the old men shouted to his subordinates to leave the cargo. It was unclear what had happened, because they had almost reached Cetria and it had happened in such a way that it was bad. Louis watched closely what was happening and saw that it was a demonic beast, so it was unclear whether there were monsters near the capital. The animals attacked people in large numbers who tried to escape and did not even resist when they were beaten. The old man, who was the leader of this group, tried to run away, but suddenly stumbled and fell down. Then he turned his attention to the side and realized that he was about to be attacked, so he begged them not to do it. But at that very second, a guard appeared, grabbed his weapon, and thereby repelled the creature's attack. The hero saw that it was close enough, and eventually, if these knights were in their right minds, they too would want to finish off these creatures. The one who protected the old man smiled, and said that meeting a demonic monster in such a place meant that the person was completely unlucky. But at the same time, one can say that he is really lucky, because meeting someone like him here is also wonderful. The interlocutor happily stood up, became animated, and also thanked him, expressing great gratitude, noting that he would pay if they could keep the cargo in good condition. Louis, after seeing what was happening, was surprised and thought to himself, why are there mercenaries here at all? It was unclear what happened to the knights then. The hero saw them looking down, and one of them asked if they had already reached the city, they should just pretend that they hadn't seen anything and that they were on business. The guard said that they needed to go back, otherwise he would get a serious punishment for this. But the interlocutor noted that this was bad, because they were giving a whole 20,000 gold pieces for this guy. Lewis was surprised and wondered if they were really walking around in such a situation. It was unclear what was going on with the army here. The mercenary heard the caravan leader say that he would pay in full, and so he immediately attacked the monster in front. But the wound he had made just a few seconds ago began to regenerate instantly. The man was amazed by this, and then said that he didn't even know that this creature could do that. After that, the demonic wolf literally instantly cut the man into pieces. The old man ran away and said that he thought they could deal with the monsters. After that, he begged to meet him. If anyone could hear, he would ask him to help, because he would pay them for sure. The remaining mercenaries who had also arrived here for protection were destroyed, and the creatures continued to attack the survivors. The hero decided that he shouldn't do this, because he would attract too much attention if he interfered. After all, the local knights should take care of this. And so it turns out that he is wanted. But I remember Jason's words, who said that one should not judge by usefulness, because no reason is needed to save someone. After these words, the hero began to think that he might really need help. The old man, who was the head of the caravan, was already on the verge of death at that very second, because the demonic creature was very close. But what was his surprise when, a moment later, he saw how the head of this monster flew down. Everyone immediately turned their attention there and saw a swordsman who was literally floating in the air. Using the power that was enhanced by the ether, the man easily withered away the creatures in front of him. Of course, it turned out to be the main character, who easily dealt with these creatures since they were like seeds to him. Finally, all the demonic wolves were destroyed, and after that the guy was able to stop. When I noticed the timer, I realized that each one was only guessed at 40 hours. And if that's true, then that's less than for the monster from the dark forest. The main character heard some girl running up, and she asked if it was really the knight who saved them. She asked how he was feeling. Her name was Mary, and she was from the Horn Company. She was the manager of the Centrian branch of the company. Louis asked in surprise if they were talking about the Horn Company, and his interlocutor said that they were working under a contract with this kingdom. After all, it is their company that deals with getting rid of demonic beasts. Let this person do whatever he wants because she just wants to get her share and that's all. Suddenly, other mercenaries came up and shouted that they should stop, and this was because they also had a right to these creatures. It turns out that this guy simply struck the beast that they almost caught, but in the process of all that happened, he did not lose his own comrade. They talked about the man who tried to fight the demonic wolf, but he easily cut it down. Mary said that it was a pain in the ass, and according to the regulations, they couldn't ignore situations like that. In the end, it turns out that this should be tested, and let them strike the monster directly with their sword. Immediately after these mercenaries do this, we can understand what contribution they made to his capture. The interlocutors immediately looked at each other. One of them, with a smile on his face, noted that it wasn't that difficult and immediately rushed to attack, trying to hit. But after a few moments, his sword began to shake and the creature's skin and flesh were not even wounded. He hesitantly asked what else it was. The hero was a little puzzled by this and thought that this man had not even scratched him. But the girl said that this was all good, and let the next one come. The man who was supposed to do it said that he was tired after the battle with the creatures, but the first one said that if he tried again, then he would succeed. And the main character got quite angry about this and shouted that they had enough of this nonsense. Then he charged his sword with ether and struck the monster and asked him what he thought. Was it enough? If these people wanted to prove they're right, then they should fight him. Only then will they be able to figure out who will win in this situation. The guy said that he doesn't mind if they attack at the same time, and the winner will then ban everything. Of course, the mercenaries were scared by this and, turning around, announced that they were leaving. But suddenly, the representative of the Horn Company asked them to wait. Immediately after this, she took out a small bag and immediately threw it towards one of the men. He was surprised. He looked at her and asked what it was. But the girl smiled sweetly and noted that even if they didn't kill the beast, they should be rewarded for helping to kill it. Still, if it weren't for the sacrifice of their friend, who was killed in this fight, they would all have been killed before the knights could even enter the battle. The mercenaries smiled slyly at this, and then said that the girl was indeed fair, and he was grateful for what she had given them. The main character then asked why they weren't paid for this, and the woman smiled and said that the most valuable thing for a company is truly trust. In the end, if they don't pay them now, will they help them next time? Louis noticed that she was really right. The girl said that in that case they would return to their conversation. The hero wondered if he should say that he was the knight Louis de Lacy, then held out the token and said that he had received it from a good friend of his. Mary said that this was a sign of honor for the client and the company, so she immediately asked what she could do for him. Louis said that he wants to get to the holy city of Cetria, but is currently wanted, so he wonders if she can help him with this. Mary looked at him in surprise and asked if he had just said that he wanted to go to the holy city. She immediately gave him his full name and then said that it was not at all recommended to be there now. After all, the capital of this kingdom, which is called the Holy City right now, is on the path to destruction. The subordinates ran to His Majesty and said that the demonic beasts were already at the gates. They had many hungry deserters, and the country's security was poor. At the same time, a woman sat on the throne and ruled over this king. The man literally begged them to listen to their plea. But a few seconds later, he felt his hand being cut off. But the king did this to himself, who said that cutting military spending was the queen's plan to establish peace in Cetria. It was unclear why they all dared to slander Her Majesty. The old man was completely out of his mind and shouted that he was a traitor because his Cetria was unshakable. As a result, quite a long time has passed since this kingdom ceased to be governed, and from that very moment the entire country was abandoned. Trust in her eventually dropped significantly as well, with a man at the market saying that it wasn't for sale in Cetri currency, and a buyer saying that they simply couldn't exchange it. The seller hit him hard and shouted that it was his problem, and that he should exchange it for gold or other money. The buyer, of course, was very angry about this, but he could not do anything with his money, which had become useless. Also, the security guards who walked around the capital became simply useless, and crimes from minor to serious became commonplace. No one could do anything about this. The knight said that they should leave, otherwise they could be slaughtered. As a result of this whole situation and confusion, the country that was located outside the Cetria castle lost its importance. Mary was riding in a cart and suddenly one of the guards told her to stop and ask what was there. She threw money and said that, as usual, there were various goods there. The guard grabbed the money and then happily said that he believed there was no need for a search. That is why he announced that we should pass through, and after that the gates, which were closed, began to rise up. The girl drove inside with the carriage and then turned to the man there, saying that he should see this little bit of trust and problems would be easily solved. Inside was the main character, who noticed that he was very grateful to her, because it was to her that he was able to get inside this castle. Mary smiled and said that there was no need to thank her. It was a mere trifle, because he had saved her life not long before. Then Louis started mumbling something, saying that maybe she would say something, but suddenly he stopped his turn, realizing that he shouldn't say that. He remembered Jason covering his mouth and then telling Richard to keep quiet, who, understanding, said not to worry because he wouldn't tell anyone. So the hero said that he wanted to tell him where he should go if he wanted to hear about God. The girl replied that the best solution would be to go to the temple. The guy knew perfectly well that he couldn't pronounce Bemhara's name here, so this definitely didn't suit him. Mary said that the next place for him could be the library. Louis asked in surprise what kind of library this was. The company representative remarked, "Doesn't she know what this is? It can be called a storage facility with books." Naturally, the guy understood perfectly well and knew that it was just that he thought that such a thing does not exist in this world. And then he said that there is the last thing he wants to know. He now has in his hands fragments of the monsters he killed in the dark forest. So can he exchange them for money? It turns out that the main character still needs this money for some things. Soon he headed straight to the Cetria branch and the mercenary people. In this very place, as it once happened, the guy was surrounded by men who held blades to his neck. He soon stated that he had expected it after all, that it had come here to pay off its debt and get off the wanted list. A man sitting somewhere in the distance asked Louis if he had gone crazy, and the hero turned his attention to him. The mercenary, pointing to the leaflet, said that it was much more profitable for them to receive a reward for his murder than to simply forgive his debts. Did he really think that they would let him go like that? Louis said that if the man had planned this, he would have tried to kill him long ago, so it's interesting why he still hesitates. Well, if he really wants to fight him, the guy suggests doing it right now. He had a strong confidence in the toilet moment, so he said that he warns that he will kill each act to bear his sword. Suddenly, someone started to come down from the second floor and remarked that they should give it to him, because that's exactly what they were thinking about right now. So it turns out that if you look at the leaflet, then for the capture of this person, the living will give 20,000 gold, but usually it doesn't work like that. But in most cases, such a condition is put forward by the state or a large noble family. They believe that they will earn more if they catch him alive. The man noticed that it was Louis de Lacy. The main character paid attention to him and asked who he was. Then he took a closer look and said that this was the same bald man. The interlocutor smiled and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. After that, he asked if it was true that the guy came here only because of his duty. Louis replied that it was true. But I wonder what he was doing here. The interlocutor said that they are planning to close the Cetria branch. That is why he is here. That is why they say that they should start paying off the debt. If you look at the money that he brought, it was 8,000 gold in imperial currency, and he paid his debt. Louis asked if that meant his wanted ad would be cancelled. The man said that this was not so, because catching him alive was not at all their whim. And on top of all this, he had not yet paid the interest of 6,580 gold. The hero then shouted who ordered it. From what oak tree the percentage was so huge, the bald man said. To be careful, because if he became words, it would not add to his debt. Then, he asked to listen to the vestals of the mercenary guild, which is equal to 30% per month. The guy said that this is madness. If this is what happens, is there really no legal ceiling on percentages in this world? Suddenly, one of the mercenaries asked what else was legal, and what did he blurt out there? Louis realized that while the reward was being taken, these scoundrels would be chasing him. But his interlocutor came up to him and told him not to worry, because they wouldn't start a fight here. Once they found out that the reward was set, they guild it will increase if they leave him alone for some time. After that, meet next time, and said goodbye. The guild representative told the guy to concentrate, because his percentage was a certain amount. The hero asked to wait, because he had some monster parts left. The interlocutor asked if he wanted to pay with this. The hero said that he did. He tried to sell them to the horn company, but they didn't have enough money. They said it was worth 10,000 gold. The company representative remarked that he still couldn't give him more than 4,900 for it. Louis asked in surprise how the amount of 10,000 had been reduced by half. The bald man replied that Cetria was currently not paying its food to both the trading companies and the mercenary guild. So it turns out that most likely these fragments could have been bought by the Horn Company, but is he really saying that even they don't have enough gold? So it is necessary to take care of this outside the kingdom. And did he think about expenses, commission, transportation, and also it is necessary to take care of guarantees? So, taking into account all these reasons, the man thinks that this amount is justified. The hero thought that he did not understand anything, but is sure that he was deceived. The guild representative said not to worry too much as he is a mercenary. They have their own ways. The guy noted that everyone is used to it, and what kind of mission is there then? But if the state answered, the mission is not difficult, because he should go to the Lumina Tavern and grab the guest from room 201. Louis wondered, hadn't he said that the capture alive was ordered either by the state or a noble family? It would be a bad feeling if he were to communicate with this bald bastard. There is a high probability that in this case the situation will only get worse. Then he thought that he should forget about it because he will deal with this idiotic debt as soon as he finishes this business. At the same time, while the guy was approaching this building, someone was looking at him from the second-floor window. After a while, Louis approached the room and saw that she was there. The sign was turned over to the other side, but it was clear that this was the right room. As soon as the guy wanted to go inside, suddenly the front door broke and a girl jumped out. She, in turn, literally touched the guy a little, but he still managed to easily dodge, and that's why she saw it. After that, she again rushed into the attack, but this time with her foot, but Louis again dodged easily. Then he thought that she was really trained, and her movements were perfected. The hero said that he was not quite sure whether she felt something when she made the blow. At the same time, he thinks that the difference in their skills is simply huge. So stop resisting and go with him. At that very second, someone with a weapon was flying from behind to the left, but he easily grabbed the girl with his hand. Then he paid attention to her and noticed that it seemed like his employer, husband, or something like that. But it looked like the mother and daughter had run away from home. The main character came to this conclusion after he saw this girl, because she was very small for her age. And when she heard this, she screamed out who he called his daughter, because she was just tiny, that's all. After some time, loud laughter was heard near the room where all these events were supposed to take place. It was the same little girl who was laughing, apologizing for surprising him after all. She just had to check if the guy was useful as a fighter. In the end, the mercenary guild finally sent them someone worthwhile. The hero was surprised and asked what the guild meant. The little girl stated that he heard everything correctly, where they sent a request to them today, and they sent them such a talented guy. The hero immediately got angry and thought, could it be that this bald guy from Pine Tree was fooling him? He was just sitting in his office and thinking that they should have met already. Louis asked to wait a minute because his goal was to complete the mission and get paid. His interlocutor interrupted him and noted that she believed that mercenaries only understood the language of money and that he should not worry when he finished this job. After all, then she will give him as much money as he wants, and she swears by her name as Sylvia Cetria. The hero thought that her last name was Cetria, which meant that she was probably of royal blood, and also said that it was an honor for him to meet a member of the royal family. Then he called himself despicable and noted that he was already leaving. The baby in turn screamed, and how dare he even turn his back on her? The knight then took a cold look at him and then told him to sit down from one of the mercenaries. After all, the princess had not even finished speaking yet. The main character looks at her coldly because he didn't like this situation at all. So he let out a sad sigh and thought, to tell the truth, what was the point of creating problems at all after all? At least he could listen to her first. Because of this, he turned to her and asked why this noble person still wanted the destroyed mercenary. Sylvia asked him if he had ever heard of Josephine. The guy said that he didn't know much. The little girl screamed that he didn't need it anyway. She is a treacherous queen who destroyed their country. The hero at that moment did not understand whether she wanted him to know her or not. Then the interlocutor is stunned by his request to help her get rid of this evil queen. Louis turned around again and remarked that he had no right to hear anything about the royal family. Sylvia shouted that he had heard that before. After all, the country they are in was created by dragons and also people. It is quite small and is called Cetria. But for hundreds of years it was a beautiful country where people of all walks of life respected each other. The princess's father, or to put it more correctly, the king, also tried to create a country for his people. The knight who was now with the girl also congratulated his majesty on his birthday. As a result, all the people really respected their king quite a lot. He thanked the little girl for this and said that these were beautiful flowers. And it turned out that this old man, in turn, responded to them with love. Then a girl came up to him and asked if these were her favorite flowers, and that this woman was the one he loved more than his people. She came closer to his majesty and immediately took out a flower and put it behind his ear, thereby embarrassing him. Then Josephine smiled and said that it suited him so well. In that case, why shouldn't he wear this flower instead of a crown? And she was, in fact, the mother of the princess and Queen Josephine. In fact, one could say that before that there were just happy days, the little girl wished that they would last literally forever. But, despite all these wonderful happy moments, soon my mother died of illness. She, in turn, had been ill before, but left them so suddenly. His Majesty the King mourned her for a long time, and after what happened, he fell into despair. The main character was a little taken aback by this story and immediately asked if Josephine was really her mother. On top of all this, she died. So should they really kill the ghost? So he asked what kind of task the young princess wanted to entrust him with. The knight standing nearby noted that she certainly understood the confusion, but the story was just beginning. Yet it turns out that just a few weeks ago, after the queen's funeral, Josephine appeared before a desperate old man. Usually, as everyone can understand, the dead never return. The new woman, in turn, behaved completely differently than the previous queen. However, her name remained the same as before, and her voice and face were also the same. Those very warm touches, coupled with her scent, were enough to drive the king crazy and fool his inconsolable heart. As a result, it turned out that His Excellency became a slave, and this man no longer cared about his own country, but only about the queen. And then one day it happened that everyone realized that their kingdom was actually ruled by Josephine, and the moment anyone tried to speak out against her, everything was bad. The king was angry and shouted at him to shut his mouth because how dare he slander the queen? He would never allow them to take his wife away from him again. As a result, this woman's life continues only thanks to the support of the elderly. Louis said how difficult this situation is, and he has two questions. First of all, did the girl really need to be told all this while she was standing on the bed? She immediately screamed and asked if he really wanted her to look up at him, while she explained everything. The hero understood what his own reason was. After that, he looked more serious and said, secondly, he had a question about why she needed his help. If what she told him was indeed true, then as long as she was a princess, that would be enough to decide something. But in that case, why did she then decide to resort to the help of a simple mercenary? Sylvia hesitated and said that it was because the nobles were on Josephine's side. The guard asked if it was really that important, because isn't money the most important thing for him? The guy said that it should be. He thinks that for all mercenaries, the wallet is the most important thing. Despite this, they fight for money, risking their own lives, and they also sell them for suicide missions. Louis said that he didn't care whether Josephine was evil or not. Instead of saying that she was right, it would be better for her to try to convince him that they could win. But if she has nothing more to say at the moment, then he will simply leave. The interlocutors immediately became wary and were amazed by this. The princess asked him to wait a second. Did he really not care if this country fell? The guy asked why he should even worry about this. The guard again told the mercenary to sit down because he was repeating the same mistake. Louis looked at her rather angrily and noted that he understood that she was devoted to her, but she should probably learn to choose her opponents better. Rebecca was wary, and he said that she was only sure that she would stand up to him if he drew his sword. Everything would definitely not end as easily as it had last time. The interlocutor did not say anything to him after this, and the guy simply left, leaving nothing behind. When he came out into the street, you immediately thought that you had just wasted your time on this because you had not received any plan or even any information about the enemy. And this girl, in turn, is just a child with flowers instead of brains. He sighed rather sadly, thinking that good deeds will not feed him, and he doesn't care. After that, I remembered the bald man and thought that he was a simple devil, and I also thought that he really annoyed him a lot. Then, the hero turned to your system and thought that he should look at the main quest, and here he saw that it had not changed at all, because he had to find Bamhara. So he thinks he needs to move on. And he remembered a conversation with a representative of the Horn Company who said that the next place could be a library. Therefore, he decided that he needed to head to that very place, and after a short period of time, he was already near the Royal Library of Cetria. The channels came closer to this place, then immediately looked down and was surprised when he saw something there. He didn't understand what it was because it looked like some kind of magic that limits. He immediately thought that perhaps there was some kind of translucent border here. When the hero touched it, he thought, is this some kind of magical barrier? Even if it is the Royal Library, why go so far? It turns out that they don't let other people inside. As a result, Louis didn't understand how this world was arranged and immediately looked, because no one looks at him. Then he used the power of his ether and did not understand that this world was based on class inequality. Just like the methods of increasing strength, such as ether and combat techniques, all of this is passed down only within families and clans. As a result, knowledge is also controlled by various nobles, and this is done in order to prevent the lower classes from becoming smarter. Naturally, based on everything about the library, which stores such knowledge, there will be a strong defense, and so the hero tried to hit with his strength several times. Then I realized that there was not a scratch on this force, although this is not surprising but still strange. When Louis failed to get into this royal library, he immediately set out on his journey, deciding that in any case there were other libraries in this place. The hero was heading along the road quite quickly, and now he disappeared from the place where he was a few seconds ago. But literally after a short period of time he found himself in the same place and was amazed at what this was. Louis had no idea what the hell was going on here, since he was sure he had been moving forward the whole time. Then I noticed the mark from the blow I had made recently, and wondered if I had really ended up here again. After this, the hero felt that it was strange and immediately turned his attention to the sound. The door, which had been closed before, immediately swung open and doors began to open. Louis realized that the exit to the library began to open sharply, and it was also strange because the barrier that was here disappeared. A little hesitantly, the hero said that it seemed like she wanted him to go inside. Of course, he didn't like it, and wondered if everything would be okay if he went in there. Despite everything, he had no choice but to go in, and so he did. When he was inside, he thought to go, but there was no one here. He said that inviting a person inside and then leaving him alone was a bad idea, but still, shouldn't you at least introduce yourself first? Suddenly, she heard a voice from above, which said that the goals may differ, but the reaction of people entering here for the first time is always the same. They are in awe of the number of books and quickly become confused. But this man is different. Has he really ever seen anything like this before? The hero saw that there was a man above who was asking if he was simply not interested. Louis thought that this was truly an amazing sight we could not compare with what was on Earth. In terms of quantity and quality of books, the land wins on both counts, so he told his interlocutor that he would choose the first option. Then, he looked carefully and said that there were cases where they had books about gods. He was especially interested in evil gods. The man smiled at this and said that it was interesting. At first he thought that this man was trying to rob the library during these difficult times, but now he will be drawn even more by what happened. The hero in turn did not understand how they began. In a moment, he found himself next to his interlocutor. Then Louis realized that this man had snuck up on him from behind when he least expected it. The old man took his weapon and noted that he was suggesting to put aside dangerous things and talk. The guy understood that even his weapon had been taken away from him. Then they sat down at the table, and the wizard said that he had given in as he had asked, so they should start a conversation. Louis wondered if this man was really a powerful magician. Robert said that he was a busy man anyway, and so he suggested making one rule to save time. The hero thought that his instincts were just screaming at him. The wizard said that their conversation would end with the fall of the last grain of sand, and they would take turns asking each other questions. Louis thought that if he did not answer honestly, he would simply die. The interlocutor asked to be allowed to start first, asking them if he knew the name of the evil god. The hero told him. And then the man said that it was Bamhara, but not many theologians would remember her. Then he noted that it was interesting, and now it was his turn. The soul collector stated that he had received some sort of divine revelation and was therefore looking for the evil god Bamhara, so he asked where he could find him. Robert said that he does not like the phrase evil god at all, because it shows human ignorance, and in order to meet him, two things are needed: a relic and a sanctuary. After that, he said that it was his turn and asked who, in his opinion, decided that there were evil gods. Initially, there was no division into good and evil. It turns out that they only have worshippers and haters. The hero said that this is the world of allies of the game is not good and evil, so, probably, he is evil only by human standards. The wizard noted that this is true, but people hope that the logic they worship is good, which is why they hide the truth and change history after that. Louis said that this was not surprising, and then asked where the relic was located, as well as the sanctuaries. Robert said that the religion is in Cetria, and the sanctuary is in the northern part of the empire. However, now that Bamhara had lost her physical form, their exact location was unknown. The guy asked if she had really lost her physical form. The wizard replied that this was true, and that she no longer existed. She had rebelled against the human deity Charlotte and had been defeated. Of course, he personally did not see what Charlotte did to her, but after everything she lost her powers, Then he noticed that he asked 2 questions, and therefore would he reveal his name and identity. The guy said his name was Louis Delassie, and he was a mercenary, and then asked if there was any way to talk to Bemhara or not. Robert noticed that the interlocutor told her the truth, and the hero stated that his answers were no better than this. Even if he found the relic and the shrines, would they be useful if there was no god? The man said that there was a misunderstanding, because a relic is an object endowed with the consciousness of a god. If you bring it to his sanctuary and perform a ritual, you can achieve his will. Even if not directly, it will happen. And he would like to have lunch with the guy about the ritual. Unfortunately, he still can't do it. And Lewis asked to wait a minute because he couldn't. And that meant that he did know about him, if you think about it. Then when he mentioned Bamhara, he spoke about God as a woman. In addition to all this, if you recall the previous conversation, then it follows from the person and the way he talked about her. Create the impression that he experienced something. That's why the main character asked what he was trying to hide from him by talking about it. Robert responded by saying that he was not trying to hide anything, and first of all, it was his turn to ask the question. And secondly, if you look at the sand clock, the sand in it has long since run out. The man smiled after this and said that next time they would talk without restrictions. But he, in turn, would need to come on an official visit. Just a few moments ago, the main character was sitting and casually drinking tea with this man, when suddenly he found himself on the street with a cup in his hands. Lewis realized that he hadn't learned anything significant in this, but over the past few days, it seemed, he had come into contact with unusually skilled magicians. The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by a noise that came from the side, and he immediately paid attention and saw a man there. It was a few supporters who approached him and said that this was royal property, so it was unclear what the hell he was hanging around there for. Lewis responded by saying that he was simply leaving the library and nothing more, and his interlocutor asked how he could have left the library. He immediately pointed the gun at the guy and said that it was enough to fool around. It turns out, however, that the royal library is simply impossible to enter without permission from the royal family, so they wonder why he ended up here. The protagonist was shocked by what happened and wondered if he really needed the royal family now. Then I remembered the words of that same wizard with whom I had spoken and wondered if by an official visit he really meant that permission from the ruling family was needed. After that, he remembered that if the member of the royal family he knew was that girl, then he understood that everything was very bad. Still, no matter what happens right now, the main thing is to avoid this very situation. Then he raised his hands and said that he understood everything, so they could move on. The guard said that this was not so, because he had already crossed the line, turning from a mere onlooker into a suspect who had attempted to commit theft. The man used his weapon and immediately loaded it with ether, and also said that they would arrest him here and right now. After that, Lewis also used his weapon and said that it was not enough for it all to end like this. So he doesn't want to complicate the situation so he won't kill, but it's hard for him to control his strength, so let them be careful. The old man said he was just a scoundrel, and they would see how long he could remain so self-confident. After that, he rarely rushed into attack and ordered his subordinates to follow him. At that very moment, the hero wondered whether he should check what the royal knights were capable of. So he decided that maybe this situation would be beneficial for him, and fought one of them. But at that very moment, when the opponents were about to collide with each other, someone appeared and stopped. The guard became wary and immediately asked who else it was. He did not understand who dared to interfere in their fight. A few moments later, the fog cleared and they saw a knight standing there. The man said that it was the Lady Rebecca. The girl said that this man had the princess's permission, so he should stop attacking. And she told him not to make things any more difficult and to put away his sword. The knight asked if the princess had really given him permission, but if so, he would immediately retreat, since he recognized the face of Lady Rebecca. Well, on top of all this, he insistently asked to tell the princess to behave appropriately outside the palace walls and not create problems. After all, in the end, it will be the low-ranking people who will have to deal with the consequences, after which the interlocutor, together with his subordinates, left this place. Louis put his weapon on his back and thanked her for her help. The girl replied that he should express his gratitude to the princess. The guy said that it was great, because he actually had something to say, and suddenly there was a loud laugh, and the main character immediately turned his attention there. The little girl, in turn, was right on top of one of the buildings and, laughing, said that he would get his help. She also said that she followed him because she needed him, not because she saw that he was in trouble, but she did not order Rebecca to help him too. The guy should join her so that she could repay him with her gratitude. The people below were amazed, but said nothing. Louis thanked her reluctantly, then thought that this damn princess, all this was for permission to enter the library, and nothing more. After a while, Sylvia continued to laugh and said that cooperating with her was a wise decision, and also welcomed the mercenary to her. The hero responded by introducing himself and saying that his name was Louis de Lacy, so he should just call him Louis, and then asked if he should be interested right away. I wonder if they really needed to talk in this position. The princess in turn said that he should invite his tongue. The guy wondered if the first order was to shut up. Then he told everything. And they asked him if permission was needed to enter the library. The little girl said that it really wasn't difficult for her to give it to him after the job was done. So was it really there that he had tried to get in earlier? Louis thought that even if he told the truth, she still wouldn't believe her. So he said that if he could get past this misunderstanding, he needed to know something. Sylvia said with a thoughtful look that he was asking for permission to go to the royal library. The guy wondered if she guessed that he was looking for Bakmara there. After that, she said that she would ask him just in case if he was some kind of fool looking for a legendary dragon. Louis asked what she was talking about, and the princess responded by saying that there had recently been a rumor that a dragon lived in the library. Considering that this man is a mercenary who values money more than legendary beasts, he most likely doesn't care about these rumors. The protagonist was amazed and thought that, fortunately, his assumptions were wrong, but he had already made a decision on what he would do once he finished here. Still, he was going to take this princess and come to the wall after some time the evening came, and the hero said that something should be clarified. It turns out that what they've been planning all along is an outright rebellion, and he won't risk his life in battle. Their enemy is the royal army, and even if he manages to escape, he will remain a threat until he leaves the kingdom. Sylvia responded to this by saying that she understood all this perfectly well. If everything did not go according to plan, then it was unfair that he, being a mercenary, would become an enemy of Cetria. However, there is a nuance because, as she said earlier, they do not have enough military power in case of unforeseen circumstances. In the end, she doesn't ask him to fight, but only wants him to be a deterrent. The guy thought that this refers to the situation when the enemy surrenders voluntarily. He then stated that if we talk about the uprising, or more precisely about the showdown with the villainess, then, as he understands it, probably not only the three of them will be there, but also the guards. The princess immediately rose from her seat and hit the table hard, saying, "Of course not." Fortunately for them, she and her crown brother the prince have the same intention. Then she wanted to say something else to this man, but suddenly a knight came up and remarked to the princess that she had better be more careful. The little girl asked what she meant, and her interlocutor said that even walls have ears, and then she understood everything. Louis wondered at that moment if this was a reasonable remark, since caution in such matters would not hurt. But still, was she really sharing her plans with her older brother? In his opinion, this was a bad idea, and he immediately decided that he was not at all sure now that everything would be all right. Soon, Sylvia said that in any case they would start implementing the plan in a few days. The guy just needed to protect her, so there was nothing to worry about. Then she said that now the boy can go, because he needs to sleep well in order to grow. Louis said that he will be in the room, opposite. If he needs anything, let him find it. After that, he immediately left, but Lady Rebecca looked at him rather distrustfully. Sylvia turned to her, noted that this day had been quite difficult and so it should be finished already. The guard told her to go and rest. She herself continued to look closely at the main character and said that she still needed to make sure of something. Louis went outside after a while to wash his face under running water. After this, Rebecca approached him, turned off the water, and said that he was Louis, better known as the Soul Collector. The guy asked if she was coming to tell him something, and his interlocutor noted that she had recently made inquiries through a representative of the Mercenary Guild. She eventually learned that his track record was indeed impressive, and that he was also suspected of destroying the mercenary group he belonged to. The hero began to wipe his face and said that he believed that this was said for a reason. That's why he turned his attention to her and asked why she suddenly started talking about this. The girl took out her weapon and said that there was no reason for me, but in addition to all this, she asked him to draw his sword immediately. It turns out that although the princess wants the best for the country, unfortunately, she doesn't understand people very well. Now that the prince has joined them, the dragon knights that support him will also accompany them, and this order has existed since the founding of Cetria. A particularly important person in this whole event is Captain Caesar, the commander of the order, and it turns out that he even participated in the Holy War. The hero thought that another influential figure of this era would appear before him again, which is why the lady said that perhaps the princess liked him, but she did not. So, using her weapon, she asks him to prove that he is useful before the order joins them. She, Rebecca of the Dragon Knights, challenges him. Louis looked at her coldly after that and remarked that he would just clarify something just in case. Isn't it because he threw her away then that all this is happening? The girl asked what kind of nonsense this was, but the guy said he didn't think he would let her leave just because she asked. The hero immediately took out his weapon and said that they would finish this quickly. It turns out that the one who first knocks down the enemy will win their duel. Besides, he noted that he would be careful, so let him not be shy and attack him, since there was no need to use ether right now. After Rebecca heard all these words, she immediately rushed into the attack, grabbing her ball with both hands. After this, the two opponents' blades allegedly clashed in a furious duel. The princess, in turn, looked out from the side and, laughing, said that it was good that she followed her, and trying to assess Louis's skills was really an excellent idea. Sylvia was glad that she was watching a heated duel of knights, crossing swords right in front of her, although in reality it was not like that at all. The princess thought that she was the one who should find out how much her mercenaries from the northern part of the empire were capable of. Using her sword, the girl raised her head to see where the enemy's opening was. Then she tried to attack the head, but the hero returned. He thought that it was surprising, but she was a knight. He wondered if the royal knights were the strongest in this country. Louis then realized that this was not what he expected at all, because Rebecca, as well as the dragon and the knights, were very weak. And after these words, he swung his sword for the first time, and his opponent flew far into the sky. It turned out that they were much weaker than the guy had previously imagined himself to be. The princess was amazed and asked what this was. How could this happen? It was incomprehensible. Her bodyguard landed on the ground after a while and also asked what happened, because she did not understand how this happened. The protagonist immediately went to her to see if she was okay, but she was unconscious. After that, Louis smiled and asked if these were the skills of the best order of Cetria. Josephine, like the guy, said that with such abilities he is nothing special. Right in front of the queen sat a guy who was covered in blood and already kneeling on one knee. It was precisely this man who was the crown prince who stood in front of the killed people. And next to the queen at the same time was the captain of the order, Caesar. The prince turned to this man and asked him if he really didn't care that the queen was attacking the law of the born prince. It was unclear what he was doing at all. The captain, in turn, asked him to surrender, since it turns out that they have all the evidence, as well as the witnesses. In the end, even if he is the crown prince, there are things that he definitely shouldn't do. He thought that even if Cetria is collapsing from the inside, there is no way out. Josephine came closer to the man and asked if the crown prince really was planning to kill her. She really does look like his mother. Does he really want to destroy her? The guy shouted. Cover his mouth, because if it weren't for her, the kingdom wouldn't have become like this. So he promises that he will definitely cut off her head and hang her right in the square. The woman asked if he was really going to blame others even in such a situation. After all, it can be said that all of this is indeed the result of the crown prince's own actions. This tragic ending was the result of his desire to take the throne. The interlocutor shouted at her not to make him laugh, because all this was being done only to save this kingdom. Josephine came closer, and then, grabbing his face, asked if he could really believe this in general. And is he really saying that all this was done only for the sake of justice or for the sake of his ambitions as the crown prince of this kingdom? The next day, bad news came to the princess because they told her something about her brother. The girl asked if the child had really lost contact with her older brother, and she responded that everything was true and that she was even trying to figure everything out. It turns out that not only was contact lost with the crown prince, but also with everyone who was in the palace and agreed to cooperate, and the connection was lost last night. The girl noted that perhaps she knows what happened, although this is not so, because it is too early to draw conclusions. The knight said that first they needed to change their location, because if there was a leak of information, then that was bad. Suddenly, some noise was heard outside. The girl asked what was going on and then immediately went to the window to sort out the whole situation. But when she looked at what was there, she was stunned and asked why it was not clear why people were going somewhere. A huge number of people were heading forward, so Sylvia asked why people were moving towards the royal palace in such a large crowd. One of the men who walked ahead said that this side had been finished long ago, but after the Horn Rebellion, even getting food had become much more difficult. The interlocutor said, "Does he really think that this is the only problem in this entire country?" It turns out that not so long ago his brother was stabbed to death by a thief, but he was never punished. This is precisely why people cannot do nothing and just die. If everything goes wrong, then perhaps they themselves should become thieves. This old man talked to the girl and told her this story, then looked straight at her and told her not to follow him without any reason. Still, it could be very dangerous for a little girl like her. It turned out that it was the princess who spilled over because of his words and said that she was not a child. Noticing that even she had heard that there were opposition forces in the palace plotting something against Josephine, The interlocutor asked if she was also aware of these rumors. One of the men on the side said that he did not even believe that this could be true. The interlocutor said that without a doubt it was a lie, invented to suppress discontent. Sylvia said that even so, it would not be better to wait a little longer, and she was asked what difference it made whether Josephine disappeared now or later. All this is because even without this so-called queen, the Cetria family no longer has the trust of the people of the kingdom. And all this is because these crowned heads are interested only in their own power, so they literally don't care whether the common people die or not. The man became angry and shouted that he was no longer going to put up with all this, so instead of just waiting to die, he would rather burn everything to the ground. The young princess was discouraged and did not understand what was happening, and why things had gone so far. Josephine is a villain, that's for sure, but it's a proven fact. But if she disappears, won't everything return to normal as it was? And is it possible that all these people have been living with such thoughts all this time? Rebecca said that the atmosphere here was really strange and maybe they should retreat. Sylvia said it was unnecessary because they had to figure out what they wanted. But if in truth a massacre occurs, then she will need the help of her ward. The interlocutor said that she understood everything. After some time, a large number of people reached the palace of Cetria, which was precisely the western gate. One of the men spoke to a guard who shouted that if they broke in without a plan, they would not achieve anything. It is because of this that there is a certain order of actions. If they behave like this, then it will be bad. The interlocutor interrupted him and shouted that to hell with this order. Because it turns out that if they all follow these so-called rules, then half of these people will die of hunger. Sylvia thought that fortunately they were having a dialogue. Then the old man shouted to call the commander, or at least give them food from the palace. Soon a man came up and asked what all the commotion was about. That this person was the vice commander of the Dragon Order, whose name was Maxwell. He noted that he seemed to have heard that it was disrespectful, and whether it was so. Rebecca said that this is the vice commander of the order. The princess said that she thinks she heard about him before, and whether she correctly understands that this is Caesar's student. The bodyguard said that she was right, and compared to her, he had exceptional talent, because this man even studied in the Trojan Empire. As a result, he became the youngest vice commander in recent times in this country. Some people even say that he lacks a little flexibility, but nevertheless, this is nothing serious. The conversation between the girls was interrupted by a man's scream coming from the stage. They immediately turned their attention there and were shocked by what they saw. Maxwell wounded the man and said that he came to his majesty, which gave away the current situation in Cetria. It is unclear why they came in such a crowd to scare the guards. Then they asked them to do everything they could, and in general, do all these people know how many people like this appear here every day? In truth, it can be said that some kings said that they valued communication with the people, and it is precisely because of this that Cetria became what it is. At the moment, it turns out that the royal family is above the law. But these people who come here cannot come and demand that the same service be rendered to them twice. Maxwell stated that he was warning them for the last time, and that they should retreat peacefully. Those who did not turn back would be considered people with evil intentions. And suddenly one of the guards came up and immediately turned to the vice commander, covering with his body the very old man whom he had wounded. He then stated that, despite his position, this was already too much, and it was still incomprehensible how he could raise his sword against a peaceful inhabitant of the kingdom. Literally a moment after these words, the man's upper torso was cut off. Maxwell then looked forward and said that disobeying orders was grounds for punishment. He would consider all those who sided with them to be bad people. After that, he said that he thought he had already given him enough time to think, and further believed that the rest were those who had bad intentions. The vice captain turned to his subordinates and said that they should all be arrested immediately, and if necessary, they should be simply killed. The princess was discouraged by this and thought that this was all bad, because this could not be. Then she shouted for everyone to stop and wanted to say something. But the crowd, in turn, began to move quite quickly and after that turned in the other direction and ran away. The young girl was literally lost among these people and screamed for Rebecca to help. The bodyguard noticed her, but it was too late, because people came running quickly enough and dragged her along with them. After a short period of time, one of the men fell right on top of her. Soon they were on the ground together, and she said that it was quite hard for her, so she asked to get off her. But the same old man who was on it did not answer, and it was obvious that he was dead. After that, she ran away from the man's body and immediately screamed very loudly. In despair, and with tears in her eyes, the girl did not even know what to do in this situation. Then I turned my attention forward so that you could see a little bit what was going on outside. It was clear that the knights, as well as the officers, had begun killing the civilians who had gathered for this protest. She wanted all of this to be untrue. On top of all this, the girl had to somehow stop all this right now, but she didn't understand how. Suddenly, some person touched her. She immediately screamed very loudly, scared, and suddenly saw that the main character was there. Lewis asked her why she was flying in the clouds. The princess asked if it was really him, and it was not clear when he came closer. The hero responded by saying that he had literally been following them from the very beginning. In fact, the situation has become really strange now, so he asked the girl to get up because they need to get out of here quickly. Sylvia came closer and said that this was not a solution at all, because they had to stop it somehow. Louis noted that if she said stop, then it was not clear how to do it. The princess continued to beg that no matter what it took, all of this had to be stopped. The guy realized that this girl was definitely one of those who acted without a clear plan. He then stated that it would be a piece of cake to take down all the guards who were attacking. But should they do that? The little girl replied that she wouldn't allow it, because they weren't citizens of this country either. The guy said that he, of course, doesn't like a lot of things either, but there is no other way, naturally. There is one way, so he asks to trust him. Lady Rebecca, in turn, was worried about the princess and shouted to her, trying to search. It was not long before she discovered the cape that Sylvia had been wearing, lying on the floor. And suddenly there was a man who was standing on the roof, shouting for everyone to stop quickly, and the girl turned her attention there. Also, the knights who were attacking the common people also looked there, and this man told them to throw down their swords right now. All the people turned their attention to the roof of the nearby house and saw the guy who was holding the girl hostage. They whispered what happened there and who he was. Louis said that if any of the royal knights stepped forward, the princess would lose her head immediately. The young girl did not expect such a turn of events and therefore was very surprised by his words. The vice captain immediately turned to this man and said, "Has he really lost all fear since he took the princess hostage? And if he doesn't let her go right now, things will be bad." The guy immediately grabbed his weapon and made a wound so that, from the side, it was visible as if a fairly large amount of blood gushed to the side. He asked what if so. Sylvia stood there with a casual air, so that it would appear that she was the one who was wounded. The crowd became angry when they saw what had happened, and immediately everyone began to ask if he had really hurt the princess. Lady Rebecca, in turn, was also amazed by this and said that it was madness. She asked how he was going to deal with the consequences after this. Maxwell realized that the man on the roof was not joking, and immediately shouted with you. Everyone stopped and no one moved. The common people immediately began to shout that the knights were no longer attacking them, and therefore everyone should run away. As a result, wars really did stand still, and people simply ran away, trying to save their lives from them. After what happened, the heroes said that they had sorted out the current problem. Suddenly, the girl began to tell Vice Captain Maxwell to listen to her. The hero was surprised not for this, but the princess said, "Does he really think that using His Majesty's name as an excuse to cause harm is okay? Is this really the only true way to maintain the authority of the ruling family?" After this, she got angry and started shouting that this was not so, because his actions were insulting the royal family. Then she said to wait until she returned to the palace. Then it did. It definitely would not pass, but the hero restored it and immediately rushed from the roof to the side. On the way, she said that if she were to make such speeches, then who would even decide that she was a hostage, since she had already gone too far, cut her hand, and created such a situation. The girl lowered her head and, with a voice that said she was definitely guilty, apologized to him. Maxwell got angry after this and said that living like this for someone else was just awful. On top of all this, she was taken hostage for such a delusional reason that suddenly the man turned his attention to the crowd that had gathered. Then he asked if this was really Lady Rebecca. He was interested in the deployment. She is responsible for protecting the princess. Then he smiled slyly, because he realized that this situation could play into his hands, and it couldn't be better. He still found a way to fix this situation. The vice captain came closer and said that she left the princess unattended, and this is what happened. So she is disqualified as a personal guard. Then the subordinates were ordered to seize her for further action, and the knights immediately presented weapons to her. Maxwell told Rebecca that she had neglected her duties and tarnished the honor of the knights. The girl asked to wait, because she wanted to explain something. The interlocutor looked at her coldly and said that he no longer wanted to listen to her excuses. From that day on, she was no longer the princess's personal knight. The knight asked if the vice commander had the authority to do this, and he asked if she was ignoring orders from her superiors. So he quickly hit his interlocutor and said that you added insubordination to this and immediately arrested her. After some time, the princess walked through a crowd of people and tried to reach her bodyguard. She said that the girl was not one of those who ran away from the battlefield, and so it was unclear where she went. People, in turn, looked at the little girl. One of them then looked over and said, Isn't that the girl in front of them? The second person said that it was definitely her who claimed to be a princess. Sylvia asked who he was, and in general it was unclear how he dared to touch her. The interlocutor, in turn, did not stop and immediately grabbed her quite forcefully. He was Ashes, saying that his brother died in this chaos, and also he was killed by the royal family of Cetria, and besides, the rest of the people who were evil immediately ran there. The man continued to say that now everything was clear to him, because the ruling family had really abandoned its people. In the end, if this is so, then there is no longer any point in serving them, and they will repay them with the same thing they did to them. The girl asked to wait, and asked what he was trying to do. But the old man swung his weapon sharply and shouted, "Look what! Soon they will see if royal blood is different from their blood." In the end, this man still failed to realize his plans because the main character came closer and immediately hit him with his hand. The man continued to hold the girl and said, "Was it really he who staged the show with the hostage earlier? And if so, what does it all mean?" Louis casually replied that the princess had hired him, but then he wondered if the man had accidentally let her go so as not to create even more problems. He told the princess not to wander around the area silently because she was small and difficult to find. An old man was quietly approaching him from behind, holding a weapon in his hands. After that, this man hit the guy hard and told this scoundrel not to talk nonsense. But when you looked at the weapon with which you hit this man, you were stunned, because it broke. So you asked what it was. Louis is pretty angry, looked at him and said he didn't expect them to thank him for saving their asses, but isn't that a bit much? The guy immediately started taking out his weapon to fight these people and said that he was a little irritated now. Sylvia stood in the way and told Louis to stop, asking if he was really going to attack innocent people. The hero was surprised and wondered why the hell he grabbed the sword. Then he hesitated and apologized, saying that he didn't intend to do anything. Then I saw that this child started to cry. The girl was really crying loudly and begging him to just leave here and not bother anyone. After this, the guy exhaled quite deeply because he had accumulated a little anger. But he didn't say anything and simply covered the girl with his cape. She was surprised and asked what Louis was doing. Then the hero and the princess left peacefully, thinking that even though he got angry for a moment and pulled out his sword, she still had self-sufficiency and self-control. It can actually be said that this baby is of royal blood, of course. The guy had thought about this before. After some time, Louis came to the room and addressed Her Royal Highness, asking if the girl was really going to sit locked up in this room forever. It turns out that he, of course, doesn't care, but mercenaries usually charge for their extra time. I think there was something like that. Soon the princess apologized and said that she had a lot to think about, so she asked to leave her just for a little while. Louis agreed to this and noted that she did know where to look for him, so in the end she should come if she needed anything. Sylvia, in turn, sat right next to the front door to her room and was very sad. The girl thought about the moment when everything went completely wrong, although she couldn't even imagine that everything would turn out this way. Still, the little girl just wanted to bring back the old Cetria, and it was assumed that people thought exactly the same as she did. But if she recalls what happened earlier, all she sees in them is deep-rooted anger, as well as hatred towards the royal family. Sylvia understood that she was scared, but tears were welling up in her eyes and it was unclear how she had come to this. Due to a lot of thinking, there were thoughts about whether this problem arose due to her weakness. Then she remembered her mother, Rebecca, and also her father. It was unclear why now, when things were so hard, there was almost no one around her. Louis, in turn, went outside and thought that he knew that she was a good girl. But not so much so, as a rule, such personalities usually end up badly. In addition to all this, it was interesting to see where that lady who accompanied her had gone, no matter how weak she was, but someone who knows how to use the ether will not suffer in a crowd. Suddenly, the guy decided to stop and think about what kind of useless thoughts were creeping into his head. After all, in the end, he had another goal. After all, you need to complete tasks in order to unravel this damn system and its missions. Even without the princess, the guy can find clues about Bamkar in the library. Whether he will become a villain or not, he hasn't cared at all for a long time, but whether he should go over to Josephine's side or not. Although after a couple of moments, I decided that this definitely shouldn't be done. If you think about what happened in the past, the intensive care unit made him unhappy, and not only because he lived a life that was limited in time. After all, the most difficult thing in that whole situation was that until his time was up, no one was next to him. He exhaled quite heavily and thought that he should think positively. And if we talk about children, then he must have seemed like a naive youth to the captain. And then the main character's thoughts were interrupted by some man who came out from around the corner. The guy paid attention to him, and he said that he had been selling out here all the time. It was the vice captain who said that he had sent a pursuit party to deal with the rebels. But now he realized that he and the princess were in cahoots. Louis took out his weapon and said that he had brought it here just in time, but it turned out that he needed to clear his head a little. Maxwell responded by taking out his gun and saying that he didn't seem to be worried at all. Maybe it seemed easy on his part. But what about the other side? The hero looked at him in surprise and asked in what sense with another. The interlocutor remarked, "Didn't he tell him this before? Because it turns out that he sent people to finish off the rule breakers. And so the leaders of this group ordered their subordinates to get moving, because they were told that they would be generously rewarded for everyone who was not caught, so they should get moving. In this case, you need to search the buildings quite thoroughly and not let anyone escape and find everyone." The vice captain loaded his weapon with ether, saying that the recent shortage of patrol officers had led to instability in public safety here. Every now and then there is a clash between civilians and mercenaries, and sometimes one or two people die. Louis looked at the man and his strength without thinking if it could be that he was who he thought he was. Maxwell rushed to attack him quite sharply, and because of this, the ground below began to break apart. After this, the main character even had to jump back a short distance due to danger. He then looked ahead and wondered if he had underestimated Rebecca too much, since it turned out that his new opponent was quite capable. The vice captain smiled slyly and said that this man should not worry, because once he got through everything, this one would take the lead in the restoration of Cetria. Louis said that thanks to him he had less time to worry, so it turns out there really is no point in keeping him alive. After this conversation, Maxwell got into a fighting stance, using his shield. The protagonist looked at this and wondered if he really had a defensive weapon. It was actually unusual since he was using a shield and ether at the same time. Without a doubt, in all of this, it can be said that among the families that taught sword art, there was one that used such a technique. After a short period of time, the opponents clashed with each other, using their strength. The resonance from the collision spread throughout the area, illuminating everything in its path. Vice Captain Maxwell pushed the boy's weapon away using his superior strength. The main character was surprised and thought what kind of power he felt. It seemed as if the shield that this man was using was pushing away the sword. As a result, the opponent skillfully defended himself with his defensive weapon and attacked with his free hand. Louis thought that he should change the trajectory of his attack and attack from the flank. But at the moment when he did this, there was still a shield ahead again, and this zone was not open. The guy noticed this and wondered if the line of attack had deviated towards the shield. And after that, the hero felt that his hand was attacked from several sides. Because of what happened, the guys had to retreat some distance. Maxwell smiled and asked if he was surprised that the model was the strongest defense among the 8 swordsman families, and it was called the Behemoth swordsmanship. At the same time, he said that it was a great honor for him to meet his opponent in battle. All this because mercenaries like him are truly rare. Suddenly, the vice captain asked to wait at least a minute. What was that interesting thing on his shoulder? Because of that same attack he made recently, his shoulder was exposed, and it was clear that a stigma had appeared there. The man was completely unclear why such an insignificant mercenary like this man needed her. Although it was not even this that worried him, but more importantly, that this symbol belonged to one of the families. The protagonist asked if it was really unexpected that someone knew about it, and so he said that this stigma really belongs to him. It also turns out that it is a lightning ball art, and it is the mark of one of the swordsmen from the Croyd family. It was surprising for him, because they were still quite far away, and suddenly the guy saw that someone was quickly starting to approach them. If this continues to happen, then with a smart play the guy will be able to break through his defense. The most important thing in this whole situation is to use this opportunity. This must be done in order to identify the enemy's weak point. And after a while the guy swung, using the strength of his veterans, and collided with the shield. After this, the man smiled quite brightly and said that this meant that, now everything was perfectly clear to him. He said that it wasn't that the guy decided not to use the lightning ball art, but that he couldn't do it, and that was because the stigma wasn't complete. Maxwell then began to recall that during his time studying abroad, he had fought with the Duke of Croyd's niece countless times. In the end, it turned out that this man never even managed to defeat her. But despite this, he has still taken more hits than anyone else and can recognize the pattern on her hand. And if the guy can't use the lightning sword art, then he's not that good. Suddenly, Louis grabbed his shield and immediately slammed the man into the ground. The vice captain felt a rather strong blow, and after that he was stunned, because he asked what kind of power this was. The main character, in turn, used his rather great strength and threw his opponent a great distance to the side. He flew into the very wall that was behind him and hit it hard. Louis didn't stop and immediately rushed towards his opponent, plunging his sword right near his neck. Maxwell was amazed and asked how he could have such power without the stigma. The hero said that this man only talked about stigma, swordsmanship, and the like, and relied only on techniques while having a weak foundation. This is precisely why he is weak. In a normal situation, he would simply cut this man's throat, but alas, he was hired. Then the guy turned to the princess, who was around the corner, and asked what she wanted him to do with him. If she was spying, then she should at least say something. The little girl hesitated and said that she didn't know if she could even make the right choice. After all, Maxwell is also a citizen of the kingdom, and to hurt such a person is too much. Lewis interrupted her and said that she was talking too much. On top of all this, she thinks too much. This time, the guy is going to help her a little, so let him watch carefully. He told the captain that he probably had a dying wish, and he would listen, if it was a word or several. The man just smiled at this and then asked the princess what she was doing. It turns out that this uncouth mercenary was going to kill her knight. Didn't she say before that he was also a citizen of the kingdom of Cetria? So was she really just going to stand by and watch as his throat was slit? Maxwell then called the man a scoundrel and said that he was completely disappointed, and asked him to do something, literally anything. The main character got angry after this and shouted that enough was enough. He, in turn, no longer wanted to listen to anything this man said. Here we are shoving it in. Lewis used his weapon and cut the man's head off his shoulders. The girl did not expect what would happen and was amazed when she saw a flying head above. Far from lifeless, she fell to the ground and rolled straight to the place where the girl had been standing all this time. When she saw it in front of her, she immediately fell down in despair and began to scream in fear. The main character noticed how she was breathing heavily and looking scared and asked if she was really scared. He also came closer and asked if she might feel guilty for what had just happened. He said that in reality he had just made the decision on his own, but she should remember what he was going to tell her now. I will do it anyway, by choice. Or else, in any case, there will be no situation where there would be no victims. The interlocutor lowered her gaze when she heard this. She went on to say that she was nevertheless well aware of this situation. But in any case, before that, she thought that good intentions were enough. Although it seems that this is not enough for the guy to listen to her. The main character lowered his head down, because he understood the full weight of the situation that had fallen on the shoulders of this fragile and small one. Sylvia then remembered Josephine and said that she still wanted to solve the problem in the most correct way that could be. But if she were to be honest in this situation, she believed that everyone would understand if she spoke sincerely, and at the same time she was sure that she was doing the right thing with everyone. Lewis realized what was happening and what he should do, so he immediately approached his interlocutor. He lifted her onto his shoulder and began to carry her in an unknown direction. The little girl asked what he was doing and asked him to let her go. The guy asked what was the point of getting upset. First, we need to deal with the immediate problem, and according to that guy, it looks like they sent people to meet the refugees. The girl asked what he was talking about. Louis said that this time the decision should be easier and save them or leave them wondering. Sylvia asked if he was still asking, of course save them. The hero asked her rather coldly if she knew that these people were planning to harm her today. But the princess was unwavering and cried out, "What kind of a net is this after all? Even if this is so, and even if they left her, she cannot abandon them." The guy sighed sadly when he heard all this, but he thought that she had her own principles on this matter. Still, it turns out that she just hasn't figured herself out yet. Remembering Jason, I thought that perhaps she needs someone to guide her. So he told his interlocutor that they should do as he says. Firstly, they will deal with their worries that are deep in their souls. Secondly, if she is still not sure, then let her ask for help. It turns out that you shouldn't try to cope with everything yourself, like an idiot. The princess lowered her head and said that she understood everything, wondered if it was normal for him to carry her like a pack mule, and then thanked him for his help. At the same time, outside the holy city of Cetria, the situation was tense and also dangerous. The mercenaries pecked at ordinary citizens who were hiding in their houses, and one of them shouted that someone else had appeared. You could say that they had a cockroach nest here. The knight said that if this man wanted to live, then he should offer something worthwhile for his life. But the interlocutor said that in truth he had nothing at all. The opponent said that if this is so, then nothing can be done and put the gun to his throat. The man understood that the situation was critical and therefore asked to wait. Suddenly they were interrupted by the princess, who appeared there and shouted for everyone to stop immediately. The mercenaries as well as the knights turned their attention to her and were amazed that she was here. Sylvia asked in surprise how they dared to torture her people, and if they continued to do so, she would make them pay for all this. Of course, if it were not she herself who did this, but the person who was with her, Lewis wondered if she had come to her senses too quickly. After that, the leader of these killers started coming here and asking who else they were. Isn't this the same Lewis who is legendary? The old man came closer and asked if he really received the order here. Unfortunately for him, they got here first, so they should get out of this place. The guy, in turn, came closer, and then dragged a bag with him which was covered in blood. The interlocutor asked what else it was. The hero immediately smiled and noted that if he was talking about it, then it was a fine. There was a high probability that he would change his mind when he opened it. The man with the bandage asked what this was. Was it some kind of reward? It turns out that the mercenaries really are good at talking, and now they will see how sincere he was towards them. Then he began to open that same bag, which was well tied. It turned out that Maxwell's head was there. Lewis had said before that she had said that he could change his mind if he understood everything. Let him get lost. No one would pay them anymore. The princess noticed that these were negotiations before the battle, and that was why he was wanted. The guy asked who said that he was one of those who were going crazy with the desire to fight. Of course, if necessary, he will willingly enter into battle, but if there is no need for this, then he will never kill. If there is a better way, then it is reasonable to choose it. But if they cross the line, then you need to act immediately in order to survive. The young interlocutor thought about these words and realized that they were talking about crossing the line. The mercenary leader shouted that they were scoundrels, and did they really think this would work for them? So it turns out that the soul collector threw this to him. And did they really think that these people would obediently leave just because their leader lost? In the end, if they really stop funding the mercenaries, they will turn into thugs. Then he grabbed one of the civilians. She asked if they saw this, because if they wanted these guys to stay alive, they needed to bring him gold coins. The leader ordered to seize everyone, and they would release 1 for 10 coins. It turns out that this will be a profitable deal, and leaving them alive was still the right decision. Then he asked what Lewis was waiting for, because he said to bring him the gold. In the end, the princess was also outraged by their behavior and said that they had now really crossed the line. She then turned to the man she had recently hired and said she was leaving these guys in his hands. It turns out that the safety of people, her kingdom, is above all else. Perhaps she will not have enough strength for Togo to defeat them, but she believes that the guy will do the right thing. However, he, in turn, is also quite a valuable ally to her, so let him be careful. After Louis heard this whole conversation, he immediately smiled and said that it was really interesting. Now it was still unclear who was worried about whom. The mercenaries, who had been standing peacefully all this time, immediately rushed to attack their partner. He, in turn, immediately took out the weapon that was behind his back and immediately charged it with ether. That's why most of the mercenaries who immediately rushed at him were cut or maimed by this blow. The leader of this so-called small group asked what this was. It was completely unclear to him why this man was so fast. While he was shouting all this and didn't understand what was happening, he felt a boot on his face which hit him hard. Then the body of this mercenary moved back several dozen meters and crashed into the crowd of others. Lewis lowered his blade and noticed that he had not inflicted any mortal wounds, but despite this, it was the last time. And from this very moment, all those who intimidate the unarmed without exception will be dead. Even if they attack him, they will still die. It turns out that this still confuses him a little, because this man is the one who brings death, so let him get lost. The man wondered if it was worth 20,000 gold. It turns out that he hadn't even seen the guy's previous attack, so if he wanted to, this man would already be dead. It's not for nothing that Louis has the nickname Soul Collector. Because he is quite strong, the guy came up and asked what would happen now. He wondered if the leader of these mercenaries had any thoughts of running away, or if he really wanted to go all the way. The interlocutor got angry and asked if he thought he would be scared by his chatter. Fine, let them see how far they can go, and let them listen carefully. After that, he immediately rushed to bow to Louis and said that he was asking for forgiveness, because they would leave quietly, so they begged him to just let them go this time. The main characters, along with the princess, were a little surprised by what was happening, because they did not expect that this man would give up so quickly. The guy finally let them go, and after a while the mercenaries ran away without leaving any things behind. Sylvia began to think that Lewis had really taken control of the situation. It turns out that even if he fights with someone, the basis of his actions is the desire to win. This is what happens when the one who has power acts. Although all this is not so, because isn't it the one who knows how to use power? The girl wondered what she should do now at all. The old man soon said that he still couldn't hold the wound with his hand forever. Then a girl came up to him and tore a piece of clothing from her. She told the man to use it to bandage her. The interlocutor was amazed when he saw her. Then he started screaming that she was a damn princess. If it weren't for her, none of this would have worked out. Did she really think they would be grateful if she took care of their wounds? And suddenly another man came up and hit this one on the head, asking what kind of nonsense he was saying to their benefactress. The man turned his attention to him and noted that this was Sir. The old man said that if it weren't for this little girl, they would all have been caught or killed by mercenaries. It really doesn't matter how much they suffered at the hands of the royal family, because there is no reason to treat her badly just because she is one of them. On top of all this, if it weren't for the princess's knight, this man might not be alive now. He wouldn't even talk about it in a noble manner. The protagonist then released his eyes and then thought that there was really no need to reveal that he was a mercenary. Then the gentleman approached the young princess and asked for forgiveness for being too narrow-minded. The little girl asked how she could blame him for her anger. So it turns out that the main one knows perfectly well that people suffered because of the royal family of Cetria, asked to just believe her just once, and she definitely does not ask this country. One person from the crowd said that the princess's words did sound beautiful, but there was one thing. Several people said that mercenaries had already been running amok in the city, and the interlocutor said that they simply could not wait for the country to become normal. After all, it turns out that in this place there is nowhere to even spend one night peacefully. The girl thought that everything was clear to her, because no matter how Sullen Lewis was, he could not protect everyone. If only she had such a huge power, then everything would be better. Although this is not so, because she must think about how to use the power that she has. After some thought, she finally decided that this was it, and she could use her own power. The princess then announced to everyone that there was indeed a place where they would be safe, so they should move with her. The man asked if they could trust her at all. The interlocutor said that he understood perfectly well that the princess sincerely wanted to help us, but there was a but. Louis joined the conversation and said that it was up to them to decide whether to believe this girl's words or not. But he could say something about it. It turns out that if they still don't believe her, they won't be able to see how the country will change under her rule. After some thought, the leader of this group of people said that they still did not trust Sylvia and had doubts about her, but they wanted to try, and they would follow her. The little girl thanked them for this and said that she would definitely live up to their expectations. Louis noted that he then had one question. He wondered if they had ever seen a knight who had a scar on the right side of his face. The interlocutor thought for a moment, and then said that if he was not mistaken, they saw how other knights grabbed her and dragged her somewhere. The hero said that since she was a royal knight, she would most likely not be killed, but first they needed to make sure that she had come back to life at all. The princess was angry at the same time, and it was obvious. She said that her bodyguard simply could not die. This man should remember what she told him, because Rebecca survives under any circumstances, so there is no need to worry. The girl noted that even if Louis lost to her, she was also quite strong and a knight. The hero replied that this was true. At this time, the bodyguard, along with another prisoner, were sitting in jail, before saying that he needed to apologize to his sister for causing such a mess before the ceremony. The girl asked, but if the crown prince was to blame for this, the interlocutor noted that this was not so, because the problem was that he trusted Sir Caesar. Suddenly, some noise was heard from the grate, and Rebecca turned her attention there. After that, she grabbed it, thought the iron grate was securely fastened. It really seemed that it could be opened. Just kicked the iron bars. Justin asked her what she was trying to do now. The girl replied, leave the iron bars, they look completely unreliable. That's why they must be relying on the suppression device that this prison has. So they're planning to escape from here and then join Sylvia. It was obvious that the guy was very angry about this and was gritting his teeth. And through the anger he felt, he asked what she said. Was he really going to join his sister after all? Rebecca was surprised why the man suddenly started shouting. Justin grabbed her by the neck and dragged her straight to the bars, asking if she really thought she could restore royal power with the help of this idiot. The girl is out of her mind if she's going to do this, and it's all wrong, because the only hope for this country is him, so only the prince can save her. The man's expression was truly insane, and he shouted that only a natural could become the king of Cetria. Just a few days before what happened, a guy came to the fish and suggested that they unite in order to overthrow Josephine. He asked if his sister Sylvia had really said something like that, and the knight replied that it was true, that it was all true. It turns out that at the moment she is looking for capable mercenaries, the prince replied that, if we are talking about mercenaries, then can they trust them with such a task? He took off his hood and told his interlocutor to tell his sister not to worry about the troops. It turns out that they had already completed negotiations with the citizens. In addition to all this, they even hired several knights, and this crisis should be overcome in place. The girl recalled that this was exactly what the prince said then. And now he was literally screaming with anger and asking what the scoundrel could achieve by bringing in help from mercenaries who had been pulled out of the slums. Rebecca asked His Highness to calm down, because he was not at all like he usually was. The prince asked what kind of ordinary he was. It turns out that everything before this was completely untrue. Until now, he had suppressed all his desires, but now in front of her is the one who is truly him. As a result, Justin is not the legitimate one and also the only savior who can do this for Cetria? The knight thought that this man is crazy and he is out of his mind. Come to think of it, the crown prince really wasn't like this before Josephine captured him. So I wondered if that woman had done something to him. The girl at that moment decided that she should do something now, so she used one of the techniques and hit her interlocutor on the neck with her palm. Because of this technique, the man in front of her was in a conscious state. She asked for forgiveness from His Highness and said that she would leave him near the camera and then leave. Suddenly, guards appeared and asked what was going on, whether someone was escaping from prison, and it was also unclear why the prince was in such a state. In response to this, Rebecca said that she really felt sorry for her, but she had to get out of here. Then she looked coldly at her interlocutors. The man, in turn, grabbed his weapon and told her to consider this a warning. After all, she should return to prison immediately. Otherwise, he would have to use force. The interlocutor replied that she did not hold a grudge against them, because it was their duty. So they asked to attack immediately. And so the guards who were supposed to protect this place did not stop and immediately rushed at her together. The man swung his weapon, but Rebecca easily dodged his attack and moved to the side. But there, in turn, this man's partner was already waiting for her, who had swung and was ready to hit the target. So it happened that the knight did not have time to dodge this attack, and her shoulder was cut a little. She only made a small sound from the pain she felt, and then grabbed the weapon with her hand. The man who attacked her screamed at her to let go, because if he twisted his weapon even a little, she would lose her fingers. Rebecca screamed at him to try if he could, but another guard, the one she had dodged the first time, rushed at her. But the knight noticed the attack and, using one of her limbs, hit the man hard. It so happened that because of this, and if she pushed one onto the other, and that's why they fell to the ground. After a short break in the battle, the girl immediately decided to look at her wound and realized that the hook was shattered. It was clear that it was impossible to fight with such a hand. The guards rose and rushed to the attack, saying that it would end after all and that it was necessary to finish it off. Rebecca immediately saw this attack and took a fighting stance in order to at least somehow defend herself. She knew perfectly well that if she hesitated, she would be at a disadvantage, so she had to use that useless arm as a shield and break through them. And then she suddenly rushed at one of the people and hit him hard in the face with her hand. Further along the way, another opponent was waiting who was already prepared to attack and swung his sword. But when this holiday tried to attack her, the girl easily dodged it, rushing towards him in order to hit him in the stomach. In the end, it turned out that she managed to knock the man down, and he hit the ground hard. This man found himself in the same situation with him because he saw that his sword was in his hand, which was pressed by his foot. She then turned her attention forward and saw Rebecca using her good limb to prepare to knock him out. After the battle, a short period of time passed and the girl walked near one wall, breathing heavily. Her wounds hurt a lot and were also bleeding. On the way, she understood perfectly well that she had lost too much blood. It turns out that in this case, even if she escapes, she will hardly be able to find the princess. And if only she were as strong as that very mercenary with whom he had fought. Although she realized that this was not the case because she could no longer do so, and her consciousness was already slipping away. A man appeared in front of her and noticed that it wasn't enough for her to neglect the escort task. Now it turns out that she's also avoiding. Through her clouded consciousness, the girl looked ahead and asked if it was really Sir Caesar who was in front of her. Indeed, it was he who said that it was necessary to make a mountain out of a molehill. When a clear head decides badly, the lady behaves stupidly. The interlocutor said that this was not an action dictated by emotions, but was a promise to the princess and an act for the good of this country. The capital said, that's what it means. And in the end, he also acts not under the influence of feelings, but simply wants well-being for Cetria. So it turns out that for several months now their kingdom was completely shrouded in fog. The king went out onto the roof of his castle and spoke behind the walls of the palace, barely distinguishable. As a result, the beloved prince is preparing for a rebellion, but the princess is nowhere to be seen, and the court is constantly undermining the queen's authority, and it is all his fault. After this, Josephine came up and asked how it could be his fault, since His Majesty loves Cetria more than anyone else, and that is definitely true. So it turns out that His Excellency did nothing wrong. The old man hugged her and said, "Is this really so? Is she really thinking this?" The interlocutor replied that, of course, this was true, and that it was just an attempt to undermine the king's authority, but he should not worry about it. And all this is because even if the whole world envies him and plots against him, she will always be on his side. The man smiled because of this, because it made him happy, and said that her words made everything clear. Indeed, he was very lucky to have such a wise wife like her. The old man begged her not to let the particles destroy their kingdom. The woman thought that of course she would do it, because it was she who would destroy it. On top of that, if you think about it, dealing with this old man every day is pretty tiring. It was unclear how long he was going to stand aside and watch. Is he really going to remain indifferent until this kingdom is completely destroyed? But the talk was about a creature that lives in the library, and it is the last remaining dragon. The man said that no matter how peaceful the kingdom was, everything had its time in the end, asking if she really thought she could distract him from his fleeting entertainment. After that, he turned to his young interlocutor and looked at her in surprise. The little girl asked him what he would say about this, whether everyone here could rest with peace of mind. It turns out that this is a place where only members of the royal family can come. And so as long as the royal library remains untouched, no one will pose a threat. One of the women was amazed and asked how it was possible for ice flows like them to get to this place. And then she wondered if all of these were really books. Louis said that she allowed him, not just anyone, to enter the library, and the girl was angry about it. And the guy continued to say that he achieved his goal quite easily. And what would happen next if he just ran away like that? What would she do? Her face, in turn, became quite sad, and she did not know what to answer him. The hero saw her sad face and thought that it was a joke, and that she had accidentally taken everything to heart. It seemed that she had not even thought about his escape. Sylvia said sadly that this was, of course, possible, since she was the only one in the black. So let it be in advance that she considered him a man capable of fulfilling his promise. Then she hesitated even more and noticed that the matter was in one detail. He became wary after these words. The princess continued to say that the mercenary guilds were saying that he not only owed them money, but was also wanted, and if she wished, she could help on behalf of the kingdom. So it turns out that she can vouch for him, because he will help her until the very end and will not betray her trust. While the little girl continued to tell all this and was a little embarrassed, she saw that the person with her was no longer there. She asked what else this was. Then she began to look for him among the corpses of all these people, and asked Louis where he went. He, in turn, jumped up and headed towards the dragon. That is why, after a few moments, he was already sitting right next to him, and then said that, as his interlocutor had said, he had come here officially. So, speaking to the librarian about this, he asked if they could finish their conversation. Although I noticed that he expressed himself incorrectly, because this was not a librarian, but a dragon of Cetria. Louis asked what kind of book it was, and his interlocutor noted that it was a copy created before the empire buried its history. Information could still be distorted. Depending on who provides it, the decisive point of view is different. It is too troublesome to explain everything so that he first has to read it. But right after that, they will talk. Using their magic, the old man saw people and said that the library had passed quite a lot. That's why he asked the main character why they were brought here. Louis responded by saying that the dragon couldn't figure it out on his own. In the end, let the person directly interested ask about this, whether he really lacks the skills to communicate with people because he hangs around in the library all the time. The man didn't answer him, but it was clear that he was very angry. The guy thought that he was too weak to play with him like that. One of the people said that the man said that he had permission about the princess, but would everything be okay? The dragon stood aside and listened to this. He was quite interested in what kind of conversation these people were starting, and suddenly turned his attention to the men who were carrying a large number of books. One of them called him a friend and asked him not to stand there but to move over, and if he had free hands to help them carry the firewood. When people dragged them to the designated place, they immediately began to tear out the pages and were ready to burn them. Robert thought that they were just little rascals, and they should have at least asked when this book was written before tearing it up. Suddenly he saw more people. They said there was also fabric here that could be used as blankets. It's strange why there are so many curtains where there are no windows, and they hope everything is okay with them. The old man was simply taken aback by this and realized that these curtains were needed there so that sunlight would not fall on the ancient texts. It was completely unclear whether these people even imagined how much time it took to collect all these books. He's actually really upset with these people, that they don't realize the value of this place. Is it even normal that they flock here and turn his little nest into a mess? The girl approached this creature and asked if he was okay. After all, it turns out that he does not have a healthy-looking face. Robert was angry about what was happening, but when he saw the girl, his face immediately changed. He understood that all this was exactly as he had said then, because it turned out that this girl had invaded his territory without any permission. That same day, Sarah was amazed and screamed that it was a real dragon, then asked if she understood correctly that he was not dead after all. But the creature replied that he was quite alive. She was stunned by this and said that he scared her. Then she asked if he could even talk to her. Robert replied that Orgy and elves can also communicate with them, So it is unclear why dragons cannot. The little girl said indignantly that it was impossible to know for sure, because they had only met today, and now the creature itself was indignant. Then the dragon stood up and said that it didn't matter. Since the species had become aware of his existence, he had to leave. The girl asked why. In fact, he shouldn't worry about it because while he's here, she won't tell anyone what's going on. The interlocutor looked at her but was not sure that this would be the case, and something else attracted his attention. The girl made some strange movements with her weapon, as if she was fighting with someone invisible. Robert asked why she was swinging her sword so hard. Sarah asked if he was pretending not to look but was actually watching her. But she waves this weapon all this time in order to become much stronger, and this is done so that she can protect the weak. The interlocutor then calmly lay down and, closing his eyes, said that everything was clear. Sarah was irritated and asked if that was all he could say about this. She wondered if he had fallen asleep again. The dragon in turn began to open his eyes and thought that this was a wish he had heard countless times. Then she asked him to look at her. Because she officially became a squire, they say that she started studying ether control late. But she really has talent. He saw this talent that the little girl showed many times. She came and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, or for him, it was only a moment. Perhaps today is the last time they meet, so she came to say goodbye just in case. The interlocutor asked why to say goodbye, because she does not seem old. Sarah stated that because of the king's death, wars were breaking out everywhere, and she decided that she would protect her family, neighbors, and friends. On top of all this, he would fight their enemies in order to create a country where their descendants could live without worries. Yet the creature had heard this reason many times. Robert asked her to take care of herself because there was nothing shameful in her choosing survival over victory. The girl was surprised because of this. Then she asked what he was saying, because she knew that he knew how to show concern. The dragon said that if she knew, then let her go. After this, a bloody battle eventually took place, leaving behind a large number of casualties and flames. Robert thought that this was the end he had seen an infinite number of times, so he went out onto the battlefield where Sarah was. Now the dragon had a human form and therefore said that she was still alive. The girl said that this voice was familiar, and did he finally come out of the cave? As this girl must understand, he still knew that everything would be like this. And, probably this is true, most likely, he found it funny when she said all her words. Stories about how she would protect her neighbors, as well as her comrades, and this was done in order to ultimately remain the only survivor. A large number of people were indeed killed in this battle. The interlocutor came closer and looked at them, said that this is the whole point of war. It turns out that any justification ultimately comes down to getting what you want through violence. She asked how many times he had seen something like this. Robert replied that indeed, many initially raised their balls for reasons similar to the girl. It seems that this is the moment to return to the old question. Sarah looked at him in surprise, and the old man asked why she was swinging her sword so hard. I remember this whole situation and the story that happened a long time ago. The dragon closed the book in which this story was. After that, he said that everything changes with time. And the kingdom changes, and people change very much too. While he stood and looked out the window, pondering his thoughts, the girl interrupted him and asked if he was indulging in unnecessary memories. Is it possible that he too cannot sleep at this mortal time? The interlocutor was even a little scared because he did not expect that someone would come to him. The little girl came closer and asked if this was not a biography of the king who was the founder. Robert was surprised and asked if he knew about this book. The princess replied that she did know quite a lot about it, because it was her favorite. And when she was younger, she was so captivated by it that she reread it more than 10 times a day. It turns out that she previously thought that she could find a dragon like their ancestor, the founding king. So she searched every cave in the Cetria mountains over and over again. And if you think about it carefully, it was then that rumors reached her that a dragon lived in the cave of the mountains. So she wandered there several times hoping to find him. But now she has already given up and is not looking for him. This is because it turns out that she cannot see. She is chasing only fleeting dreams. For some time after that, they both looked out the window from the library. After that, Sylvia became sad and remarked that if she had learned something, it would have been better during this time. In that case, she wouldn't be so powerless now, and that's precisely why she regrets her own helplessness. The dragon listened to her attentively and then turned to the princess and went on to say that she could really achieve a lot even without doing anything. He couldn't understand why she was so desperate to become stronger when there were so many other things that needed to be valued as well. The little girl was very surprised by this and asked what he was saying. Then she began to tell him what she really wanted, and the old man remembered Sarah. That girl also told him that she wanted to make sure that something like this would not happen again. Even if it was a bizarre dream, she would fight for the future. Sylvia said that she wanted to save people from their suffering, and even if this goal was unattainable, then that would be the beginning of what she could do. Robert exhaled sadly and said that blood is not water, and he wondered if it would eventually resemble it somewhere. The little girl was surprised and asked in what sense. Apparently, since she did not understand what he was talking about, the interlocutor handed her a book and said that these were just thoughts out loud. Then he asked me to give her just one piece of advice. Let her take good care of the people around her. It turns out that even if she can solve everything on her own, she needs to find good talent, and this is also an ability of a ruler. But if we talk about the dragon she had been looking for all this time, then perhaps they had already met him before. The princess again did not understand what he was talking about, and after that she looked at his back as he left. The main character, in turn, continued to sit in the chair all this time and carefully read the book that the dragon gave him. The old man approached him and asked him if he hadn't finished reading yet. The guy looked at him and asked him not to rush him, because he never liked studying. But it was not clear that there was some strange feeling with its contents. The interlocutor asked if it was as if he was reading a manual for a game or settings. Louis was stunned by what was happening, asking if he really recognized himself. Judging by his words, he already knew about the system. Robert said that this book contains a magic spell. It is meant to exchange knowledge and, simply put, she has exchanged their memories. A knight who is tied to time is really intriguing. Thanks to this, he was able to learn a lot, and in the end he will help Louis complete the main task. And in return he will have a request. The guy said that this task is from the one who stole the memories. It must be expensive, and he knew it. Robert turned to him and asked if the dragon's heart was a suitable price for him. The main character was shocked by this, and after thinking for a bit, he immediately replied that he refused. The dragon said that it was very strange because he really didn't realize the true value of the dragon's heart. The interlocutor said that he realized it, and that's why he refused. The higher reward quests are usually more difficult than the normal one, and that's probably right. Plus, he can't take on everything in his life counter. The old man stated that he was very careful and that difficult tasks often brought big rewards. Louis noted that he felt strange talking about such topics. Robert said that, however, there are easier quests with generous rewards designed specifically to help complete the main quest. The hero asked what this meant. If he wanted to help solve the problems of a simple human kingdom, he replied that it was not just a trial, but of a human kingdom. Because as soon as Louis intervened, this kingdom ceased to consist only of people from this world. The guy noticed that he was not from this world, but were there really others on the other side? The dragon replied that they were not exactly like him, but they were also people. Queen Josephine was a demon, and this was a race that had completely disappeared from this world. The woman asked Adam what the urgent report was. The interlocutor noted that he came to scout out the situation in Cetria, and almost a year had passed since that incident. Hasn't she ruled over only one human kingdom for too long? The interlocutor noted that there was no need to hurry, since he himself had said that she had not been seen by people. Wasn't it he who had failed in the dark forest and then appeared before her insolently? Adam said that he was just about to ask about the knight who had appeared then. Josephine noticed that if it was about that night that day, she was on guard, but never once felt the divine power. And if she can still find him, can she absorb him? Adam said to kill him until she is sure, and not to contact him until the job is done. Literally a moment later, after this creature disappeared, the woman noticed that he always comes and says whatever he wants. It's all about racial revival and all that nonsense, and she, in turn, simply cannot tolerate this kind of game. Everyone will have to work hard to prepare for the second coming of the demon god. But this woman, in turn, sees much more than the others. The kingdom in which she now finds herself is literally nothing. It turns out that in this place there actually exists a hidden, enormous power that is unknown even to their kind. The hero asked if these were really the words of the demon lord. It turns out that, given the library, the belly, the income, the presence of the Lord is not so surprising. He then wondered what would happen if he lost to such a powerful being, and whether it would not be better for him to intervene directly in that case. Robert stated that he still does not interfere directly in the lives of mortals. It turns out that the guy should have known about this, then asked what he would do if he refused. The dragon said that in that case there was nothing to be done, and he had originally planned to spend his entire life here. However, if he actually died, then Louis could die too. The guy became wary and immediately asked what kind of nonsense this was. The interlocutor asked him up to what point he had read the book. The hero answered that he had read more than half of it. Robert opened it and said that then it must be. He had already read about the relationship between gods and races. In this world, the mortal races maintain a symbiotic relationship. This happens in relation to the gods, and through the threads of faith, one side prospers at the same time as the other gains strength. This creature is the last dragon in this world. If he dies, then Bamhara will lose the race associated with it and disappear. Lewis noticed that the interlocutor is the last dragon, and he is a man. So what does this have to do with him? Then he remembered Richard's words, who said that it would be problematic if his assumption was correct, and he was from another world. The dragon said that it is so, and he has a human body in this world, but he is not a human. Born from Bamhara, he is closer to the dragon but cannot be one. And if his deity actually dies, then no one knows what will happen to Lewis after that. The guy said that in the end, not only did he need to find out the location of Bamhara, but he also had to defeat the demon lord threatening this kingdom. Does it really turn out that all this is being done in order to ensure the safety of one's life? The creature listened to him attentively, and then coldly replied that it was so. And the main character was shocked by this and asked if everything would really end like this now. After that, he thought for a while and remarked that, speaking of words, isn't it suspicious? It still doesn't seem like a coincidence that he came here after receiving the main quest, as if someone planned it. The guy was extremely interested in this acute stage of Bamhara brought him to such a fantasy world, and also what she really needed from him. The interlocutor understood that this was not an ordinary person, just as this conversation was not so simple either. So he thought about it. Then he smiled and said that he didn't know the details, but as far as he knew, what he wanted and what she wanted were the same thing. Lewis was completely confused and asked what nonsense he was talking about. The dragon said that it was not because she wanted something from him, but she brought him into this world simply so that he could meet people and also establish relationships with them. The guy approached the princess, and she immediately woke up and looked at him, and then asked what was actually going on. Bad thoughts immediately popped into my head, and so I asked if he was really going to leave. The dragon, in turn, said to this girl that even if he could solve everything on his own, finding the necessary talents is the same ability of a ruler. Serbia said that after all the troubles the guy had been through, she felt a little awkward asking him to do so. Robert told the boy to also trust people and rely on them, to also be a support for someone, and the deity hoped that they would live like this. So Lewis interrupted her and told her to wait for him here, and he would go in and find Rebecca. The little girl was amazed and looked at him. But the guy continued to say that even though he had received permission to enter the library, he was not so shameless as to run away and not fulfill his part of the deal. On top of all this, he asks if he is entitled to additional bonuses. After Sylvia heard all this, she ran up to him and hugged him tightly. After that, she sincerely thanked him for his help and said that she would never forget him. The guy wondered if he really would have to live on, but wasn't that a bit too much of a challenge for something like that? After a while, he went outside. There was no rocket on the roof of the building next to the castle. When he stood there, he wondered what people were saying about the novella grabbed. However, there should be many experienced knights in the royal palace, and perhaps some ether should be released to see who would react to it. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard, and the guy realized that it was coming from the direction of the castle. Of course, this interested him and he rushed there, also thinking that it would be great if he killed one before entering. All the following time, he looked ahead attentively and was a little stunned when he saw something interesting below. It turned out that there were some strange bloodstains there, and so he became curious about what it was. Lewis landed down to look at them, before it turned out that the place where the ether reacted and the direction of the blood trail coincided. The blood he touched with his finger had not yet had time to rest, which meant it was recent. In addition to all this, if we take into account its quantity, we can say that the wound was quite serious. Lewis continued to walk forward, following the trail that the blood and the ether that he emitted led him, and suddenly noticed some kind of light and realized that it was there. In order to check what had actually happened there, he went into the corner of the hall and looked at what was there. But how surprised he was at that moment when he saw Rebecca's bloody body. The guy tried to lift her up and thought that they said she was captured, but could she really have escaped from there on her own? Then he turned to her and asked if she was okay. He tried for a long time to reach out to her so that she would open her eyes. When the girl did not answer, he realized that her breathing was weak, her body was cold. At this rate, she would bleed to death before he got to the library, so it was unclear what to do, and if you think about it, Mercila's divine power was capable of healing. But he doesn't even know how much time it can take just for you to heal the wounds. Looking at his timer, he didn't understand if he could heal her with this amount. Although the situation was critical, the guy thought that there was no point in thinking for long and immediately used Mercila's divine power. Josephine, somewhere at the same time, was standing on the upper floors of the castles, and she saw in the distance, and also felt the flow of divine power. So she immediately became wary and thought that this was exactly what she understood, and without any doubt, it was so. I looked at this very place, from which the main character's strength, which he used for healing, was thinning. The demon thought that her interlocutor Adam was really right and not mistaken. Such a creature really does exist. In order to look and make sure that she felt, the woman immediately rushed forward. When she approached, she realized that she was right. As it turns out, the divine energy is becoming more and more distinct. Josephine came closer and told the hero that he had been here all this time. The guy saw a demon who was behind him. She continued to say that this is the same knight who has the power of the gods. Shortly before it happened, Captain Caesar stood next to Rebecca's body and said that it was unfortunate. Even though he highly valued her chivalrous spirit, he never thought that she would ultimately decide to betray this country. After that, he threw her body down and said that this could be a short-term phenomenon, and they couldn't just get rid of a nobleman just because of a convenient trifle. But if fate is on her side, then perhaps she will actually survive. Perhaps he too will then perhaps do this if such a phenomenon as fate really exists in this nature. And after some time, when the hero used his divine power, the girl woke up. He saw this and was glad, thought that everything was fine. To be honest, he seriously doubted it. But merciless divine power could be used to heal others. As a result, it takes about 70 hours just to revive a person who is on the verge of death. It's a bit pricey, but considering he can save a person in just 3 days, it's not that bad. Or not, considering he'd have to kill 3 strong people otherwise. While the important thing at the moment was that he had brought the tights back to life altogether, the knight finally began to make some sounds. The guy stood up and asked her if she had finally come to her senses. The girl became wary and asked where she was, and more importantly, why she was okay. Louis said that to tell the truth it was a little difficult to explain, and could he be coming now? The interlocutor stood up and said yes. But where was the princess? Still, she had to meet her immediately. The guy responded by saying that she was in the library with other people. The girl was surprised and asked if the library had something. Why was it there? And suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some person who appeared behind the main character. She used her hand to touch the boy's shoulder and gestured for Rebecca not to say a word. But the knight did not want to listen to her and immediately shouted to the guy that there was someone behind him, when suddenly they disappeared along with Josephine. The girl was upset by what happened and shouted that this couldn't be. It turns out that the country didn't have time to do anything. The main character found himself in a completely different place and said after that that another unexpected turn of events had occurred. Then he took a closer look at the room he found himself in and asked if all magicians were really like this. Soon a demon appeared next to him who said, "Welcome to the royal palace, and to this mercenary, although in truth, to tell the truth, he is not an easy mercenary." She asked if perhaps she should call him the knight with the power of the gods. Louis wondered if she knew anything about him. He then wondered if it was possible that all this was because he had heard about it from the dragon earlier, and felt that the overall atmosphere here was clearly inhuman. Josephine said that one of her friends told her about the exploits of this guy in the dark forest. That's why she wanted to meet him when he came to this kingdom. So she asked how about showing her abilities. She really wants to see the power that defeated the beast from the sealing stone. The demon introduced this man and said that this was Sir Caesar, and he was the leader of the Order of the Knights of the Dragon, and this friend would help him do it. And the main character looked at them coldly, and then said that if she was curious, why didn't she experience it herself? The woman noted that all this is done because she is a little shy. So let the men talk first, and she will discuss everything later. She also stated that, by the way, regular ether cannot be used within the walls of the royal palace, and that is precisely why, if he wants to survive, he will have to do everything in his power. The hero listened to her carefully, and then, having assessed the situation, realized that all this was bad. The opponent immediately took out his weapon and said that he did not understand everything that he and the queen had talked about, but knew only one thing: that he was a knight guarding the royal palace. That's why he has no more questions, because he is simply doing his duty. The captain immediately rushed into attack after these words, and the hero defended himself from him with his weapon. But the force of this man's onslaught was so great that his body flew to the side and immediately hit the wall. The guy gradually began to come to his senses and thought that it was bad that he had to fight without ether. Of course, he would like to borrow the power of the mind for this fight. But it turns out that since the guy saw the notice that said he could no longer use Ram's protection, he can't make a deal with him. And on top of all this, the remaining time is also not enough, and the hero ultimately cannot do anything about it. It was a long time ago, after all, and is it worth it for him to use the art of ball control that he learned in this world? Lewis rushed to attack, but his opponent defended himself with his shield. Then, he paid attention to these actions and realized that the technique was quite familiar. The guy himself wondered what this was, because there was definitely something alarmingly strange about it. The very blows that he keeps trying to inflict on his opponent never reach their target. The old man moves around the battlefield with ease as if he can read his attacks, but even so, this is a misjudgment. After all, he constantly predicts the movements that the guy will make next, after which Caesar rushed into his attack and immediately cut the leg. The main character felt all this and did not have time to return, so he missed this attack. Subsequently, the captain continued to cut his body and the side was cut badly. Louis immediately dropped to one knee because he felt severe pain, and the bleeding did not stop. The old man continued his attack and immediately pounced on him from behind, then asked correctly whether the guy understood that he was using the art of wielding the sword of Croyd. The hero concentrated a little and, in order to defend himself from this attack, put out his weapon. But the interlocutor's blade still reached its target in the shoulder, and he said that the peculiarity of the swing of Croyd's blade was its powerful cutting ability. And for all this, it is necessary to use the ether to the fullest extent, and although they say that the ether in the royal palace is suppressed, he did not expect that the guy would be so easy to break. He then looked at Lewis with disdain and asked if he really relied solely on his technique and did not train at all. If this is really so, then now he has only his laziness to blame and nothing more. The blade of the guy he tried to defend himself with was cut. After this, the man pulled out his weapon and immediately hit his opponent quite hard, causing him to fly away. Lewis's body flew quite a distance and then hit the concrete barrier behind him. Caesar then went on to say that he had broken 12 of his ribs, so it meant that he would definitely not be able to move for some time. The guy, in turn, should remain motionless and pray that the queen will have mercy on him. When Lewis heard this carefully, he began to laugh quite loudly. The captain was surprised by this and asked what was funny about it. The hero raised his hand and pointed with his fingers and said that two things made him laugh. First of all, he had just learned something interesting. The first thing was that even if he couldn't use ether, he could still obtain divine power through the deal, and so his wounds continued to heal. The old man was surprised by these words and asked what other deal he was talking about. It was not clear. And moreover, what kind of power was this? How could a knight use it at all? Lewis continued to say that secondly, it really matters whether this person in front of him has ever tried to break a deal while drawing divine power. The moment he did this, the static divine power in his body turned into ether, and does he understand what the guy is getting at? Now, for him, just one time was enough for him to be able to use the stigma. The opponent was simply discouraged when he saw it. Due to the power that the protagonist used, the entire room was destroyed and also illuminated by a bright light due to the flash. Around this same time, the princess was in the library and was looking out the window when she saw a bright flash. She wondered if she had just seen a clap of thunder, although it didn't look like rain was going to fall outside. The captain in turn defended himself from this attack with his shield, and it was visible that there was some kind of invisible barrier around him. After this, the old man thought about the fact that he had not fully understood what the man had said, but it turned out that for a short moment, he had nevertheless used the ether. And also, somehow it turned out that he released Croyd's lightning. It was quite strange, because it turns out that he even has an unfinished stigma. Louis smiled and said that he complained that he didn't get any perks the moment this world arrived, but in the end he still enjoys some privileges. The disadvantage of an incomplete stigma is that its use causes the body to become overloaded and injured. But it can still use the healing power. And all this is then compensated. Now he asks to be allowed to show him what the art of ball control is. Croyd's lightning? Let him watch this more closely. The system notification informed of Merciless blessing that life was taken in proportion to the healing of the wound. Croyd family is one of the 8 great swordsman families, and also happens to have a sharp seed that was trusted by the emperor. But the main feature of the swordsmen of this family is the concentration of characteristics on the most basic indicators. It can be said that this is connected with strengthening the body with the help of ether, as well as increasing the cutting ability of one's body. At the same time, the protagonist used his strength and the sword reinforced with ether, so he attacked the opponent. Naturally, if the features ended there, they wouldn't be useless against a strong knight. But there's a reason the Croyd family is known as the sharpest blade. It turns out that the reasons are not only this, but the main secret of this family is an intricate stigma that can only be cut out by family members. It is this, in turn, that helps the ether circulate at a speed that the body of an ordinary person cannot cope with. Captain Caesar continued to defend himself, and it was good that he saw only what was in front of him because it was a bright flash. And so, The guy released all of this in one blow and gave it a destructive force. It was so great that it could be compared to a natural disaster. And the destructive force, as well as the bright light, spread throughout the area and demolished everything in its path, be it a building or some things. The buildings that were nearby immediately began to collapse one after another. And so the prison, in which the crown prince had been kept all this time, also began to collapse gradually. After some time, he woke up on the floor because he felt a noise. When I was chasing, I didn't understand what was happening and literally asked myself where I was. And it was also not at all clear what that noise was around me. The guy got up after a while and realized that he had sat down, he remembered. It turns out that he had been locked here all this time, as had Rebecca too. It was clear that there were a large number of corpses in the room, and guards were also running quickly along the corridor. And he asked what had happened here, but no one answered him. People were shouting that they should run faster because the palace vault had collapsed, and they were being attacked. Justin was stunned and asked how they had attacked, whether it was possible that it was his sister. It was unclear whether she could organize a rebellion on her own. Captain Caesar continued to hold out and said that Behemoth's barrier used the polarity of the ether. It also draws out the enemy's energy and disperses it into the ground. And yet the barrier the strain placed was damaged. It is truly an incredible destructive force. In fact, if there had been even one more blow, his barrier would have been destroyed for sure. But there is still one but. It turns out that the concentration of ether, as well as the use of divine power, means that the body cannot constantly use Croyd's lightning. Lewis actually stopped his attack at that moment and then looked coldly at his opponent. After that, the guy attacked, because he saw his opponent. But the man continued to defend himself and said that, as expected, everything happened. As a captain, I realized before that while restoring my own body, Louis cannot use the ether. After that, he immediately rushed into the attack, switching from defense to offense, and also reported that the guy should know one thing. The guy's weapon at the same time emitted quite a large amount of force which caused it to light up. The old man continued to attack and said that in order to defeat a knight who wielded ether in close combat, he still had to be able to artificially handle ether. The captain used his armored shield to attack and hit his opponent's body. As a result, this blow turned out to be quite powerful, and therefore the guy's body flew quite far in the other direction. Caesar then looked at the limb in front of him and asked the boy how long he thought it would take to heal the arm, whether it was a few seconds or maybe minutes. But even if that happens, will Lewis be able to repel his attacks at all? Even if he succeeds, he only thinks that he will be able to break through his barrier. The guard then offered to surrender, and in that case there was a chance that he would spare him. The hero smiled and said that he was offering him to surrender. Then he apologized and noted that he simply could not do this, and his interlocutor asked if he really wanted to become a hero so much. Lewis looked up and his squad responded that it wasn't true because he wouldn't be able to understand it. But that's what a guy had to do to stay alive. The interlocutor was stunned by this and asked if he was really laughing at him now. Although if you think about it, it doesn't matter now, and everything will be decided soon. After that, he looked rather coldly towards his opponent and prepared to go from defense to attack and hit him. Lewis then thought that this man was definitely right when he said his words, because in battles between swordsmen, ether gives a pretty strong advantage in strength. And so it turns out that as long as he doesn't use merciless power, he can't block his attacks, but if he switches to ether, he won't be able to heal his hand that way. But it turns out that if his arm is not restored, he will not be able to use the Croyd sword technique. Otherwise, he will not be able to break through this barrier. At the same time, when the enemy has monstrous strength, there is no guarantee that the Croyd technique will be able to penetrate it with one blow. Louis realized that in this case, he needed to do something different. So, as always, he rushed towards his opponent and hit him, but he easily defended himself with his shield. The captain looked at all this and said that in the end his opponent chose to fight at the restoration site, but ordinary ether would not be able to break through this barrier. Suddenly, the old man noticed that a hand appeared that grabbed his shield. The guy, after listening carefully and saying what he was saying, was right, and after that, with a smile on his face, he noticed that when he learned about this, he gave up trying to break through it. Instead, he does something else, and now uses the power of the ether. The hero at the same time remembered his Jason. He said that he must know about this, but when using weapons, you need to be extremely careful with the ether. It turns out that Lewis will break his weapon if he uses the ether before it can touch his opponent. That's why, remembering all these words, the guy put the knowledge into practice and released some ethers into the shield. So what happened was that it quickly broke. After what happened, Lewis immediately threw his weapon aside, and the sword flew quite far away. Then it stuck firmly into the ground and the guy couldn't use it quickly. So he raised his fists and got into a fighting stance, and then said that now they were on equal terms with their opponent. The captain did not stop his attack and was desperate, so he rushed at him, but the guy dodged with ease. When this attack failed, the man was shocked, asking what the hell this was, as it was completely unclear how he was able to break through his barrier with just one blow. Lewis didn't stop either and immediately rushed into the attack, hitting Caesar, and then remarked that it was still a long story to tell. As a result of this situation, even if he just thought that this would be the guy's unique technique, a few moments after these words, he immediately struck. When the captain's crow was finally pierced, the guy continued to strike him in the head. Because of them, that same man flew back quite a long distance since he could not control the defense. After Louis sent Caesar flying, he rushed to his weapon which was stuck in the ground and pulled it out. At this time, the man was trying to come to his senses a little and get over the blow he had received. His consciousness was a little clouded, so he asked himself what had happened. It turns out that the man he fought with his bare hands destroyed the weapon. It is the same as being able to see the Knights of the Iron Lion. It seemed that the legend of the Holy War appeared right in front of this man. Louis, in turn, rushed to attack in order to make the final blow and swung his weapon. Josephine watched the madness that was happening there attentively and said that the more she looked, the more interesting it became. So it turns out that Louis has the stigma of the Croyd sword art. But if that is so, then surely Mercilla's divine power healed him. On top of all this, the woman thought that the man would use Raum's power when he was in trouble, but it seems that Caesar is not enough for that. Or there is a high probability that it is possible, since he previously used Croyd's lightning, that is, some prohibitions or restrictions. After this, Josephine thought about it for a few moments, but then she said that, after all, it all didn't really matter. And all this that a knight who uses the divine power of several gods is interesting in itself, and that is true. She looked closely at his figure and thought that there was a good chance that he could help her. It also turns out that she could have killed this man right now, but in the end, she decided not to and will simply make him hers. And Louis will definitely not be able to refuse this under any circumstances, since he is a human being. He must have his own desires. At the same time, it was already evening time, and the young princess was standing near the window in the library. Suddenly, one of the people approached her and immediately addressed her. She looked at him, and the interlocutor said that someone was looking for her right in front of the library. She is a woman of knights who has scars on her face, baby. Noticed. Is it really so? And is she in the entrance now? After that, Sylvia ran quite quickly to the place where she needed to go and saw Rebecca, and then asked if she was really alive. The princess ran closer, and when she touched her, she asked if she had seen Louis. It turns out that he said that he was going to find her. The bodyguard said nothing in response to this, and immediately grabbed her lady. The girl realized that she was being dragged in an unknown direction and asked what was happening. Rebecca immediately said that they needed to leave Cetria immediately. At this point, all plans really went awry. Sir Caesar in turn renounced His Highness the Prince and imprisoned him. The end result of the whole situation is that she managed to escape because this mercenary Louis saved her. But despite this, they were immediately attacked by Josephine. Sylvia tried to stop her and shouted, "What is she talking about? Does she really want her to give up everything? And how will other people who believe in them live then?" After this, the knight turned to her and asked what the princess could do. Since she was the only knight left, the little girl asked what she meant. Rebecca continued to talk to you. The princess's fortifications have no fighting power, and how can they fight at all? Let him just do as she says and run away. But from now on, one can only hope for the best. Men appeared behind them and asked in surprise about the escape. It was interesting if they were going to leave them here. In order to calm these people down, the girl came closer and told them not to worry about the movie. He would never leave them, the man said, what they had just heard. It turns out that there is no one left to fight. Sylvia said that this is true, and they have lost reinforcements, but because of this, she cannot escape without even trying. So now that they have no escape route, it seems she has to make another request of them. She wants people to trust her again and follow her too. The knight was taken aback and did not understand what had happened. For this girl was one of those who would not act without the help of other people. The princess turned to her and said that she believed that Louis had not succumbed to Josephine's influence, and her interlocutor understood that she had really changed. Sylvia said that therefore, when she met him again, she would do everything in her power to protect him. Rebecca wondered what had caused such a change in her heart. The main character of his turn continued to fight, and suddenly two strange silhouettes appeared in front of him. Louis said that this guy did not interfere in the fight. But what does it all mean then? If he really does not want to die, then let him leave immediately. The crown prince came to the captain's defense and asked if it was true that Sylvia had sent him, and if so, He asked to be heard first. Josephine, or rather that woman, is a very unusual person, perhaps he doesn't know, but she uses strange magic to control people. In response to this, the hero said that he knows everything because they say that she is a demon. Justin said that if she is a demon, then she did not know it, and in any case, it is good that the guy knows. He, in turn, had just recently fallen under the influence of this woman's magic, so that, as if in a dream, he spoke and also acted against his will. Because of this, he begs his interlocutor to lower his sword, which means that Sir Caesar is most likely now also under the influence of Josephine's magic. The old man listened attentively all this time, but when the conversation turned to him, he immediately smiled and asked if he was under the influence of magic. He went on to say that this was not the case, because his mind was clearer than ever, and it was his sole desire to challenge the crown prince and follow Josephine's orders. The guy was surprised and asked the captain what all this meant. The interlocutor said that the knight, which is exactly what he is a tool in the hands of those in power. Because of this, it turns out that the instrument does not determine what justice is, but simply carries out the task given to it, risking its own life. Lewis listened attentively to this whole conversation, but he didn't like it at all. So he turned to his interlocutor and asked if it was pleasant to be just a puppet. The old man answered the guy that he was saying so because he knew nothing about it. However, no matter how much he wants to call for justice, the crown prince's actions are nothing short of a rebellion that is troubling the entire country. The hero asked what would happen if the prince or princess got rid of Josephine after the coronation. Caesar, in turn, did not answer this. And then Louis asked what the matter was. Was he really confused? And asked if the instrument would really give him an answer to this immediately. Then the guy turned around and said that he had lost interest, so he was going to talk to Josephine. If they wanted to stop him, then now was the time. Then he looked at the number of hours and saw that there were about 400 left. In fact, at the moment this was even more than he expected. But despite all this, he simply cannot retreat, nor can he replenish it by killing people in the capital, and not on the battlefield. If we talk about it, then in a sense he is now spending the most time in Cetria. Right now, Lewis needs to talk to her as soon as possible. Justin shouted to Caesar why this was so, and if he was not a hero of the Holy War, then why did he refuse justice and want to live as a tool? The old man replied that he was not a hero or anything like that. Right now, the Holy War may have a loud name, but in the end, it was just an ordinary massacre. In reality, it was quite a long story, but it begs to be understood because if we speak truthfully, the participants in the Holy War are not heroes, but sinners. The main character, in turn, headed straight to the castle where he was supposed to meet Josephine in order to talk. Near the entrance to one of the buildings, he noticed the countless number of knights lined up there. He looked at this, smiled, and said that, considering that they all blocked his path, it seemed he was going in the right direction. In addition to all this, if you look closely, you can clear the aura, similar to Josephine's aura, so most likely they are now under some kind of influence of her magic, as was the prince. The guards saw the violator of the order, and the chief of them immediately ordered to seize him immediately. Lewis used his power, but thought that he didn't want to waste too much energy fighting these scoundrels. The peak power of his ability had finally reached its full extent, and he was ready to attack. That's why he hit the ground. And the destructive power of this technique swept through the surrounding people like thunderclaps. From inside the building where the fight was taking place, it was clear that a very bright light had appeared outside. The king and queen were in this building. The old man heard and saw that something had happened and asked what the commotion was about. Josephine then smiled and said that he had arrived earlier than she thought, and the man asked who they were talking about. Lewis had already dealt with his opponents who were outside and was entering the room. The demon answered her interlocutor that now they were talking about a guest whom she had invited shortly before. It can truly be said that this is a strong person who has unusual abilities. She went on to say that even though she was now next to the king, this man was one of those men who made her heart tremble even more. Her Majesty, after hearing all this, became very wary and angry about it. And then he turned straight to Louis and asked how he dared to mock the queen's pure heart. Grabbing his weapon, which was not far from him, he shouted that he would kill him right now. The hero sighed sadly after this and thought that there was no need to even check the aura here, because it could be said that the king was definitely under her control. The old man rushed to attack his opponent, but the guy did not stand still either and knocked him out with one touch of his fist. His Excellency fell to the ground, but the guy turned to the woman and asked if she thought it was all fun. She asked if it was really that bad. After all, it turns out that she worked hard on all of this, by the way. She is really surprised that the guy was able to defeat Caesar, and she also heard that the guy has the power of the gods. But he also has a stigma and a strange technique, So it becomes more and more fun. Lewis did not listen to her until the end, and so he immediately rushed to the attack. The woman easily stopped his weapon with her magic and told him to be patient, because she was just asking a question. She was genuinely curious why he wasn't using Raum's power. Lewis wondered if she had parried the attack with the back of her hand, and then wondered why she didn't find out for herself. The woman, in turn, grabbed him by the neck and said that he was right because that was her plan. At that moment, she had already used her demonic power and said that soon the guy himself would tell her everything about it. But at the same time, how about they get to know each other better? She called him a knight who has the power of the gods. Josephine wondered what he really wanted. Perhaps wealth, fame, or something else. Then the demoness smiled and told him to tell her his deepest desire. After what she did, Louis remained motionless and said nothing. So the woman smiled and said that everything was fine, because she had caught him. The hero took hold of his weapon and held it in his hands quite confidently. The queen continued to say that it was quite natural that any rational being had its own desires, and weak-willed people were unlikely to resist them. Then I started thinking about what I should tell Adam, explaining this whole situation. Demonoff at the same time lost her vigilance and thought about her words, but when she looked at the guy, she was surprised. But what she saw. After all, literally a few seconds later, the weapon, as well as the force that the guy used, cut her with a diagonal strip. The force of this attack was actually quite strong, so the demon's body was sent flying a long distance. In order to attack his opponent, the hero used his ether and stood in a fighting stance. Also, his mind was clear. Thinking about what had happened because this woman wanted to do to him, he decided that he would kill her. Therefore, without stopping for a second, he immediately rushed after the body, which flew a great distance. Josephine continued to fly forward, but the guy looked at her and was angry, so he thought that he would definitely kill her. In the air, the demon nevertheless grouped herself and after that jumped back, standing in a stance. Although this situation was surprising for her, so the woman thought about what was happening. It was really unclear what had happened, because surely her magic had not worked. Although it was simply impossible for all living beings to naturally have different desires. But now she saw the protagonist under his own control and attacking her, so it was unclear why he was suddenly attacking her. Josephine saw the rather deadly power of this attack, so before she struck him, she shouted at him to wait. Lewis, however, had no intention of stopping and immediately rushed forward with a weapon. In an instant, a huge destructive force spilled out, and therefore the buildings, as well as everything else within the radius, were destroyed. The demon, in turn, in order to defend herself, used her power and shouted for him to die in that case. The dark magic she used emitted several streams of energy that looked like fangs. The guy saw this attack and immediately jumped up to protect himself from it and then rushed into the attack. Josephine followed him without stopping and, using her hand, shouted that he was caught. Having quite a lot of speed, she grabbed the guy by the hand and shouted that no matter what he was, he still wouldn't be able to dodge this. With one hand, the woman held Louis, but with the other she used magic and was ready to deliver a fatal blow. At the same time, to tell the truth, Louis was actually under the influence of Josephine's magic. It was really very strong magic, so much so that he didn't even care about his own body. That's why, because of the attack that his opponent wanted to use, he cut off his own hand and also injured his opponent. Desire is something that every person and creature has, so Josephine uses it to dominate others. If we talk about the king of this country, into which he had infiltrated, then for him, the most important desire was love. But when this power was applied to the crown prince, it became clear that his deepest desire was power. Also, the woman used it on mercenaries and they only had money and fame on their minds. There are moments when the desire for these things is stimulated. It is only because of this action that most people begin to doubt their true feelings, and Josephine uses this to manipulate them. However, when she used this skill on the main character, it only made things worse for herself. And all this is because it turns out that what Louis wanted was not exactly something luxurious. This guy's deepest and deepest desire was simple survival. So it turns out that in order to survive, he would sacrifice his own hand without hesitation, revealing his terrifying obsession to the world in the process. The woman noticed that he had now used the divine power of Mercila. With the help of this technique, the guy's hand returned to its place and began to heal. Josephine wondered if, even if there was a cure, was he really in his right mind to think about cutting off his own hand? It was difficult for the demon to understand this, because a person willing to harm himself and call others in order to survive, the personality of a soul collector, is based on Lewis's uniqueness. It is true that most people in this world have a desire to survive, but they live as if they have forgotten about their mortality, as if they have found immortality. However, the main character had already lived a life as Min Hyuk and knew about death well. In addition, he had unique abilities and limitations. He acquired them when he came to this world. He has a timer that extends his life by killing strong creatures. It is because of this that powerful enemies become both a threat to life and, on the other hand, an opportunity to prolong it. In other words, to put this whole situation into perspective, for Louis, consumed by desire, Josephine became the being that would satisfy his desire to survive. So the guy's understanding that this creature was the one who had to be killed by any means necessary, the woman tried to defend herself from his attacks using her magic. This battle was truly deadly, because two truly enormous forces met in a duel, which destroyed everything that was around. His Majesty the King of this kingdom went out to one of the towers of the castle to see what had happened. He said that his head hurt and did not understand what had happened. Josephine continued to attack the guy and now used magic to direct a beam straight at him. But Louis easily defended himself from this attack using his weapon, which is why it was repelled and flew away. Now this deadly attack was flying straight at the king, who realized that he could not dodge it and therefore became afraid. After a few moments, the force finally reached its target, and therefore a rather strong explosion occurred on the tower. But the king somehow miraculously remained alive, and after that he heard someone addressing him, a man asking if His Excellency was okay. The old man turned his attention forward and saw that Sir Caesar was there, who had protected him, and then he asked what had happened to him in general. The captain of the knights asked his interlocutor not to pay attention to his body. If His Majesty was not harmed, then the rest was not important at all. The king was shocked by this situation and most likely began to regain his consciousness. The man asked the old man to leave this place as soon as possible, and he, in turn, would deal with the whole situation that had developed. The battle between Josephine and the main character continued all this time, and large streams of energy spread throughout the area. The demon looked at her opponent and thought that she didn't know why, but it seemed like she knew how he moved, so she could tell that this man definitely wanted to fight. The power of the god Ram that she would like to see performed by Louis is the power of the orcs. But then is all this happening because of the influence of that divine power? The woman thought that when faced with such a guy, it might be better to dispel the charm effect she had cast on him. After all, looking into this man's eyes, one could say that he only had the desire to kill her on his mind and nothing more. So the magic that was in play in him soon wore off. Louis's eyes returned to their previous state, and he stopped for a moment. In order to come to his senses a little, he turned his attention to his hands and wondered what the hell that was. The hero said that for a moment it seemed to him that he had passed out, and that is why, while he was thinking, he lost concentration in battle. The demon decided to take advantage of his opponent's confusion, and so used his rather powerful magic. After a short time, it finally cleared up and the woman asked what it meant. Right in front of her was Sir Caesar, who protected the main character with his technique. Josephine did not understand what was actually happening. The captain said, Her Majesty, that no matter what orders she gave up until now, as the guardian of the royal family, he had faithfully followed them. However, it turns out that shortly before this, she attacked His Excellency the King. So in this case, she no longer has the right to give him orders. In this very place, he is going to use his power and pass judgment on the traitor Josephine. The demon smiled when she heard these words and asked what kind of sentence was he, who was an ordinary knight from a small kingdom, really going to do this. Caesar then stated that, of course, it might be difficult for him to do it alone, then turned his attention to the guy and said that there was someone who had the same goal as him. The captain turned to the protagonist and said that this was the reason why, ever since the queen had lost her power, he was ready to fight him. It turns out that the orders of the princess, which this man followed, still have legal force in this place, so the man asks for help. Louis was really amazed by this and said that this guy knows how to surprise, then asked him if he was completely dedicated to his work. Although if you think about it, in the current situation this is really the best choice, but in this case he suggests continuing their demon hunt. Josephine was very angry when she heard their conversation and realized what their intentions were now, so she used her magic and shouted that they were just bugs. The old man told his new partner that he would go ahead. Louis noted that if we talk about the shield that the guy uses, he destroyed it in the battle. Is everything okay? The captain stated that he shouldn't worry about it too much, all because Behemoth's defensive abilities only depend on the caster's skills. The man went to the front and covered his partners with his shield, repelling the deadly beam. He went on to say that this shield was merely a tool, but its very existence was protection. For some reason, Josephine turned her back to them, and so her partners immediately rushed to attack her. After that, when the demon saw this, she got angry and immediately used her technique. Then she said that she was not even prepared for such a situation that happened. Right in front of her opponents, some kind of magic circles appeared on the ground, which did not bode well. Then this technique was used, and therefore several loud explosions were heard on the battlefield, causing it to shatter into pieces. Josephine herself remained in the same place and waited for the dust to settle a little in order to see if she had won. But soon she looked up and saw Captain Caesar, who had ridden out after this attack, rushing towards her at full speed. The demon was shocked by what happened and was indignant, and then she noted that, to tell the truth, she thought that he could only absorb blows, but everything is not so simple. Because this old man was really preparing to attack her, then she used her magic, but the opponent defended himself again. Josephine then went on to say with a smile on her face that using weights was indeed a good approach, but even so, it was all useless. While this creature was distracted by the man who was in front of her, she noticed that the main character had come up behind her and was swinging his weapon. And this attack was successful, so that the demon's head flew off her shoulders with just one blow. The hero didn't even say anything about it and looked coldly, so he was sure that they had already won. The captain immediately tried to reach him and shouted at him not to relax for a second, because nothing was over yet. Louis asked what he was talking about, and while he was asking, several magical beams that Josephine had used pierced his body. The hero turned his attention to the period and saw how the body of this demon moved on its own, even without a head. The woman really continued to stand confidently, and it was clear that she was ready for further battle. Louis used divine power to heal and thought that his opponent could move even with her head cut off. He should have realized this before. Because it turns out that time for the murder did not increase in any way, then the hero paid attention to the period and saw how a hand came out from the place where the head was. Immediately after it, the main body of this creature appeared, in which there was quite a large amount of hair. The whole picture looked pretty disgusting, so the guy asked his interlocutor if this was really her true form. Finally, this demonic creature appeared, and it took the form of a snake, and Josephine went on to say that it was a discharging creature. She, in turn, was quite persistent in her attempts to swallow this country whole, but nothing could be done, because the original plan had changed. So in the end, there is much to absorb everyone here. The guards ran around the castle and said that the palace is in disarray, so it should be done faster. But suddenly one of these men was hit quite hard by someone and was shocked by what happened. It turned out that it was the blindfolded leader of the mercenaries, who became inspired and shouted at his subordinates to go forward. The knights looked ahead and saw that there were a large number of mercenaries there, so one of them asked what they were and where on earth they all came from. Jack, who was the leader of these mercenaries, said that a member of the royal family called them here, so there was no need to worry because they would not kill them. Instead, he did not crush everyone as ordered, then turned to the girl and said that they entered the palace following her order, so would receive a reward.